Hi guys, we are back again. Charlie, I hope you are doing amazing. While here, don't forget to subscribe, like and share. So my friend and I decided to celebrate her birthday in Cote d'Ivoire, so we plan to stay for 8 days. In this vlog is a summary of all our experiences from cost to the entire stay in Cote d'Ivoire. I hope you enjoy watching this video with us. Let's go right into the video. So let's start with the flights. This flight cost us $410, which we bought about 3 weeks before the travel day. So the weather is clear and yeah, this is him. We have company. I mean, it's good to have mates. Oh, Jonathan!
Hello.
Good to see you. Thank you so much for picking us. Our friend from uni called Jonathan, who lives in Cote d'Ivoire, picked us up from the airport.
That's everything about Abidjan. Everything we should know.
Everything, there is a lot of things to say about Abidjan, but the most beautiful things here is like we're free, there is a lot of space to enjoy. Food, the venue.
Oh, I can't wait to try the food.
Everything that you can imagine.
Yep. So we had drinks together and ended up at a place called Blue Coast, where we had some good acheket and tilapia with fried plantain called aloko here. Cheers, guys.
Cheers. Cheers to the good life.
Okay, so yeah, this is very close to like Star Beer in Ghana, and it's good. It's not so sour, it's sweet and sour at the same time. This is good. So Celia and the family are serving us with this delicious meal. This is how they'll be overfeeding us here in Abidjan. The second day, we woke up very early to hike the forest in the middle of the city. Say hi. Hi, Sydney.
Hi, guys.
So, Sydney, where have you brought me to?
This is Parc National du Banco, Abidjan.
Okay.
We just about starting our hike.
We are going hiking today.
We're gonna do 20 kilometers of hike. Someone is gonna have them walking.
I'm super excited. Guys, I'm so happy I met someone here who lives here and he brought us to this place. He picked us from our Airbnb and I'm super excited. I mean, I'm going hiking here and at least you get to feel something different here in Abidjan. The weather is a little calm, it's a little cloudy. I pray it doesn't rain. I'm super excited. You all are coming along. You're coming along. What happened? What happened? What did he say? Thank you.
You know what's here?
So I didn't come with hiking shoes, so he got me some running shoes. Oh, Sydney, thank you so much. That's so cute of you. So yeah, we're about to go and you guys are coming along. This forest is called the Parc National du Blanco. We hiked together with Sydney and his friends. We had an amazing time. The only thing is we hiked for about 11 kilometers, which was really stressful for a trip like this, but it was worth it. Whoa, they are so huge. You can show them.
Okay, another one. Wow. On 3. Are you ready? Yes. Ready? Take.
No wonder they are big. They get
Ready?
bread every time.
1, 2, 3.
This guy tried to kill me today. Hey, how many kilometers we have we done? Check.
At least you've
Guys,
About 11
more
kilometers.
than more than what?
We've done about 11 kilometers.
11 kilometers, guys. If you know what 11 kilometers is, you understand the pain I've gone through. This guy tried to kill us, but then we didn't die. We ended with a beautiful view of seeing this big catfish. I've never seen this catfish this big. The ones we eat in Accra are usually very small, so it's beautiful. Sydney, even though you tried to kill me, thanks for bringing us here.
Welcome.
Yeah. We ended up having a chicken and fish just like we had yesterday, and it was so good. We paid for the drinks, which cost us about 4,000.
Compare this to the one you had the last time.
And picked an Uber home, which cost us about 400 CFA. This is how our Airbnb looks like. It cost us $65 per night to stay here. Our host was amazing. He bought us pizza and drinks. He really had a conversation with us and made us feel at home. This is the entrance, and our Airbnb host is Moroccan. He's from Morocco. So when you come, you take off your shoes. That explains why the shoes are outside here. And this is how it looks like from here. I really like the space. This is how it looks like. That's a small balcony overlooking Côte d'Ivoire. I like the fact that everywhere you pass in Abidjan has water, as you can see from the top here. That's how it looks like. And yeah, I've really enjoyed my time here. This is how the hall looks like from the small balcony. Yeah, let's go to the kitchen. So when we came, he said we could take anything we want, and I think that's so sweet of him. He got us pizza yesterday. This is how it looks, and he literally has everything. So he also mentioned that whenever we needed to wash our clothes, there's a laundry person here. So yeah, here has been so comfortable. Like the fridge is even stocked like with stuff. The only thing we bought was oranges yesterday, which we haven't. I don't know what we are going to do with it. The space looks like I've really had a good time here. And yesterday we were here chatting with the Airbnb host. He was so sweet. Like, I really like him. Anytime you come to Abidjan and you want to spend some time here, I will gladly recommend this place. Look at my bag. I've packed. What do you think about this place?
You tell me that today is my birthday. Anyway.
By the time they watch it, it's past.
Okay. So, this place is very nice. We highly recommend 5 stars.
Yeah.
The host is very sweet and the space is nice. It's in a quiet neighborhood. No noise, no
It's
bars around.
very easy to locate with Yango. Since I came, we've been using Yango because Yango is like very common. The next day, which is day 3, we woke up to pick a bus to Yamoussoukro, where we wanted to see the biggest church in the world. So we picked the Uber from an Airbnb, which cost us about 700 CFA to Yamoussoukro. We got to Yamoussoukro and paid about 4,000 CFA each for the bus to Yamoussoukro, but we had to wait for about an hour before getting the bus to Yamoussoukro. On arrival at Yamoussoukro, we picked a loading taxi which cost us about 500 CFA. The name of this biggest church in the world is called the Basilica of Our Lady of Peace of Yamoussoukro. Before the tour, we paid about 2,000 CFA each. Locals pay 1,000 CFA each. Before the trip back to Abidjan, we tried some local meal in Yamoussoukro. We tried their local sandwich and their hard bread, which was really delicious and different from the ones we have in Ghana, which everything should cost us around 700 CFA. So later that evening, our friend invited us for dinner, so we didn't have to pay for dinner. We had an amazing time here. Day 4 was my friend's birthday, and we decided to spend the night in Assini, which is a popular destination in Cote d'Ivoire. So we are currently in an Uber going to Assini, which is very, very expensive. This is how much it costs. And usually they said that if you go to Assini, you won't get anybody coming back. So we have to pay double the price. So Jonathan, our friend, spoke to him in French. We just called him, and then we've negotiated to add extra 10,000 to his fare, making 32,000. So yeah, that's the situation now. We are going to Assini, and I'm super excited because today is this beautiful one's birthday, and obviously we need comfort. Going by bus is a little tedious because we have to pass through 3 towns before we get to Assini, according to my friend, and so that's how come we are paying this much to go to Assini. But the Uber is very comfortable, so I'll share with you how the journey goes. So we had an invitation to Akula, which does this brunch on Sunday, so we were invited, so we went there, so we didn't have to pay for anything. The experience here was really amazing. Really had a good time. Good food, good people, great experience. I would highly recommend you come to Akula whenever you're around on Sundays. So we ended up at our hotel, which is called the Kasana Village. Picked a taxi to the Kasana Village. So guys, we came to this village at Assini, and everybody here speaks Twi, just like in Ghana. Bra. Baba Kabibi. Oh, brala. Oh, ferry. Oh, bra. Oh, bra. Bra. Brother, can you be same?
When you say anything, I want my work to insurance. For people working in one share. Castle or two, so there's money on this.
So everybody speaks Twi here, and they said some part of their tribe is from Ghana. Our village, how your friend has saying? Muamin. Aha, Muanina, like Ghana for them.
Ghana for in French. I have a friend of Muglabe.
Mocha French. Oh, okay. Wow, this is interesting. Like, these are the things that you get to see when you travel, and I'm super excited that at least people are like understand my language, because since we came here we've been having difficulty communicating, and it feels good. Like, all of them look Ghanaian, they speak French, they speak Angona. Okay. So I was asking them if they speak Ewe too, but they said no, they speak Anguna and Tree and French. Yeah, this is really interesting.
I feel like home. I feel like home. Nobody
Yeah.
can tell us nothing.
Yeah, so wow, this is interesting. We ended up at the Kasana village, which cost us 60,000 CFA, which is close to about $100 a night. We had a good time. I hope you, if you missed that video, go back, watch the full video on my channel. Come back and share your thoughts on that video. We really had a good time. We wanted to explore Grand Bassam because everybody talked about Grand Bassam. So we wanted to explore Grand Bassam before going back to Abidjan. So we moved to Grand Bassam the next day and we decided to find a place to stay. And we were fortunate while leaving the Kasana village, which is in Asini. The hotel staff were actually going to Grand Bassam, so we didn't have to pay for transportation. We had a lift in their pickup from Kasana village to Grand Bassam. So we are currently on our way to the bus station, and the hotel pickup is taking us there. So we are so fortunate. This is how it looks from here. So we are like in the village of Asini. We are going to the bus station to pick a vehicle to Bassam. So let's go, guys. So we are currently at Bassam, and yeah, so he dropped us here. We're about to pack our stuff and get a taxi. We are very spontaneous. Can you imagine that we are here? We don't even know where to stay. Since we have internet, we are going to book an Airbnb or find a cheap accommodation because we don't intend spending a lot of money. Where we slept earlier on, we spent a lot of money. Like we spent close to $100 on accommodation. So we want to get somewhere to stay, and yeah, let's see how it goes. Really, this is our small bag. We left our big bag in Merci. Say something.
Merci.
Yeah. So he doesn't speak English. We've gotten a taxi here. He just stopped the taxi for us, and we are going to figure ourselves out. So of course you guys are coming along, so let's go. While on our way, I had a minor injury. We stopped to get some medication. The medication cost me about 12,000 CFA. So while searching for a place to stay in Grand Bassam, it was so difficult to get a place. So we came to Elot du Sud. The first hotel we went to was full. Then we came to this place, and then their leased room cost about 50,000, which is close to $92, and it was way beyond our budget because we just want a place to spend the night. So we have a booking on Airbnb, but then he has given us another option which is called Akayam K. So we are about to go to that hotel, which costs about 20,000 CFA. So we are going there. We are waiting for the taxi driver. We took his number. So one thing we usually used to do is to take taxis, like phone numbers of taxis, so that whenever we are having difficulty like this, we can always call him. So we are waiting for him. He said he's coming, then we can go. Yeah. So our taxi rounds cost us about 12,000 CFA. So This is the apartment we finally ended up. It's quite okay to spend the night. Most of the hotels we were going say they don't do two sexes, 2 girls in one room. They don't accept 2 males in one room. So we spoke to the driver who brought us for other options, and we also booked an Airbnb, but he showed us this place, so we didn't book the Airbnb again. So we opted for this place. So are you okay, Millie?
I don't sleep.
We are both tired. We'll just go get some street food and sleep. So this is where we slept last night, and we are leaving. We booked a Yango. It's a 4x4. How amazing! So this is us.
Okay. We close the door.
Bye bye, merci. So we are going. Can I support someone? Yeah. This is our Yango. Hello, good morning. How are you? Our Yango driver speaks English. This is nice. The next morning, we picked an Uber, which cost us about 600 CFA to explore Grand Bassam. The whole toll and transportation was about 8,000 CFA for both of us, and we ended up having a bougie lunch at Coco Grill, which cost us 30,000 CFA on meal. So I think it's expensive, but for the experience, I think it's worth it. The aesthetics of the place is nice, the ambience, the music, the whole experience with the cocktail in the watermelon. The whole watermelon and the whole pineapple was really an amazing. I shared my experience on YouTube. It's still up on my channel. If you missed it, please go back, check it, and let me know what you think about the place. Is it overly priced? Is it too expensive? Let me know in the comment section. So this is how much we spent at the Coco Grill. This is quite expensive, 27,500. So after the whole experience at Grand Bassam, we picked an Uber back to Abidjan, which cost us about 8,000 CFA. While we arrived in Abidjan, we went back to the same Airbnb we spent the night there. We decided to spend the final night here in Abidjan, which cost us about $65 for that night. We are back to our Airbnb. We're back to the same place we started from in Abidjan, which is another room. So we are going to BBR. I don't know if you guys remember this place. When I came, this was the first place Jonathan brought us, and we're about to take the boat from here to BBR. So this is going to be my last night here in Abidjan. And Jonathan, say hi.
I don't think so because we are not in mango.
And Celia, say hi. Celia, listen to me. Say hi.
Hello.
Celia is the wife of Mr. Jonathan,
Our baby boy.
and our baby girl.
Look at
His wife. And it's going to be our last night here. We're about to have dinner with them,
The family.
and yeah, with Millie. Before we all too soon, this is going to end our trip here in Cote d'Ivoire. I hope you enjoyed watching these videos, all my videos from Cote d'Ivoire. So here we eat together. This tilapia is so big. You all are invited. To be honest, since I came, Cote d'Ivoire food is so delicious. Like this seafood.
Have you tried that chicken?
Yeah, it tastes different. The next day was travel day, so we decided to do some little shopping in the market. We ended up buying some few clothes and some few items for our loved ones in the market. Yeah, so this is how we went. So in all, we ended up heading back to Accra, which was on the 8th day. So we spent a total of 7 nights, 8 days in all, and we spent about $850 each on the entire trip. Let me know if this amount was really worth it for the whole experience. Let me know in the comment section. Let me know what you think. Would you say we spent too much on this trip, or would you say we spent less, or would you say it was equally okay? There are petty things that I might have left out because I didn't account for it, but they are like transportation, water, food, tips here and there. But then I think in all, we really had an amazing time. Cote d'Ivoire is beautiful. I encourage anyone who wants to see Africa for the first time, come to Cote d'Ivoire. Cote d'Ivoire is beautiful. It was my first experience, and I would definitely go back again to experience this place again. I had an amazing time with my friend Millie. Millie has been my childhood friend, my childhood friend from uni. Yay! We've been friends for over a decade, which is over 10 years. Yeah. So I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience. I hope you enjoyed watching this vlog. I hope if you missed any video on my YouTube channel, please head back, check it out, and let me know what you think. Until next time, on my next video, I want to say I love you all, and thank you so much for the love and support. Until next time, on my next video, I want to say Medase, I love you. Bye. So guys, we are finally here waiting for our luggage. This was the smoothest flight ever, and the fact that we came and we didn't have to do COVID test, has saved me like $50 here, and I'm super excited. This is good. I mean, now traveling will be made easy. Yeah. Guys, we are back again, Charlie. We are back again. We are back again. We are back again, guys. You're back again, Charlie. Guys, I hope you are doing amazing. I am super excited. I'm currently in Durban, South Africa. Guys, South Africa has been on my list. It's amazing how like you create content and you're like, oh, are people even going to watch? It's amazing that people are actually watching me and eyes are on me. Like, guys, I feel super blessed. Like, I literally want to cry right now. We got here yesterday and it's been so surreal. Guess what? Your girl has a tag! What? Guys, so I tweeted something yesterday and I said, if this isn't God, I don't know what else it is. So let me give you guys a backstory, right? I sincerely want to cry. I hope I don't tear up. I sincerely hope I don't tear up. So I received a DM on Instagram from a rep, and she was like, oh, hi, I want to send you an email. And I just responded. I was like, okay, here's my email. And she sent me an email and she's like, oh, you've been selected as one of the few content creators to come experience Africa's travel in Durban 2022. So initially when the email came, I was like, oh, maybe it's a scam. But after all, what do you lose? Let me follow up. I followed up and boom, I am in South Africa. Thank you so much, South African Tourism Board. Thank you so much, Africa's Indaba, like Travel Indaba. Thank you to the team. Thank you to Travel SA for this opportunity. It's amazing that I am the only female travel vlogger that has been invited. In fact, we are two. It's me and Wedembaya. Like, who would have thought? Like, I'm out of words. I'm sincerely very, very happy, and thanks so much for the opportunity. I also want to say that this is just the beginning to greater things to come. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I want to cry right now. So let's talk about how I had the visa before coming to South Africa. So Ghanaians require visa from Ghana to South Africa, so I applied through the VFS. She sent me an invitation, my ticket, and other documents which I attached. Paid an amount of 300 and something, 340 cedis at the VFS office. Then I applied. So after a week, they sent me a text that my passport was ready for pickup. I went and boom, I have the South African visa. So that's how I was able to get the South African visa here. After today, I'm going to be sharing with you amazing videos from South Africa, to be precise, Durban. I'm really, really happy. I've been smiling, like my cheeks even hurt out of smiling. Like, God has been good. If this isn't God, like what else I did, like. And to you all that support me, I want to say thank you so much. I'm super excited. So let's rewind how the whole trip started from yesterday. Let's go right into the video. Guys, I'm super excited. I'm super excited. Guys, I haven't been to the airport to see this crowd, and guys, like everywhere is busy. I'm super excited. I am going to South Africa. For the very first time, and of course you all are coming along. I can't travel without you. You know you're my best friend, you know you're my sweetheart, you're my partner, you're my Charlie. So let's go. I'm here. I came very early. The flight is at 10:50 and check-in ends at 9:50. So I'm here early. It's 7:35 and I'm going to check in. I was hoping to get more pictures like with nobody in the background, but it looks like I have to do with what I have. Everybody is traveling. Where are you all going? Like, where are you all going? So yeah, I'm about to check in and take you along. So let's go. Guess who I saw? Was I'm coming, yeah. So, you know the funny thing, when the list came in, because he usually uses Wademaya, I had forgotten his name. He's called Akon. So I look at the name and I was like, Akon, who is Akon?
It's Wademaya.
And I'm like, I know Akon, but I didn't know the bed code, not knowing that that's his real name.
See, you're exposing me, eh?
So if you all want to know his real name, he's called Berthold Akon. Yeah. So yeah, he's part of the team, and I'm super excited. Are you excited?
Of course I'm excited. You know why? Because I'm traveling Stella Chanelli. The energy alone on this trip.
I will transfer my energy a little bit to you.
Please do so.
Yes. What am I? You know what?
What am I? It's a celebration.
This is the first time I came to Ghana. Also, in your inspiration, I'm making documentaries about
I'm sure with the Maya is so used to this now. So the immigration is really packed. Like, we are in a very long queue, and yeah, Steven, say hi to Steven. Steven is Wademaya's videographer and editor.
What's up, everyone? This is Stickers.
So yeah, this trip is really going to be fun because the whole crew is on this trip, and I'm super excited you all are coming along. So they just gave us socks, toothbrush, and Pepsodent or something. Yeah. it's currently very cold here, and so we're about to set off, and of course you guys are coming along. It's now 10:35. We should leave in the next 10 minutes, and yeah, I'm super excited. It's my first time. Welcome to South Africa. I'm currently here, super excited. Good weather. I'm sure it's about 6 a.m. now. I'm super excited. So the final destination is Durban. So we're going to pick our baggage and head to the domestic. Yay! I'm sure you can tell from my face I had been sleeping, but I had just like 3 hours, 4 hours sleep, and yeah, Maya is way behind there. How was the trip?
It was very good, but it's so funny. The moment we started the plane, I started sleeping. I didn't eat, I didn't drink any water. The last thing that I heard was, we are about to land. Can you take off your clothes and put it under the seat?
Look at him, and the way the aircraft was so cold, he didn't even carry what's it called, a jacket.
No jacket.
Yeah, but this is how it looks like from here. Here is nice. This is how it looks like from here. I think their airport is beautiful. I'm waiting for Maya. Maya is like way behind. So yeah, this is a good welcome, and I'm super excited. Like anything that has got to do with like traveling, airports. Well, people say they don't like traveling, they don't like the airports, but I love it. Like the mere fact that you are seeing a new country, the mere fact that you are seeing somewhere different alone is like, it's exciting. And the fact that I am here, invited, wow, like who would have thought? Like I literally want to cry right now because I'm really happy, and I'm blessed, and I want to say a big thank you to our hosts, and I'm super excited. Yeah, so let's go. As soon as I settle down, I'll give you food. This airport is one of the busiest airports in Africa, and also one of the biggest, so I can understand. We've been walking. We have still not gotten to our gate, our domestic gate. Wow.
Yeah.
How many times have you been here?
This is the third time I'm using this airport.
And how does it feel being back?
Nostalgia. South Africa always lives in my heart. And anytime I come here, it feels good to be back in SA, man. It's just that I'm hoping that they'll give me good food, not pap and what they call it, pap and meat.
So if you don't know who Wadamaya is, please just head to his channel right now. Yeah, head to his channel.
Yeah, man, how are you?
You see, just when I mentioned his name, somebody recognized him because he's wearing a nose mask. So if you don't know who he is, please head to his channel. He's doing amazing, and we are going to be together the entire trip. So I'm super excited you all are coming along. We are about to board. The airport is really big, and I must say I'm really impressed. So we are about boarding to Durban. want to explore the city with you all. So they have arranged a pickup for us, so I'm sure our names will be there. We are yet to meet them and leave to the town to see what Deborah is. This feels surreal. Thank you so much, South African tourism. Thank you so much, SA. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness, I can't wait to experience everything. Like, guys, I'm taking you I'm sharing every bit of everything with you. I'm not leaving anything behind, because this one dear. The sun was cold when we get here, and it's very warm. Oh, nice and warm. Yeah. So, meet AJ. Say hi. Hi. Yeah, and it's very, very hot now. I think it's time to remove my jacket. We're currently here about to have lunch, and the place is called Circles. And of course, you guys, you know I said I was going to take you everywhere. This is my passion fruit.
Like banana with peanut butter.
Does it taste good?
Very good.
And this is your meal. Yours came earlier. Oh, this is nice.
It looks nice. I hope it tastes.
Cheers. Cheers. So this is my meal. I'm having prawns with mashed potatoes. And this is... So far, my meal was a good choice. Like, I don't regret it at all. This is really good, especially when I added the lemon to the prawns. It gives it a different, unique taste.
It is good to see Stoneboy back on this award scheme. And at least what I've learned tonight is that if you believe in God, four-letter word, hidden. Delay is not denial. Glory be to God. I want to start my thank yous from MT Headmaker, from introducing me to Ghana.
to everybody that supported the journey, to the media, to my fans, to my family, to my friends, to every single person who has done something, stream my music. I appreciate you. To my baby boy Zane, to my mother. This one is especially for you, Mom. Tomorrow we shall celebrate. Ghana, thank you so much. My team, God bless Ghana. Thank you.
Indeed, delay is definitely not a denier. Kiddy crowned Artist of the Year at the 23rd Vodafone Ghana Music Awards. Best New Artist goes to Black Sherif. Lyrical Joe wins Best Rap Performance of the Year. We are seated for a conversation on the Vodafone Ghana Music Awards that was held on May 6 and May 7, 2022 at the Grand Arena of the Accra International Conference Center. Who won what and what did the celebrities wear? What is your assessment of the event? I am Benefo Boabin Abrantepa, and this is Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Thanks for joining us. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. We promise you a riveting conversation on this episode of the show. Now, normally, we'll have our guest begin the show with a Free Your Mind segment, then we go for Vogue, and then we do our main discussion. But today, we've had to begin with our reporters who covered the 23rd edition of the Vodafone Ghana Music Awards that was held on May 7 at the Grand Arena, Accra International Conference Center. Elsie Lamar is host of Talkatainment. She is on the entertainment desk. Elsie, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
How are you doing?
I'm very well.
Nice one. Ofa home papa. And easy. Me home picture bina Nenebi Tony. When you were interviewing Nenebi, his eyes were focused on.
I know, right?
I asked him, he said, oh no, he was focused on the microphone.
Oh, Nenebi said the Biaba officer, he sees me in jackets. So it's actually the first time I went home. Some parts of my body.
Oh, Nene. I wish the camera could capture Richard. The way also a camera will see it, you know, so catch it. Richard the DJ Saturday in a park because when he saw you, he did not even want to go home. Everett Irabna, the host of Vogue. Yes. Everett. How are you doing?
I'm very good. And you?
Nice one. I'm good. I saw you happy, excited, elated.
I mean,
where are the other adjectives?
Also
on the red carpet. And you're looking amazing.
Thank you very much. I tried.
Thank you. James Gardner, we borrowed your word. Don't worry. Normal. So, how was the coverage for you?
Well, overall, it was okay. There was an improvement in quite a number of things. In stage performances, all the artists that came to stage, they put on their A game. They put a lot of work in it, and you can see that it's not like the previous times that when they come to the stage, it's boring and all that. Like every performance I witnessed that night was actually dope. And in terms of stage setup, they did their best this time around. VGMAs, like Charlie Mebomo this time around. I don't know whether the criticisms got to them and the comparisons from 3 music awards. I don't know if that was some inspiration, but they really upped their game this time around. People were bringing all sorts of things on stage. The lightning was on point. Everything was solid.
I see. Rabna, is it the same for you?
It's the same for me. It's the absolute same for me. But on the red carpet, there was a little thing with entry on that side of things. So I had to stand in a line with a lot of celebrities, and it didn't do it for me at all because celebrities are supposed to have like that VIP treatment, like go in, sit down. Don't stand in a line with bloggers and presenters and all of that. And I was standing there, and one of the organizers comes and says, celebrities on this side, presenters on this side, standard on this side. And I'm like, what's going on here? Celebrities are supposed to have full entry because without them on the red carpet, there's no red carpet, right? But all in all, it was amazing.
To add to what Irabna said, you said red carpet starts at 7 p.m. And then as at 8 p.m., you were yet to scan tickets. And then people were in their heels. People were actually sweating in their makeup. And the place was packed. as at
And
8 p.m.
hot.
And then you didn't allow them. Bisa Kide was in the crowd. Quite a number of celebrities and their managers were also in the crowd with the people. They came to talk to the security that, to see if they can be, you know, granted access. And they were denied. They were there with everybody else until they came and they were like, standard here, premium here. And I don't know what that means. Even where they asked them to pass was heading straight into the auditorium and not on the red carpet. Organization was a bit poor on the red carpet. And then there wasn't enough space to accommodate everybody. And I don't know this, but those who were in charge of calling the artists and the celebrities for the main red carpet hosts to, I have a problem with what they were doing.
What did they do?
Because, for instance, I don't know how they planned on doing whatever or what their structure was, but if you are interviewing a celeb, maybe I'm from GhanaWeb, I'm speaking to a celebrity, and they come and stand right in front of you. I don't know whether they want you to end the interview abruptly so they can drag the celebrity to the main red carpet to speak with them. If for anything at all, you can wait. When they finish talking, you can actually have them move on to the main red carpet.
Oh, so if I get you, you are interviewing me.
Yes.
And they want me on the official red carpet.
Yes.
Then they will come and drag me.
Be whispering and be talking and be interrupting.
I'm running a live show. I'm running a live
I can't, you know, actually, I don't know whether they want to pull them or they want to stop. I think if they had the power, they would have stopped the interview. But that's very bad.
I see.
Yeah.
So the one thing that those of us who watched from home, observed was that we could hear the director of the show communicating with the host, like who is next to perform. Giovanni, let's go. Like they do the countdown, and could you hear from where you were?
No.
So for you, the event was flowing just like that. Okay.
The event was flowing well. At a point, it got boring,
How?
and I think that at some particular point in time, they didn't know what to do or who to come next. So when that happens, then they ask that they read social media reactions on stage, and you see Giovanni reading all that. But there were comments from people. I heard people speaking in the crowd saying that it made the show look like some fanfare. You know, it's
the
not.
audition did not work for them.
It kind of reduced the prestige attached to the VGMAs that we all know about. But I felt that at a point it saved the show a bit, because Giovanni had to be cracking little jokes here and there, and that's saved the
to also
show.
add to what Elsie said, I don't think it was a fanfare like what people were saying. I think it actually made it fun. I think they were trying to connect with us, the millennials, to make it fun for us to also engage into it. So that's a little I have to add.
At some point in time, when some of the artists were performing, I recall Stonebwoy, I think Black Sheriff or so. There was a bit of delay, so the choreographers actually had to repeat whatever they were doing. What was happening?
At some point, we even thought he wasn't going to come. And we thought he was out of the country, and then this was just his performance. But then, I don't know, it was a long delay. They were going on and on and on and on, and everyone was frustrated in the crowd, like, where's Stonebwoy, where's Stonebwoy? Until, boom, he came out, and then, you know, it was
After
nice.
the performance, did any of the musicians who, you know, encountered these challenges, what was their demeanor? Did you see them react in a certain way? Or
No,
they were okay with it?
No, they were fine. From where we were sitting, we couldn't really see them. So
To add to what Irabna said, I don't know whether it's a style. I don't know why they do that, but I think it's deliberate.
Which one?
With the delay before they come to stage. I think it's just like to create some sort of suspense, because most of those things apply to A-list artists. They usually cause the delay, I don't know, to create some suspense, and they show up, this is Stonebwoy, this is... But I think they should just put a stop to it. We came there, we paid to watch you. So if you're coming on stage, come. If you want to create some delay, it shouldn't last that much.
You don't like suspense?
I like suspense, but Chalet, Stonebwoy, when everybody is like, where's Stonebwoy, where's Stonebwoy?
But when he came out, you were like,
somewhere,
finally,
you
and you
know.
enjoyed it, right? So I guess
It worked.
The impact.
So it worked for
was,
you?
Yeah, it worked for me. I was like, that's my guy.
She's lying. She was worried.
No, I actually gave up at some point. I was always on him come.
If you were rating the event, what would be your? How would you rate it?
Taking out the red carpet brouhaha, I'll give it a 9.
9?
Yes.
Over 10?
Yes.
I get when you examine and go for pass it wrong.
I swear.
I can't run off deck. Why? Elsie, what would be your rating?
I'll give it a 7 because of the fire incident too.
Oh, there was a fire incident.
Yeah.
It wasn't really an incident. It was just like a little spark where the.
Hey. She ran away.
Oh.
She got up from her seat. A little spark. Don't mind her. So after Kiddy performed. After Kiddy's performance, there was this, I think, flame effect that usually put on the artists when they are performing. So they didn't know at what point to quench it. And it was still there way after Kiddy left the stage. So we all thought it was all part of it, but things were getting intense and we all started to smell smoke.
Yeah.
And people started getting up and then they started leaving the auditorium. And then the fire service personnel had to, and it took quite some time to quench the fire.
So those of us who were watching TV around that time, Giovanni and Sikao say were reading social media reactions. I heard him say, "Oh, that was like something like that was quick," and the fire people are taking, you know, what's the word? Like they are handling it. Yes, exactly. So thank you very much, Irabna Everett and Elsie Lama for the report, and that's what happened at the Vodafone Ghana Music Awards. If, in case you did not watch it, go to GhanaWeb.com or GhanaWeb TV and then get some visuals there, watch and you know, update yourself. We'll take a break. When we return, we'll have our panelists, Romeo and then Black Pepper, join me as we analyze the 23rd edition of the Vodafone Ghana Music Awards. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be back shortly. And we are back. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. I am Abrantepa. We are doing a review of the 23rd edition of the Vodafone Ghana Music Awards. Joining me today, McDonald Naneo Asari, aka Romeo. He is an event organizer, artist manager, assemblyman for Medina Social Welfare, and he's a stage actor as well. Romeo, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Abrantepa.
Very fine. Nice one. McDonald Naneo Asari, like I mentioned, is an artist manager, event organizer, Medina Social Welfare Assemblyman. On the other side is Black Pepper, aka Mystic Mike of blackpepper.com. This man, why media in all angles. Thank you very much. Black, you're very fine. Nice one. How was your weekend?
It was pretty okay, nothing out of the norm. It went well. Some rains as well.
Nice one. The BGMS, your general assessment?
Well, for humans, they say when you hit your 40s, you might experience a midlife crisis. And for an award show that has struck 2 decades, one could say that the VGMAs is also experiencing this midlife crisis situation, as it were. What I do not want to happen to the VGMA is for it to crumble under the weight of newcomers. When the 3 music awards displayed what they could do, many people were enchanted. And they cast aspersions on the VGMAs that could they measure up. And, but my mind goes back to ECRAG, the Arts Critics, Reviewers, Writers Association of Ghana. They used to hold, they were the Creative Arts Awards platform for many, many years. Till virtually by 2007, it had lost steam. And then by then, Vodafone or Ghana Music Awards had taken the stage, had brought new innovation, and many people then were charmed by the allure of the Ghana Music Awards. And it appears the fate that befell ECRAG wants to befall the VGMAs with the arrival of the 3 Music Awards. But Midlife Crisis presents participants with the opportunity to spice things up. If it is that in the relationship, even with intimate partners, the spark has died down, has been lost, all that is needed is to spice things up, and then for many, they are able to get their mojo again. Some of the teething problems experienced as the fellow colleagues or journalists have espoused, these are things that should not be plaguing the VGMAs 2 decades on. You see, running schedule, queues, even for nominations, the queuing time, even for the host, sometimes the host also and all that. These things, if it's put to if proper attention is put to it, these things could easily have been ironed out for us not to experience these things. And I think the VGMA board or the Charterhouse has the opportunity to tap the best talents around. If it is the case that the fire has died down in the belly of some of the staff or some of the workers or whatever it is, they should look beyond, tap into some of these things, some of these personnel or professionals around. We've seen people, private productions, how stellar they've been. And so the VGMAs or Charterhouse should not let it be that with the emergence of other schemes, people's fears that they are on their way to demise should come to pass.
Romeo, how was it like watching the event from home?
Well, for me, I was taking cue, but not to belabor the point, as a practical event person, there are certain things that you can't take away from event setup. HA's work here, but your ability to be able to get back on track is what is necessary. I think they did that. But then again, over a decade, you should minimize such errors so that if you have a program of about 2 hours and maybe ends around, you end up going beyond maybe 2 hours, 10 minutes or 2 hours, 15 minutes, you are within that kind of minimal error space, which some of us will call the miscellaneous time. But when it happens that it's supposed to maybe it's a 2-hour show and then you end up doubling the hours, maybe 4 hours, then you are not a proper planner. This is because I realized some delays and they are working with machines. I think I remember three awards also had some HAs. Yeah. So all these things are not necessary. But when it has to do with the human efforts where things are supposed to be done at certain times and the delays are up and down, it becomes a problem. Sometimes you might not know, even a discussion with an artist to perform on stage has to do with maybe some kind of fulfillment of some agreement or something. Some will end up even begging at the last minute, oh, dear, yeah, we are sort of say the anywhere, and at the end of the day, it will depend on the artist as to whether to come or not. So some of these delays we understand, but something serious I didn't understand has to do with the fact that anybody who takes brands serious would really have an issue on with what happened at the VGMA. One, there was a yellow cab on stage, and we know what brand interpretations are. And on the yellow cab, there was a sort of an opposing brand contact on it. Now, an artist, a performer, an award winner was clothed in quote unquote sort of an opposing brand outfit. Okay, you don't choose his choice of outfit for him. But there are certain things, as an event planner, you should be able to audit what will be on your stage even before the D-Day.
That's the Black Sheriff performance.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There was this, is it? Pragya on stage, yellow.
With MTN
number on it. I remember there was a day I had an event within the quadrangle of Ekwafoho. I actually knocked on the door of one of the brands and they refused. And then I had Tigo. Tigo those days, just Tigo. And then we had set up, and for me to see that there was another brand with their van trying to sell. The car was confiscated right on the spot. So there are things that, as brand promoters or people who deal with serious brands, you don't allow. You have the right to audit what comes on your stage. So knowing that, okay, he would come with maybe a Pragya, we should be interested in Calabain. You get it? Because you are dealing with Vodafone. So even if Pragya, I don't have a problem, but it should be a red Pragya or something not within the competitive stage. And there was also a phone number on it. And you have no idea the level of mileage that thing will attract. It will be on YouTube. It will travel all the mile without MTN spending a dime on that show. So for me, I feel it's a big a slander on the image of Charterhouse for not auditing. You know, we remember this guy telling us, Sadiq telling us that he knew what Black Sheriff was going to do. It was
on stage
because that performance was even meant for SAC. So it means that there are some prior and there are rehearsals, right? So how come that a whole institution with 20 years more experience and you couldn't have just done this right? Honestly, it was one of the biggest dark spots on the evening, honestly speaking. Maybe people might not see the seriousness of it, but in business, it could even end up affecting the relationship between Vodafone and Charterhouse. If we take brands seriously.
Well, I was saying, to say something. They had signed a roaming agreement, MTN and Vodafone. So whilst on one hand, one could make the case for ambush marketing, some have also come out to say these two parties have signed a roaming agreement so that in areas where Vodafone is weaker, MTN takes over. In jurisdictions that MTN is also weaker, Vodafone takes over. So this does not take the sting out as much as it would prior to their signing their roaming agreement. So I just want to put that out there as well.
Right, so let's look at the performances on the night. I don't know what you make of the performance. You've spoken about Black Sheriff, but performances in general.
Okay, good. Yeah. Honestly speaking, I wasn't impressed with Obrafour's performance. Maybe for me, I just like the fact that they gave us that nostalgic feeling of Obrafour and Tiny, and it was okay. But I felt they were off with their performance, and Obrafour was losing his breath. But honestly speaking, the performer of the day was Joe Mettle. His performance on the night was classy. His voice top-notch. Someone who brought some kind of image or some artistic presence on the stage, let's say with some cultural balance, Stonebwoy, but he also overdragged the show. At a point, he became boring until he came to redeem the situation. Aside that too, I would say, you know, when we talk about live band, honestly speaking, in this country, I tip Akwaboah and Samini as a prima donna of live bands. And Akwaboah being a virtuoso, performing a live band is no problem to that young chap. I feel if you know Akwaboah so well, if you are engaging Akwaboah for any show and he's not on live band, he's not performing. That is the standard he sets. So it's like he does it with so much alacrity, like Ombrello, you get it. Others will struggle. Oyema Messi, fantastic. So I feel, in generality, the performance of the day here, top notch, like they did well. And I like this the fact that they added some touch to the stage. And, you know, it's always good to put some kind of fear in people in terms of competition. And I feel VGMA is waking up to some new ideas. And on the day, like, on that score, they did so well. And all artists who came on stage, apart from the ones I mentioned, some minuses on, they did fantastic.
Mistake?
Yeah. One would have thought that Mr. Drew and the FBS performance would have been the opening act to give it, set the tone right. But then trusting Obrafour and Tiny in to open, it seems, yes, they had worked together in the past, but both of them have not enjoyed that kind of, that level. And so trusting them together, the dynamics didn't gel. Even though we love them, two beloved artists. I was particularly enthralled by the performance rendered by Joe Metal and Niela. I'm really happy for Niela that she's getting the sunshine she deserves, including picking up the, the award she picked up. I liked Mayokun, Kim Promises, and Camilo's performance as well. Stonebwoy has to regulate his performances. He has the thing, but then he gives it away along the line and then tries to catch it again. It's like a football match where a team will start well and then they let the opposing side get the better part of them, and then when it's about match is about ending, then they struggle. I don't know why he does that. This has been happening for some time now, and for someone from the high grade camp, I would have thought by now he would have refined his craft. Kofi Kinata put in a brilliant performance, and of course Samini. I do not know who gets near him. Yes, Akwabwa is there as well, but the cheeky ease with which Samini performs on these stages is admirable. It's something, it's a delight to watch. And so these folks did well. I don't know whether it's fatigue that's setting for Black Sheriff. I think he has to pay attention to his live performances. It's not looking too good. Even when he went to Nigeria, I thought maybe, it's just one of those things. But I think he needs to pay attention. If he needs the services of people to groom him, so that because he has a brilliant voice, a voice that touches the soul. And if he could master live performances, this guy can demand a huge sum of money for performances, and it's something you should look at.
Rumi, what do you make of the MCs on the night?
I think
Bella, Giovanni, and Sikose on the side.
This year, honestly speaking,
you watched the industry awards too?
Yeah, I did.
That was AJ Sapon and
AJ Sapon on the day was classy. Edem also brought another vibe to the presentation, and the talk was a bit minimal. It was straight to the point interview, but there's a lot of too much talking because maybe it was passing from one to the other, and I felt that the essence of the red carpet should be within frame, but people get overexcited and then they prolong the discussion. But one thing I admire has to do with the presence of Sewami here. When she meets Abna Koko on the red carpet, and you already know the level of feud that hangs between them. But she took that kind of professionalism stance and then maintained her cool and just ran her interview on that normal level, and you realize that she's coming of age. That otherwise, the usual woman emotional stuff, she didn't bring that to the fore, and that was fantastic. But Sikose and Giovanni, I think this year, they were nowhere close to what they did last year. This year, I would say if I rated them 8 or 9% last year, this year they are within 6, 7. Their performance, honestly, to me, this year wasn't so much like last year.
Mystic, were you impressed with the red carpet? What the ladies and gentlemen wore to the event?
It was in 2009 that Vodafone decided to, or Charterhouse decided to give Samini and then Obuo the opportunity to co-host alongside Denta. After Kwame Sefakai had hosted for about 8 years, and people had gotten tired. And so when I saw Edem as one who had been penned down to also partner AJ, I waited to see how it would pan out. You could see the jitters were there for Edem, even though he had the goose. But some of these things, it takes time to build the confidence. As AJ herself, when she started, the jitters were palpable. But over time, I think she stands the best chance of wearing Sefakai's boot as one Vodafone or Charterhouse banks their MCing hopes on. She's done it for some time now, and I think the coming years, she would even get better. For Edem, I have no fears. If they're able to keep faith with him, he's going to do brilliantly. Already he's very eloquent and very versatile. Giovanni, as our journalist said, had to come in with his humor. Of course, he's a humor merchant. And so when he was needed most, he had to bring his goods to bear to save the situation. Sikao said not so much. Bella Mundi more for her fashion on the night. I liked her golden, is it brown? When she donned that attire, my goodness. I loved every bit of it. Not so much the first one. I think the black one didn't sit well with people. But the second one, she really did it. And then the other ladies, I saw some other lady, I don't know her name. You know, I could see some melons.
What was she wearing?
I think something black.
Black?
Yeah.
I've seen that picture.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so I was like, God damn.
Yeah.
You know, but MCing could have been better, but it wasn't terrible. It wasn't terrible, yeah.
Nice one. So that's it. Romeo, is there something you wanted to add? We want to go for the break, then we'll talk about the awards.
Oh, not necessarily, but I feel with the red carpet, it got to a point others were not getting the attention they deserved, as if depending on the level of friendship, the interaction becomes longer, and others felt left alone. People had more.
I mean, that one, for me, I don't know, but if I'm interviewing you and you are not giving me
the vibe,
I must as well just cut it short and then. Because it's content and people want to watch and enjoy. Exactly. So if you are giving me a negative vibe, we just do some 2 seconds and then we go. So, Anna Black.
No. The vibe dictates how.
Yeah, nice. So, let's go for a break. When we return, we'll talk about the awards proper. Who won what? And I'm sure. Also, I will feel if you are out to say, your boy, I say, how? So you know that definitely. This one, dear, there was none other to pick the award than this very person. So a quick break and then we'll talk about the awards. Welcome back. It's the final lap Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. We are doing our own analysis of the 23rd edition of the Vodafone Ghana Music Awards. So as I mentioned earlier, there was the Industry Awards on May 6th and then the main event on May 7th. Here are the winners for the Industry Awards. Best Instrumentalist went to Joshua Moisey. Best Music Video of the Year, Bosom Piyon. Songwriter of the Year, Fameye Unsung went to Gambo. Best Female Vocal Performance, Niela. Best Male Vocal Performance, Chris P. Music for Good went to Stoneboy. Producer of the Year, Emoji Beat. African Artist of the Year, Wizkid. Best Traditional Artist of the Year, Ni Tetete. And then the Lifetime Achievement Award went to Ejako Nimo. As for the full list of the the main event in the Ewa, so time will not allow us to run you through. But we all know Artist of the Year went to Kiddy. Best New Artist of the Year went to Black Sherif. Rapper of Best Rap Performance went to Lyrical Joe, and Gospel Song. Romeo Adam for name Joe Metal. So it went to Otimimu. Ohima Mercy. If you want the full list of the winners, log on to www.ghanaweb.com. 23rd edition of Vodafone Ghana Music Awards. You'll find the winners there. Romeo, definitely we'll talk about new artists, we'll talk about most popular song, we'll talk about artists of the year, and then rap performance. But which category would you want to touch on before we do these four?
Gospel artists of the year.
And that one went to Joe Metal.
Yeah, and it has always been a big reservation for me that Joe didn't deserve that award. And the auditorium gave me a feedback that buttressed my assertion that he wasn't meant for that award, that category, in terms of even winning it. And when he received, if you check the demeanor or the feedback from people within the auditorium, when someone receives an award and the person overwhelmingly deserves it, you feel the cheers. But when Joe received it, honestly speaking, the auditorium wasn't that gleeful. And whoever watched, or if you didn't pay attention, go back and watch again. It tells you, apart from his performance that day, you see, when it's A, you say it's A. He did well his performance, but the award, he didn't deserve it. And I feel Ohima Mercy, like Otimemu, was all over with MOG, like the collaboration they won. They even won the Gospel Song of the Year. So what prevented her from not winning the Gospel Artist of the Year? And you ask, how come Joe Metal end up winning Gospel Artist of the Year? It's unfathomable. Like, Ujiwa, Mentiasia, oh,
what did Ohima Mercy do that makes you think she deserves it?
Okay. If you're going for song, which of course her song Otimemu won the Gospel Song of the Year, Ohima Mercy has worked year under review, like she's been all over. I've been saying that Yobu Ami is a good song, but it has not covered as much as Ohima Mercy's Otimemu, and even that of, what do we call it, the works of Celestine Donko. So Joe's award that night, honestly speaking, was meant for one of these ladies, especially Ohima Mercy. So it's an award, it's one of the awards that I was against, but against all odds. The other ones, whoever won it, you know, if Black Sherif had even won Artist of the Year, it's not debatable, because his works are out there, he's worked so much. He's not the only artist to come as a new artist and then the winning Artist of the Year. Sarkodie did that. So anyone amongst certain lists winning was okay. But that particular award won by Joe Metal, honestly speaking, he didn't deserve it.
Black.
Yeah. Award schemes come with controversy. Some reckon that if Dana Hamilton and Joe Metal are in contention, they are likely to win in whatever categories they are at the VGM base. I know many have tired Dinah also winning so many awards. But, well, I would like to, I observed that this year, it seems the awards were shared, let me say, equitably. You know, 2-1, with the exception of Kiddy, who won about 5 awards, and then Stoneboy, who got about 3 awards. It seems the rest, J2, now they're chalky. Jebakon, DP. So you see that this year, the artists themselves are not up in arms. Because Lyrical Joe, when the 3 music didn't go well, this guy is as if he nearly gave up music. So, DMB na menye. DMB na menye, I'm going to say, me bomb me humode. And na VGM is, you say, Odeje Tahokuchu. And then, you know, it isn't a bad, 1 or 2 others could have also won that category. But I'm happy for Lyrical Joe. If he was about giving up music, this should, you know, give him a second look. I was very delighted with Niele's female vocal performance win. That girl is one to watch for the future, or that lady is one to watch for the future. And so I was delighted. I was happy with Greedy Men picking up the Green Award. That's Vodafone going to pay him some money. And then TV3 also partnering the scheme for good music as well. And then upon his return, after his surgeon, he also picks the Reggae Artist Award. So a good outing for the Beam Lord. We hope that the Def Jam signing will also bring more good tidings for him. With the others, I would have expected CK to win for the Best African Artist. His music, I felt, was quite, had traveled many miles, but then Wizkid is Wizkid, and so he picked that one. Regarding the male vocal performance, as Romeo has said, Black Sherif's Gold Digger was a good contender, but then as a new art, for male vocal performance, I think Kwesi P picked that one, and I was delighted with that one as well, because often our veteran artists feel or become disillusioned that after some time they are just thrown away into the corner of history, that they cannot even get a whiff of the VGMA stage, much more to talk about even winning. They don't even get a chance to be invited to even perform. So when I saw that Kwesi P has killed this all, I was really delighted.
That's not entirely correct, because there have been instances where I've forgotten which year it was, but it's not been 5 years, where there was a part of the performance that was old school. We had Aketechi on stage, a whole lot of people.
But those are the exceptions.
Unless I'm misunderstanding.
That's the exception. But what is the norm? When was the last time you saw Obrafo mounting a VGMA stage? When was the last time you saw Tiny? When was the last time you saw Lord Kenya? When was the last time you saw those who really...
So who is there a disconnect? And if there is, who is...
You see,
who is the cause?
Artists complain of this. Actresses, actors complain of this. The thing with the Ghanaian society is we tire. You know, I'm out for who flow in them. So after some time, no more bashing, yeshka, fame, enjoy. You know, that's the thing. So after a while, even through no fault of yours, it is only few people who have defied that odds, like Samini. And Samini is a rare breed, because from his class, it seems it's only he and maybe one or two others. Other than that, all of them are bashing. Book back, are bashing. You know, all the others are bashing. And so I'm delighted Kwesi P has been able to stage such a it's a huge comeback for him, and I was very much delighted with that one.
I'm sure Romeo will have very little to say about the best new artist, because he was actually rooting for Black Sherif to win, and he won.
You see, when it's obvious, there's no debate about it. But maybe I think some of these award schemes, they just create that caveat for more discussions. So that at least today we are talking about certain things. If it had been 100% or maybe sort of so excellent without blemish, maybe the discussions would have been minimal. But they create such... It could also be so deserving, and we still have more to talk about. That's what I feel. But Black Sherif, honestly speaking, if he was even in 10 categories, he could have won all. Maybe, like you said, maybe they just wanted to ensure some level of respect and equity so that everyone's work is appreciated. Otherwise, you know, I don't know if it was VIP. One song was able to sweep like multiple awards. So if Black's what it was, second sermon, first sermon, all these tracks are even being played on international stages, even when he's even sleeping in bed, it tells you the mileage is enjoyed. So he could have won everything he was competing in. But I think to some extent, it leaves an avenue for competition so that he doesn't feel too relaxed and complacent in working harder. So to some extent, I don't mind. But when people have worked so hard and they deserve and it's given to others, that's where, for me, I come to point out. But Black Sherif was so deserving on the night.
Best rap performance went to Lyrical Joe, 5th August 5. Deserving?
Yeah. as I said,
he was in the same category with Sarkodie, Rollies and Seagars, The Throne, Amrado, Woodini Anthem, Obibini, Last Verse, Strongman, and Wontia City Flow.
Sometimes, just with football matches, and a timely save, a quick tackle, or a last gasp goal can change the fortunes of a team.
Suarez.
Exactly. else Black Stars would have been the first African team in the semi-final. So, for Lyrical Joe, I think this was timely, because I feared when I listened to him speak with Otman said the man was broken, and I don't know what could have happened. So I'm happy he got this one. I mean, at least G1, you know, and then life continues. So, and he's put in the work as well. So, yeah.
And Amrado, who many take to win, has congratulated.
Exactly, you have to. You have to. That's good sportsmanship. Yeah.
Romeo, you want to say something?
Yeah, I think with the rap category, we don't usually have so much rap contests within the space. So people try to judge the prowess of some rappers through beefs. And you realize that, what do we call it, Obibini and Amrado, that beef was a beef of the year. So I was thinking one of them should have come top. And I think on that score, in terms of the beef, it was Obibini. So if there was going to be a crowning moment for a rap king in terms of year under review, I was tipping Obibini. However, it's just not within the battle aspect. There are people who have played with words in terms of in their songs that you would even have to sit deep to understand the rap, just like Manifest and others. So for me, the rap game, I think the rappers should define themselves. They should do more rap stuff. And then it shouldn't be known that, yes, we know maybe, what do we call it, Sarkodie is a good rapper. It's not automatic that because he's a good rapper, every year he should be in the category. Maybe there should be year under review that Sarkodie did not even make the rapper of the year list because there were 2, 3, 4 guys whose work under review like carried more punches. So maybe next time, maybe Lyrical Joe, Obibini, and just Amrado, or maybe Strongman, just in the category without Sarkodie. So Sarkodie also be pinched to realize that, hey, people are knocking. But it shouldn't be automatic for everybody because the person like is sort of a heavyweight rapper. Shouldn't just always be in if his work is not deserving.
I see. Vodafone Most Popular Song of the Year. That's a category that had like 12 nominees. I'm sure it was tough for it was tough for the board because all the songs in there, Slow Down by Can Promise, Otimimu Wahima Messi featuring Emoji, yeah, Kwame Kwame featuring Kwame Eugene, Forever Remix, Jackie featuring Omale, Jemapel, that's Dakon Vibes featuring Davido, Second Sermon, Black Sheriff, Dollar on You, Kwame Eugene, Yeobu Amijo Metal. Anytime I mention Yeobu Ami, then Romeo smile. Praise from Fameye, Icho Sefa, Mood, Dr. Drew, and Kiddy won with Touch It. Romeo.
I think I predicted that award as in that category. And I was thinking if Black Sheriff was there and Kiddy was there, he could have won. And Jackie's song, because of that feature with Omale, I think she also enjoyed some vast mileage. Yeah. So Kiddy winning it, I was telling you that I was monitoring some international fronts like India, Pakistan, and Touch It was all over. Yeah. So it was a big song. Exactly, you can't contest it. But when you tell me about Yeobu Ami in that category, you see, no, you see, I said, yeah, why are they fine now? They are to me. Exactly. You shouldn't always try to satisfy some people at all costs. You see, all if you check the category, these are heavyweights. And if you are mentioning heavyweights, you don't add bantamweights.
Vodafone Most Popular Song.
Touch It. I can't fault it. I can't fault it. So, Kiddy, you see that this session, Kwame Eugene had laid back. You see that that's the scheme. These Lanes guys are not joking. They have this on rotation. You see that this scheme, this session, they told Kwame, relax for your brother, let him go and then bring it home.
No, I disagree.
And then, you know,
that is his assertion.
Oh,
no. It is not a fact.
This is my.
No, but actually, if you look at the way things work,
this is how they play it.
Because Kwame Eugene has won Artist of the Year before. So
their releases, like the time they release, the timing they do, everything.
Yeah,
the publicity,
it's
like,
they release,
exactly.
Now we release.
Exactly. So this session is for Kidi, and you see that Kwame Atachuku. And then Baba Sadiq was saying he's listening to his new album, and then when it's released, this guy is going to take over Africa. So now that Kidi has gotten his Kidi Beshi, Kwame, it's your turn.
Kwame's album Rags to Riches.
Exactly. So I mean, these guys, they are not playing. So, but Touch It, I mean, that was a banger. One thing I have to say is Songwriter of the Year, Praise Famille. Such a delightful tune. The ingredients.
Kinata has congratulated him as well.
The ingredients.
Kinata had four.
He's broken.
You see that
he's broken.
When the person is deserving of the award, it resonates, like it's natural. It's felt all over, and that is how it's supposed to be. And for once, I was trying to classify the good writers, and I had Akwabwa, Kinata and Famia in my books. You know, Famia is walking the path of Okonfo Kwade, who was loved by even non-hip life people and even the aged and the whole lot. He tells the story, and our stories are enjoyed most from that emotional point of view. The hassles, the struggles. Those were the avenues where Sarkodie punched his raps for people to align with him, and he became the darling boy. And Famia is telling people's story day in, day out in his songs. And Praise was one fantastic thing he did.
We have 3 minutes.
It's not debatable.
3 minutes to do this. Artist of the Year can promise Kwame Eugene, Sarkodie, Black Sheriff, Kidi, Jometo, and Kidi One. Black.
Who I feel sorry for is King Promise. I think he was nominated in 5 categories and got nothing. I mean, that's serious.
Yeah. Which year did...
medical.
Medical, seven nominations.
Charlie, I was like, God damn, King Promise, come on, what's happening?
No, but the categories were tough. And if you see the categories and then the winners, sometimes
you can't
there's nothing to say. Because Artist of the Year, which other? Male vocalist, which Kwesi won. Afrobeat, Afro-pop Artist of the Year, which went to Kidi.
Kidi was his nemesis.
Yeah.
See, Abrantepa, if henceforth, if any DJ tells me that they can't exhaust, they can't use just Ghanaian playlists for a whole show, even if it's 10 hours, I feel they are being unjust to the Ghanaian arts.
Sometimes maybe you want to spice it.
Exactly. Maybe once in a while you pass through with maybe a Davido song. That's fine because it's allowed. But that percentage, 70%, 80%, you have it. See, this is one of the toughest categorization in terms of Ghanaian music. Yeah. Or like all my life that I've seen. It's difficult that you see good songs, not even... You don't feel the slightest disappointment that this person didn't win in this category because, you know, this one was also a notch higher. You get it? And this is where timing is key. People have good songs, but they try to monitor the waves, airwaves, to realize, okay, this guy is doing well. Let me check his view on YouTube. Maybe he's doing this. If I release, am I going to match up? If not,
I'll drown.
Hold it. But people just want to float. So they just release up, and then it gets to a point when people are not getting big releases, you've already thrown away a big hit. So you can't bring it back. So that's why some artists are very tactical. They know when to drop it. And I'm telling you, see, nobody should be deceived that Kidi is going to lie low. Because, what do we call it? Kwame Eugene is coming up with Rags to Riches. Kidi... Is it?
That would have been my next question.
Exactly.
Because, you know, sometimes...
Kidi is molded differently.
When they win Artist of the Year, the subsequent year, there is...
Whether you can retain it.
No, but I don't see that coming with Kidi. See, if you check last year, he could have won this Artist of the Year back to back. But he didn't win the Artist of the Year.
Yeah, he bounced back.
He bounced back. He won series of awards last year. And even 3 music awards, he won. And then this time around, he has won. And I'm telling you that if you check Kiddy's commitment to his art, he's not someone who is going to relent on his oars because he's won. No. And mind you, he's going to even challenge himself. And it's going to be difficult for others to beat Kiddy.
Like I asked my colleagues, what will be your ratings? VGMs, quick one.
This year I'll give them 6 over 10.
6 over 10. Romeo?
For award winners, those who like proper award winners, I would say apart from, if not for Jometo, maybe I would have given them 9. But for Jometo winning that category, which I'm not happy with, I'm scoring them 7.
But Jometo Nkwana to about 7.
Yes,
from 9 to 7.
I feel that. No, I feel that proper. There should be fairness in all facets of our national lives.
Okay.
So when you are doing then the entire event, apart from some hitches and stuff, for me, I'll score them 8 because they can't be perfect. But they should still look at that space to grow beyond some of the hitches we experienced in this year's VGMA.
Okay. That's McDonald Nanaya Asari, aka Romeo, event organizer, artist manager, and a politician, Madina Social Welfare Assemblyman. You also heard the views of Black Pepper, aka the Mystic Mike, is with blackpepper.com. Emmanuel Efilino Rough. This almost say Oboe Juma. Mate. Thanks to Kwame Adong, to Richard Vanderpoy, to Bernard Labi, Same, Rabna Everett, LC for the production, and also Amabruni. We shall be back some other time with yet another insightful and riveting edition of Bloggers Forum. Thank you for watching the show. I am Benefo Boabin Abrantipa.
This is another exciting edition of Talk Entertainment. This time around, we are coming live from the AICC Grand Arenas. It's different, yeah, the stage is different and all of that, we know. And that's why we are happy to bring you this fresh feel. We are here with the very beautiful Sugar Titi. You look ravishing.
Thank you so
Please
much.
take a good look at her for me. Give us a turn. Give us a 360. Woo! Okay, so I can see, as always, you're not in bra. What's the motivation behind that? Why?
My designer chose this outfit. She says, oh, she's House of A.
Okay.
She says, I want you to look this way today. I'm like, okay, I'm good.
So is it the case that all your outfits are without bra? And what's the motivation behind it?
It's not all my outfits anyway.
Okay. So what outfits would you pick to wear and then choose to wear bra?
There are some that I've worn with bra.
Okay.
Maybe you didn't realize.
And there are few, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So is it that you want your boobs to let loose, to be free, or you just simply advertise for stuff?
No, my designer actually decides.
What to wear?
I don't actually tell her what I want. I'll tell her to create something for me and then.
Okay.
She wears.
I know this is BGMS, but let's have a little chit chat. You just buried your dad. My condolences to you. How did it go? How's the entire funeral? I hope it all went well.
Oh, it went well.
Okay. So, do you agree that you've been controversial?
I'm a baby girl.
But do you agree to that though? Because most people see you to be a controversial brand. Do you agree with that?
Yeah. Some people just don't understand me, and some people have accepted. Some are yet to accept. So, but there have been changes. If I compare now to 2018, there have been massive changes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the changes in what aspect?
Positive.
Okay.
A lot of people are accepting that, okay, this is me. I just like to, like, you know, wear what I want to wear, be myself, and nothing bad. Like.
So what do you call yourself?
I'm a model, I'm an actress.
And
a vixen, a video vixen.
There's this word you use, nudist.
Yeah, I used to be, I'm no more nudist. Because now I wear something, I wear a bra and pants, a bikini.
Okay.
There's no
the
nude.
bikinis though, do you advertise for brands or usually?
Yeah, I do advertise for brands.
Okay, so do you get backlash in your DMs when you post all those things online?
I used to, but not anymore. Now
but how about the men, and how do you handle their attitudes in your DM?
Oh no, now I'm used to them. I won't even lie. I'm so used to them.
You're used to them, huh?
Yeah.
So they still come and offer you all sorts just to... Does it still stand?
I mean, men are moved by what they see, so they'll still come.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I see you roll a lot with the likes of Ifya, Tracy, and Co. What's your actual relationship with them?
Ifya is my godmother.
Okay.
Tracy is my big sister, so that is it. Yeah.
Okay. Did she tell you the actual reason why she wasn't present?
Oh yeah. She wasn't around, and then Tracy wasn't also around. She came the same day at the funeral, and the funeral wasn't in that crowd, it was in BA, so it's understandable she couldn't make it.
Okay, you posted a certain video on your page, and then you were like, people are saying you don't have a family.
Yeah.
People are saying you don't have a family. So, how did that happen, and why did you choose to react to that?
Oh, I realized that because of what I do, they think maybe I came from the sea, or maybe I just came to exist because someone said I was Mami Water. So I was like, okay, how? And the person was like, it's not like he has seen me outside before. You don't meet me at the mall, you don't meet me anywhere. I only post pictures, so if I'm human, how come I don't come out?
Wow.
Yeah.
How did you react to that?
Not at all. I was okay. I was 100% okay because it is true. I barely go out. I hate going out. I go out when it's needed.
Okay. Tell us about your social life. Are you dating?
I'm not dating.
Wow, that's really hard to believe. I'm a lady, but I know that's really hard to believe.
How?
Why aren't you dating?
Because I'm not dating.
Why? Any reason? Because a pretty lady like you.
Oh,
but you're not the type that likes tag. You don't like a label. You don't want to be held down by one person.
Oh no, I am. But okay, I'm dating.
A known figure or someone who's...
I don't like known people.
Why?
Oh no, I don't.
But you roll with them a lot.
Yes, but I can't date them.
Why? Because you know what they do, or you know... Oh, okay.
I've never liked any known person. No, I can't be with a known person. I want a reserved person. Yeah, someone who minds his business and just keep making money.
Okay, what's your relationship with Moisha? I see you guys in a video clip, and I see you rolling with her in the video clip. And then I don't know, aside that, you guys are cool, if I understand. So how you must have heard of her condition.
Yeah.
So how do you feel about the entire thing, and what do you think should be done about it with regards to now she's all over social media posting and all of that? Do you think she should limit it, or do you think that, what do you actually think about the entire situation?
Oh no, I feel people will always talk regardless. So she should just do what she wants to do. I mean, they will always talk. If you're quiet, she wasn't posting some time ago, and they were all complaining, oh, it's not posting, oh, it's not doing this, oh, it's not doing that.
So now that she's posting, yeah. But have you reached out to her?
No, I haven't yet.
Why?
No, nothing personal, I just haven't.
Okay, so take us through your journey. Sugar Titi.
Yeah.
All we saw one day was boom, Sugar Titi was on social media. Where did she come from? So people will not know you came from the sea. She's not from the sea, actually, she's human.
Oh,
so
no,
tell us about yourself.
I was born in the BA.
Okay.
Mim.
Okay.
And I was taken to Kumasi, taken to Takoradi, back to Kumasi. Okay. Then I moved to Accra.
Okay.
And I decided to do something. So I went to learn makeup, it wasn't working. So I started doing shit for myself, and I realized people liked what I was doing. So
you chose to go that lane.
Yeah.
But then
Last, I think some time back, in an interview with Delay, you were speaking on the fact that you had a lot of daddy issues.
Yeah.
How is it now? Is it still the same? Do you suffer relapses from that?
I didn't get the question. You said daddy.
Yeah, daddy issues.
Oh no.
How is that now?
Oh, it's okay. At least he's gone.
What do you mean by at least he's gone?
Oh, no, like it's not like he's dead. I would have to think that's okay. I have to go to my dad. I'm going to meet my stepmom. You see that kind of thing. So.
But were you guys in good terms?
No, we're not before he died. We're not.
Really?
No, we're not.
How come? Did you try to make amends?
Like it's a lot. I wouldn't want to go into details, but we were not.
So did his death hit you?
Oh yeah, I was really sad, especially when I saw his lifeless body laying there like that.
What were some of the questions running through your mind?
Like, is he really gone? He changed. He wasn't the man I knew. When I saw him, I was like, wow, so my daddy is gone.
So how long since you saw him till the time that he died?
Like 6 or 7 years.
Wow.
Yeah. Why? Don't get issues with me because me, I stress issue.
For 7 good years, and then one day you are called that your dad is dead.
Never step on my toe.
How was your reaction? How did you feel? That must be really
Honestly, I was sad. I wouldn't even lie about that. And I was crying, and then my friends took video. People felt it was staged. I didn't react to that very one because I knew how sad I was. You understand? When I saw his lifeless body, oh no, it was bad. Like I wanted to talk to him, but he looked like a different person. He wasn't the daddy I knew because I learned he was sick before he died, so he changed.
Rumors were flying out there that your dad is a wealthy man and all of that. People are actually arguing. Sugar Titi, okay, so the Sugar Titi you guys were seeing it on social media thinking she has nobody, she's a loner and all of that. Her dad is actually a wealthy man. How true is that?
He was okay.
Is that he owns so and so? They were actually mentioning a lot of properties.
Oh, he was okay.
Okay.
He was okay.
So do you see yourself trying to inherit any of those, or you wouldn't dare go that tangent?
Yeah, I'm the first child, so if it comes, fine, but I wouldn't go for it.
What's your relationship with your stepmom, your father's wife? Still tough.
I don't want to talk about that one.
So how was the funeral then? If there was no communication, you did your own thing and she also did her own thing.
No, we're like cool. Everyone is cool. You're just being in your zone and being in my zone. Everybody is trying to mind their business. Everyone is trying to behave like a civil person. So we're okay.
What has your dad's death taught you? What's that one lesson that you have learned?
To reconcile with anyone you're not in good terms with, regardless the reason. Honestly, because I really wanted to talk to him. You know, the thing is, my dad was the one motivating me. You understand? When I was being sacked from the house, I wanted to make it and make him feel like, with or without you, I made it. Yeah. You understand? Yeah, that was the whole thing.
And has that reflected in your life, in your attitude, your character anyway? Do you think that going forward, it's going to make me sober? My father's death is going to make me sober. I'm going to limit some of the things I do. Have you made such decisions?
The thing is, I'll do everything at the right time, you understand? So if I feel like, okay, I want to do this thing now, I'll just stop and do it. If I feel like, okay, I have to still continue with what I'm doing.
Do you have plans of getting married?
Yeah, I believe in marriage. Marriage is a beautiful thing.
Having kids and settling down?
Like one.
One?
Yeah.
You don't spoil your beautiful body?
Oh, not because of that. I'm scared of childbirth.
How? I think you should brace yourself for it. Because every woman is going to go there one day. Or you don't.
I pray I meet a man who would understand that we have a surrogate.
Wow. Why would you take the pain to do that though?
Oh no, because I'm scared of childbirth. It's not even because of my body or anything, but a lot of women lose their lives. Like it's scary.
You're scared.
Yeah.
Okay. Speaking of your body, you've heard rumors that you've done liposuction.
Okay. No, I haven't done it.
You haven't?
No, I haven't.
Are you sure?
No, I haven't.
Look at your waist.
You can train, you get waist train and then go to the gym.
You're lying.
I'm not lying.
You celebrities, you really, really lie to us.
How?
Yes, a lot.
No, I don't like what you're doing. No.
You see a celebrity with a big tummy who sells flat tummy tea. That's so unfair, though. That's so unfair. But okay, well, anyways, I'll believe you if you say you haven't
No,
done
I haven't, my love. I haven't.
So we should train.
Yeah, train.
For how long?
But training should be a lifestyle. It shouldn't be like, okay, I'm training for this month. You will get it. When you stop, it will come back. That's the whole thing.
If you have a busy lifestyle in country,
you have to adjust.
So what's your thoughts on liposuction? People, it's not everybody that can train. People want permanent results.
No, so if you want it and you have the money, go for it. I mean, why? Go for it.
So you don't frown on it?
No. Why? Okay. It's your life. It's your decision.
Okay. All right. It's been fun having you on Talkatainment here on GhanaWeb TV. This has been the beautiful Sugar Titi. She said quite a number of interesting things, and I can't wait for you to see it. This is Talkatainment live on GhanaWeb TV, and this time around coming from the Grand Arena inside the AICC. We hope to come your way sometime soon. So stay blessed.
There's a market hub which won us this award. Please look forward to greater things. We are working so hard, and I thank the government of Ghana for making it possible for us to get this far. Thank you.
Thank you once again, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Greetings from Ghana, Akwaba, to the center of the world, where Ghana Export Promotion Authority will be hosting the WTPO, that is the World Trade Promotion Organization's conference. Ghana Export Promotion Authority is a proud winner in 2018 for being the best organization to use IT to promote trade. And we are so proud to have all of you coming from all over the world to be here. So much has happened with COVID and its attendance issues, and hopefully we will be able to connect after so many months of not seeing each other. We will be able to have a conversation on how to move trade around this pandemic. When you come to Ghana, you are also coming to the commercial hub of Africa, where we have the AFCFTA headquartered here. That means you are at the right place and you will be here at the right time to start any business, to continue with any business, to keep the conversation going on after and what to achieve and how to take advantage of it. This is a place to be in May 2022.
So please join me to welcome to the podium Dr. Ifua Asabi-Asare.
Good morning, colleague journalists. Thank you to the minister, and welcome to Ghana, Madam Pamela Cook-Hamilton and her team. In 2018, when Ghana put in the bid to host the WTPO, we had no idea that the world was going to sign up for lessons in maneuvering in times of business turbulence. But here we are today. The conference had to be rescheduled a number of times, but for very good reasons and very obvious reasons. In the last 2 years, I can say without a doubt that if for nothing at all, we have practically learned so much as organizations, both small businesses and big businesses. We have learned to use other means of getting around. We have learned to use other means of communicating. We have relied on what we do best at Ghana Export Promotion Authority, as we want the best use of IT. And we had the opportunity to even use it to the advantage of our exporters and our potential exporters. In the last 2 years, we have done a lot of what we do virtually. But one thing is for certain, synergies and collaboration always results in powerful outcomes and gains. At a time when many businesses have suffered due to the pandemic, it is important for us to look at what we as agencies can do to reorient ourselves to support our economies towards sustainable trade and help smaller businesses navigate their way and improve their resilience to the shocks that we have all seen. This conference is going forward despite many disruptions due to the COVID. And there is a high interest among participants. We haven't seen ourselves for years. In fact, we were supposed to have congregated in 2020, but because of the pandemic. So there's a high participant expectation, and we are not going to disappoint. We have from 57 countries, TPUs from all over the world. At least 1/3 of them, I'm proud to say, are women. Trade promotion organizations offer very practical programs to help businesses, especially small businesses, to connect to the international markets, and this we do through the International Trade Center. My colleague, former CEO of NEPC, Nigeria Export Promotion Council, will call it the mothership. ITC is the mothership that we all latch on to get to places. And as we emerge from this pandemic, it matters to share what many businesses should do to make our work resilient and what we do successful. And as a trade promotion organization and as part of this big organization of ITC, the WTPO is here in Ghana to discuss ways of how we stay resilient in the face of what is going on in the world. This morning I learned a new thing. There's 3 C's, that is the conflict, the COVID, and climate. And so we are going to discuss how we will stay resilient in the face of all of this. Thank you very much. I would like to end here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Let's give a round of applause. Now, the theme for this gathering is Bold Solutions for Resilience and Recovery. Bold Solutions for Resilience and Recovery. And as Ifwa mentioned, lives all over the world are being affected by the 3 C's, the conflict, the COVID, and the climate. And if trade is going to get back to where we all want it to be, so that, for example, for us here in Ghana, we can produce more, export more, earn more, foreign exchange, improve the quality of lives of the average Ghanaian, we require bold solutions for resilience and recovery. And so do other economies and other trade promotion agencies around the world. I want to invite to the podium the Executive Director, International Trade Center. What does the ITC bring to town as it comes to town with this gathering? Please join me to welcome Madame Pamela Cook-Hamilton for her remarks. Pam.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much. It's great to be back here. I always enjoy being in Ghana, and it's been one of the most life-changing experiences of my life, going to the Cape Coast Castle and seeing from whence we came. I'm originally Jamaican, and so this is part of our home soil. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and let me thank the Minister and my good friend Afua for allowing us to be here and to host this important conference. What we found is, and it speaks to our theme, bold solutions for resilience and recovery. At a time when businesses have suffered so tremendously during the COVID crisis, and now the massive supply chain disruptions that we're facing. And I learned something new today as well, the 3 Fs, the food, fuel, and what was it? Finance, there you go. So, you know, we exchanged the 3 Cs for the 3 Fs and we're still in trouble. Either way, we need to take a long, hard look at what we're doing as organizations. We need to pivot, we need to look at, are we fit for purpose? Are we doing what we were supposed to be doing, and how do we change what we're doing to make it more apt for the current times? So we launched this conference at a time of major global upheaval. It's not business as usual, it cannot be. We are in a situation where there are rising inflation rates, the fuel costs are insurmountable, the disruptions, of course, as I said, in the supply chains, the pandemic recovery, and also, you know, the fact that there's a huge mental block in terms of how countries see themselves and where they want to go. So every day, we also see the climate change impacts and what that is going to mean for migration and other crises across the world. So we hold this conference, trade promotion organization conference, and it seems kind of, why? You know, there are lots of other things we could be doing. But let me tell you why. Because trade promotion organizations are one of the single most critical institutional elements that any country will have. And a successful one speaks to the success of a nation. And this is why GEPA is so important to us as well, because it has been extremely successful. I also say this because I believe in institution building. One of the things I said when I first arrived at ITC almost 2 years ago was that I don't believe in helicopter technical assistance. I don't believe it works. I'm from a developing country. I think that we are more than capable to carry on institutions once the capacity is built. But if we don't build the capacity, we keep coming back. Now, I'm not saying I don't want to come back to Ghana, but I'd prefer to come back just to hang out, you know, and eat the goat soup and so on, because Jamaica does goat soup. We call it manish water, but it's the same thing. But what I will say as well is the TPOs are the basis, the fundamentals of any SME development. It's been found in our own statistics that TPOs that are functional allow SMEs 3 times more SMEs export when they're linked to their TPOs than any other. It also allows twice in terms of the likelihood of them being able to innovate and create new products if they're linked to their TPOs, because they get information, because they get access, because they get guidance and mentoring, and because they have a system that works for them. So this is why we're having this conference. It also allows us from 57 countries to share experiences, to look at best practices, to see how we can all move together as countries instead of apart. And finally, I think it's also an opportunity for them to see Ghana, to showcase the opportunities here, to showcase what investment possibilities there are, and also to just enjoy what is a fantastic country. Thank you very much.
So, Pam, thank you for those brief remarks. There's a poignant remark you made. I hope it didn't just slip through. But she makes the point that it's proven that where TPOs work, local economies are the major beneficiaries. And you are 3 times as likely to succeed when SMEs are linked to their TPOs in terms of the kind of exports that you will get, and in terms of value addition and the creation of new products. So TPOs work. That's why here in Ghana we take GEPA very seriously, and it's exciting that the world of TPOs is coming to Accra between the 17th and the 18th of May for this conference, especially at this time, where the 3 Cs are translating into 3 Fs and giving us all over the world our own challenges. I want to pass the microphone to you now, colleagues. You may have some questions on the back of this, and it'll be a good time to take your questions. I'm directing my first question at you. So what's in it for Ghana? When we are done, when all the talk is done, when everybody's left town, what is in it for Ghana? That would be my question to you. And then I'll take other questions from colleagues. Can I get the microphone, please? Give me a wave where you are, and then we'll bring the microphone to you. Therefore, let me invite you to the podium, maybe to take my question, and if by the time we are done I have other takers, I'll come to them.
What is in it for us? 57 countries are representing in Ghana from now till even the 20th, because there are other meetings on the back of what we are doing. Can you imagine what it will mean for us, even economically? Yes. So we are going to gain a lot from what is happening at the WTPO. We are going to learn from our peers what they have done to sustain business in their countries. It is a peer sharing kind of experience that is going to happen there. We are going to learn from the best practices. We are exposing Ghana to the world. We are exposing the best of what we have to the world. And that is why it wasn't only GEPA that formed part of the committee that helped in making this happen. We worked in collaboration with a lot of the agencies and the ministries as well as the Ministry of Information. That's why you see us here, because we want to put our best foot forward. We want to show what we have in Ghana. It's going to take Ghana out of its little space here. It's putting us on the world map once again. It's telling the whole world, it's showcasing what we have to the rest of the world. It's not just about TPUs, is about what we have, the services that we provide. And so if we are going to serve our guests well, they are going to go out there and tell the rest of the world what they have experienced here. We should make it experiential for them. We should make their stay here comfortable. We should present the best of what we have to them. And for me, that is what it's going to be. It's going to be a very good story that they'll be taking with them. And that sells Ghana, and that is why we are there as an export promotion agency, to sell our country and everything in it that is good to be sold on the international market. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ifwa. The microphone is available. If there are any takers, we'll bring it out to you. But Pam, I'm also curious in finding out from you, at the time of global supply chain challenges, what is the ITC's view on the fact that some countries still adopt some nationalistic views and are not necessarily opening up to allow the kind of international trade that we require, especially at this time? I'll come to you for a quick reaction to that one. Do I have any other takers? Else we'll wrap up on that question. I have a taker at the back, so let me go there. So Pam, please note that question for me, and then I'll come to you. Yes, sir. Please introduce yourself and let's hear your question.
My name is Noble Crosby, and I work with...
Please speak up so that we can hear you.
What I want to find out is, I have two questions. So, in this partnership, what possible challenges are we likely to face? And if there are any at all, and how would we overcome them? And how will the impact trickle down to the fibers of the local economies?
Thank you. Ifwa, please make a note of that question, especially because you are in charge of Ghana's trade promotion organization. What are some of the challenges that, as we try to recover, you still foresee? And are there any early solutions? And then finally, he's asking, how and when would it get down to the very ordinary entrepreneur at the next junction? All of this thing that you are doing at the high level. Nana, let me take you, and then I'll come for responses.
Yes, good morning, madam. Sorry. Yeah, with the COVID pandemic, what can you give for Ghana's export business? Did it do well, or we were not able to withstand the shocks of the, how do you call it, the supply deficiencies and things like that? Were we able to stand or withstand the shocks of the COVID? Thank you.
Thank you. So, if again this comes to you, what is your reading of Ghana's export performance, especially during this pandemic period? And with your permission, if I may narrow that down a bit more to the non-traditional export space, and if you can comment on those ones, we'll wrap up afterwards. Thank you.
With the conference that is going on in our work with ITC,
I particularly don't see any challenges. What I see is us coming together and even deepening the relationship we have and working more to help the small businesses. So what this conference is going to achieve eventually is how we are even going to help and support the small businesses to achieve more. And that is why Ghana Export Promotion Authority is putting everything it can in place to support small businesses. The Impact Hub, the Market Hub, and all the interventions that we are doing with the support of organizations like ITC. The second question was?
The second question was about how Ghana fared during this COVID in terms of exports.
Oh, yes. Ghana fared very well. Other countries, as other countries were going down in exports, we rather went up by 17%, which has never happened in the history of this country before. So we are doing very well, and it is all due to the collaborative work that we do with other agencies and the International Trade Center. So thank you very much. We are doing very well. Thank you.
Thank you. Pam, you want to give us a quick reaction to my earlier question, global supply chain challenges and nationalism?
Thank you so much. Thanks, Minister. I just wanted to say, in terms of the global supply chain challenges, I always, as I said, like to take things from a historical perspective. It is completely natural for countries that feel threatened to pull inwards. But I don't think that is going to last long. We are already seeing a movement of what we call nearshoring or friendshoring taking place, where there are amazing opportunities now for Africa because of the shift out of China and Asia towards new potential markets, which will loosen up the supply chain disruptions and allow greater ease of movement. I think it's also important to recognize that there has not been a crisis like this in almost 100 years. It just hasn't happened. And so I don't think there's anybody here over 100, but none of us would know exactly how to address this in real time. That, added to the conflict with the Ukraine, has also exacerbated the situation, increased supply costs, migration, refugee crisis, the whole, it's almost like a perfect storm. So, in essence, what is happening is that the world is recalibrating. And as the world recalibrates, you'll see shifts in supply chains, you'll see shifts in value chains, and that is where the African Continental Free Trade Area is going to be an enormous opportunity as well for Africa to continue to build out its free trade and also its impact in the rest of the world. So.
Thank you, Pam. Couldn't have said it any better. Thank you so much, Pam. Colleagues, these words may be very few, but they are loaded, I assure you, they are loaded. This is the Executive Director of the International Trade Center saying to you here in Accra that there has not been a crisis like this in about 100 years. The impact is severe, but it also offers opportunities to countries that can spot the opportunities therein. And those opportunities, for example, play out in the 17% growth in exports, a good chunk of them non-traditional exports that IFWA talks about. Because as global supply chains are constrained, as various economies are locked down, and they still require a lot of inputs into those economies, the Ghanaian entrepreneur, the Ghanaian farmer who can produce and through the export channels that are being opened by GEPA, have these products go out there, stands to gain in the midst of this very, very severe crisis. These are some of the conversations that will take place from the 17th to the 18th of May. And I want to encourage you to get your various media houses to join us, pay a lot of attention to these conversations, and also sell to businesses and entrepreneurs in Ghana and across Africa the kind of opportunities that exist even in the midst of this crisis. To the team from GEPA, IFWA, Sam and the team, I want to thank you for joining us this morning. To the team from the ITC, thank you for joining us this morning. And to you, our colleagues, as we thank you, please let the word go far that this is what's happening in Accra. A lot is happening in Accra this month of May as Africa seeks to recover. And I hope you join us to put the word out there. Thank you very much. Wish you all the best. Have a good weekend. This morning we have with us the Minister responsible for finance and a team from the Finance Ministry to give us a brief on something very significant that's going to happen here in Ghana this May, and which serves as an ignition to a broader recovery, of course, here in Ghana and across the continent. As you are aware, the world is looking to recover from twin crises, COVID-19 and then the impact of what's going on in Europe currently. And to do that, partnerships are very important. One of the major partners of Africa is the African Development Bank. And at this time, as Ghana prepares to step up our recovery effort and to deepen our partnerships in that area. The African Development Bank Group Annual General Meetings 2022 is coming to Ghana. This morning, the Minister responsible for Finance is here to officially announce to the country these meetings, what they mean for Ghana and the rest of the continent, and how we expect to make the best of it. I want to acknowledge a few persons who are here with us as we get it underway. The Director, External Resource Mobilization and Economic Relations Division at the Ministry of Finance, Madame Yvonne Kwanza, is here with us. Yvonne, thank you. You haven't come to my ministry before, eh? Welcome, welcome, welcome. The Chief Director, Dr. Patrick Nomo, is here with us. Thank you for being with us this morning. The Coordinating Director of Operations, Madame Stella Williams, is here with us. Stella, thank you very much for being with us. We'll be joined shortly by the Honorable John Kuma, Deputy Minister for the sector. He's handling something on behalf of the Honorable Minister. He will join us shortly. And we have with us the Minister responsible for Finance, the Honorable Ken Oforiatta. Please let's receive him with a big round of applause.
Good morning. Wow. Yeah, Kojo, this is a beautiful place. I really never been here, so I can see the use of your budget. Yeah, but really, thank you for taking time to join us for this. And as Kojo said, I think we have a pretty seminal event coming up with the Africa Development Bank. And there are many reasons that the reason why it is important for us, given the build-up of all of these events, as Minister said, from COVID to the Russian-Ukraine war. I think Kojo was a bit euphemistic in talking about events in Europe, but it's really an unfortunate war. So let me thank you, Kojo, for the opportunity for the ministry and myself to be here and to inform and update our fellow Ghanaians on this important event, the hosting of the 2022 Annual General Meeting of the Africa Development Bank at Accra International Conference Center from May 23rd to the 27th. It is the first time Ghana will be hosting this event in person in our history after we signed on as founding member state on 14th August 1963 in Khartoum, Sudan, and attended the bank's inaugural board meeting in November 64 in Lagos, Nigeria. Indeed, we had a Ghanaian, Dr. Kwame Donkofojo Kantinka, as the president of this bank between 1976 and July 1979. But it's truly intriguing, you know, to think that Nkrumah was one of the key founders of the OAU, and we've not had a meeting of the AFDB in Ghana, you know, forever. And even more significant, we have not had an organ of the African Union in our country since the founding, until was it a couple of years ago when the AFCFTA came into force. And it's like, with all the work we did, so we had the political emancipation of the continent and set up this great institution, and we don't get any benefit. But then 60 years later, you know, the next emancipation, of course, is economic and investment. And by divine whatever, it lands in our country. So patience and perseverance is important. John, welcome. Thank you. When you see people in white, they are coming from Ministry of Finance. Thanks a lot for making it. So for me, I just see this honor of this small country as we are, you know, literally launching the political emancipation of the continent and now some 60 years later, you know, heading the economic emancipation, which is really the new war, you know. But for us, what is even more enduring is the president's then declaration of the National Cathedral. And the reason I say that is because I look at, you know, life as, you know, political emancipation, economic emancipation, and a spiritual uplift, so that you can keep the values and tenets of what represents your country. So that triangle is important, and it seems it's coming together at this junction. And that's exciting for me. So we look at now the AFDB having its annual meeting here, and as luck will have it, we had it last year, but it was virtual. And then the shareholders and governors decided that, you know, we should continue and have the next one here, which will be physical. And so there we have it. The hosting is long overdue, but it's a great time because it's a time of significance that we have. So we'll host it, and the two main entities of the AFDB, as you know, Patrick, welcome, and that's the ADB itself and the Africa Development Fund for concession loans. So typically about 3,500 participants attend the AGM. Given the COVID issues, we expect it to be about a third of that in terms of delegates. And this year is also the 50th anniversary of the ADF. So it coincides, and it's also the 50th anniversary since the passing of our founding president, Nkrumah. So we have all these global issues. We have the 50th anniversary of the fund, the 50th anniversary of the passing of Dr. Nkrumah, and we have the AFCFTA headquartered here. So today, 41 African economies are severely exposed to at least one of three concurrent crises: rising food prices, rising energy prices, and tightening financial conditions. Finance ministers now call it, you know, the dreaded 3 Fs of food, fuel, and financial conditions. And that is just rippled through all of Africa. Food prices easily about 34% higher. Crude oil prices some 60% higher. Global inflation has risen. We saw our numbers yesterday move to, I believe, 23.6% or so, and a good chunk of it being imported inflation. So we truly are at our wits' end on the continent as to how to address these issues. And the numbers of people who are impacted is quite scary. And we have to look at that. So the newly poor in Africa has increased by some 55 million, and approximately 35 million former jobs are at risk around the continent due to reduced demand, enforced lockdowns, and global supply chains, and the war. So this toxic mix of challenges persists even as the continent recovers, or we try to recover, from the devastation of the COVID-19 pandemic. The spread and scope of these challenges require collective and coordinated action at the regional level if Africa is to overcome them. In the AFDB, we have a well-positioned institution with a convening power and a network of technical and financial resources to significantly contribute toward finding robust solutions to some of these intractable problems that we are experiencing. So the theme this time around is achieving climate resilience and a just energy transition for Africa. So the 2022 AGM is significant as it is the first fiscal meeting since 2019. Therefore, we must take advantage of this seminal AGM to advance discussions on building resilience, addressing financing gaps, and narrowing the continent's physical and digital infrastructure deficits. As a privileged host also of the AFCFTA, we are also providing an opportunity to advance the costs of economic integration in response to some of these challenges during the annual general meeting. Indeed, on the sidelines of this meeting, we also have 30 indigenous industrialists, 5 fintechs showcase their services and products. Ladies and gentlemen, the annual general meeting will be attended by ministers for finance, governors of central banks, leaders of local and international finance and development organizations, captains of industry and civil society, and organizations from the 81 member states of AFDB, made up of 54 regional and 27 non-regional members. So at this meeting, there will be a formal opening where President Nana Akufo-Addo will deliver the keynote address and closing ceremony, which will be web streamed and also televised. There will be a presidential dialogue on Africa development challenges and opportunities. The President has invited about 10 other heads of states to be here. They will be in 2 groups, really talking about the issues that are pertinent to the transformation of our continent. So that is going to be very exciting for us to see the minds and vision of our leaders. We'll also have 4 statutory sittings of the Board of Governors. Those are closed sessions, some 4 knowledge events in terms of building resilient digital economies for Africa, climate resistance in Africa's food systems, green jobs for youth and women, and the seminar on special drawing rights will also happen. Then we'll have an Africa Day event coinciding, as I mentioned, with both the 50th anniversary of the passing of Dr. Nkrumah and also the 50th anniversary of the ADF. But that will be a very exciting day with culture, speeches, youth, exhibitions, etc. So I believe that hosting this high-level event in Ghana will help convey our collective appreciation to the AFDB as a long-standing strategic partner of our country. Through an enduring partnership with the bank, Ghana has undertaken significant infrastructure developments, including the Pokwasi Interchange, Terminal 3, Awoshi Pokwasi, and Fufolso Solar Road, and then also the Savannah program in the north for agriculture. We've also made considerable progress in partnering with them in education, skill training, sanitation, and the modernization of agriculture in Ghana with the significant support of the AFD, including some solar systems, some TVET training, supply of fertilizers and seeds, and then transformation support to 100,000 SMEs in Ghana through the Rural Enterprise Project since '95. We're also thankful to AFDB for its support in establishing the new $800 to $1 billion development bank, which will officially be launched in June of next month. They provided $70 million of complementary financing to support that. So Ghanaians have a cause to take pride in and promote this enduring partnership with AFDB. We owe it to our forebears and ourselves to successfully host this important event for the continent. To this end, the local organizing committee, headed by Yvonne, has worked assiduously with officials of AFDB to deliver the key aspects of the AGM as outlined in an MOU that we signed with AFDB on November 8th, 2021. So I'm really happy to report that we've had 2 initial assessments which have gone very well. Just left a breakfast with Dr. Adesina and the diplomatic corps. He also paid a courtesy visit to our president yesterday, and I think we are 90% there of preparations, and it's going to be one of those moment for the continent in which we highlight the issues that are important to us and really ensure that AFDB begins to take its rightful role on the continent and among the leaders in the world of supporting financing of our continent. So some of the key issues that we will hope to achieve at the summit is how to push our non-regionals to acknowledge that the ADF, which is the concession financing, we should be able to go to the capital markets to leverage its 25 billion equity so that we can bring more resources to the continent. The reason why it's important, two reasons. One, when a country, African country, goes to the market, you end up getting an interest rate of at least 8%, whilst people like Greece will get about 2%. If we are able to use the ADF to issue bonds, they will get it also around the 2% and unlend it to us at a cheaper rate. So we need a collective lobbying effort to get countries to do that. But also significantly, apart from getting that resource, they are able to leverage it about 4 times. And so it increases, the supply of long-term funds for our development on the continent. So that's important for us, and we need to push for that. The other issue is also a recognition that donors and the multilaterals, the Bretton Woods, they cannot really meet the demands that Africa has. And the key is in our ability to assess pension fund money in the West. But because of the way in which ratings agencies rate Africa, it really becomes difficult for them to invest. How do we get into these almost 145 trillion of money that is mostly underperforming to find an Africa stability mechanism which will then be able to draw or crowd in that type of capital which we need for our SDGs, for climate change, to recover also from the COVID experience. So that is the challenge. It's a good time for this AGM to happen down, and it could lead to some really important change in how the global financial architecture is tackled so that we can get the resources we need to be able to transform the continent. So Kojo, this is where we are at, and available for all questions.
Okay, sir. Yes, yes. So, Minister, thank you. As Minister resumes his seat, we will be in a good position to take your questions. And as is customary, we'll take them in batches of about 4. Please keep them as straightforward as possible so that we can see what you are looking for and get your answers. Minister has explained the purpose of the annual meetings, the historic nature of Ghana's hosting of these meetings in 2022, and the kind of expected benefits that we have in mind, both for, may I say, the homeland or the motherland and the continent. So it's a good time for your questions to take them now. Can I get the microphone? Yes, sir. Microphone is ready if you have questions. So we'll start from the back. Are there others? So I have 2 at the back. Let's start with the 2 at the back. Please introduce yourself and then let's hear your question.
Thank you very much. My name is Cooper and I'm from Reuters. And I would just like to know, given the challenges from ratings agencies and the difficulties in securing financing, after having attended the recent IMF and World Bank meetings, has your openness to seeking out financial assistance from the IMF changed at all? Thank you.
Yes, there's a lady at the back.
My name is Nancy Vokania from TV3.
I'd want to find out from the Honorable Minister if Ghana is considering the World Bank's advice to set up a creditor committee to renegotiate with our
Sorry,
creditors.
can you speak up? If Ghana is considering the World Bank's advice to do what?
To set up a creditor committee to renegotiate and restructure our debt situation. And then also, I'd want to find out what effects the persistent undersubscription of T-bills is having on our revenue mobilization so far. And also, if it's allowed, a question on the e-levy deployment. There are challenges now with deductions and so on. Would want to know if, so far, the revenue numbers look good, and does it look like the collections from the e-levy will give us enough fiscal ease to do some of the things that we've planned to do with the e-levy?
Thank you, Nancy. Minister, just to recap, Cooper is asking whether there's a different position on a possible financial assistance from the International Monetary Fund following the spring meetings and the advocacy that you've been up on. Nancy is asking what's our disposition to a suggestion that Ghana sets up a creditor committee to renegotiate or restructure our debts. She's also asking whether the reports of some auction failures have any implications on government's liquidity position, and is further asking whether the early challenges of e-levy implementation will affect in any way our fiscal projections for this year. Those are the first two questions I have. Are there any other takers before I go to Minister for responses? You have a question? Yes, feel free. Microphone, please.
Yes, my name is John Awuni Kesben. According to some global cocoa marketing company statistics, 2020, the cocoa industry was valued around $12 billion US. But when you go to the chocolate industry, it is in excess. By 2024, it will be around $124 million. So this particular annual general meeting, will it be one of the things they will be discussing? Because we're looking at cocoa, which is one of Africa's biggest supplier, we only get few or some small amount of it as compared to the chocolate industry, which Africa don't process. Will it be one of the areas they will be considering in this annual general meeting? Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's straightforward and understandable. Minister, I want to invite you to the podium to respond to the first batch of questions for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. So the first person was from, is it Cooper, or what's the name? Where are you? So I can see you. You know, all the white folks are just interested in us becoming, being in a program with the IMF. And I always wonder why, you know. So Cooper, why that question? And let's say there are two, I mean, we are members of the fund, is that correct? There are two major points of intervention that we have from the fund. One being the advice that we get because of the, you know, phenomenal expertise that the fund has. And then secondly, these program interventions which bring us some resources. I think if you see from the budget that we constructed for 2022 and the subsequent announcements that we have done, clearly the issue of Ghana having the capacity to think through the consolidation exercises and also discipline itself with regards to the 20-30% cuts, etc., that we have shown, clearly a direction that I guess even in a sense the fund may be hesitant to push any further with regards to that. So clearly, with regards to sort of philosophical alignment about realizing that we needed this type of consolidation, we have done that. Then we get to the issue of our debt level for the financing. which dovetails into the World Bank's, Nancy talked about the World Bank's advice on the creditor committee. And the question then becomes whether the fund would have the type of resources that will require to really inoculate a program for the debt. And that is a question that is hanging, whether they can. But we have committed, as you know, to not going back to the fund because, in terms of intervention with policy, we are right there, and the fund notes that we are completely in the right direction. And so the issue is validating the program that we have put in place, and then, in my view, supporting us to find alternative ways of financing or refinancing our debt, reprofiling it without needing to be with the fund. And I think there's general acknowledgement that that should be thought of as the first port of call, and we are doing it. The issue of restructuring debt, it's a very complicated issue, especially with the private sector and the Eurobonds, etc. And we need to decide ourselves on what type of structure will be useful to us. We have essentially about 50-50 with regards to domestic and external debt. The domestic debt, of course, has interest rates about 3.5 times what the foreign debt is. And then we look at the profile, and clearly the foreign debt in terms of impact really begins to hit in 2025 of regards to our Eurobonds, etc. So solving the domestic debt conundrum is what we should be looking at, and that is where we are putting our minds as to how best to do that. Auctions, which have been problematic in the past few auctions, I think it's stuff that we have to deal with. And of course, it gets complicated even more with the increase in interest rates. And we need to just confront that and see how we can reprofile that to give us fiscal space. So that's something that we are working on to manage that. We are, as a matter of fact, running a budget deficit, which essentially connotes that, our revenues are below our expenditure, and that's why the intervention of the e-levy was so important. We announced the budget, I guess, November 17th or so, and it wasn't until that miracle day of March 29th that we got through Parliament with that. I'm very confident that it opens a whole new vista for our tax handles and a way in which all Ghanaians would also be paying something. I don't know of any program which has technology involved that will not have teething problems. But certainly the cataclysmic, pronouncement by our people on the other side is not happening. I think we pretty much have it under control as much as you can. We started on May 1st. We were blessed with that being a period of a holiday for 3-4 days, so we saw the issues and began to tackle them. Will there continue to be certain technical issues? There will be, but certainly not the Armageddon that was pronounced for us. I think we are a country moving really forward. You've discovered a tax handle which does two things. One, from 78 billion cedis of mobile money transfers to maybe almost 1 trillion last year. And therefore, you begin to see how e-commerce and technology becomes effective. and that will be good for the country. And then secondly, of course, the sense of unfairness that some 2.4 million people are paying because they're in the formal sector and nobody else is paying, bringing everybody else on board, as small as it will be. But we also were clear on the issue of regressive taxes, which says that you don't overtax the poor. And so the first 100 cedis was not being levied, and that is about 3,000 cedis a month in effect. We know our salaries are not that high. So truly, most of those that people advocate as regressive taxes are not affected at all. And if you have 200 cedis, I'm sure you can do it in 2 days, and therefore there will be a zero impact. So we are truly excited about this new tax handle to look at issues of curing, auction failures, increasing our revenue mobilization, getting technology, and gradually moving into an economy in which really, people just don't use cash because it's much easier to continue with technology. So I think it's an exciting period to having a structural solution to revenue mobilization in a way that we haven't had before. We are also, I guess, starting with the property taxes as a pilot to begin, and we'll be a nation in which we can easily double our revenue to GDP ratios from the 13-14%, to double that. So a pretty good time, but nobody likes to pay taxes, so it's always difficult. But I think we all begin to get used to it as we apply the use of the taxes for the citizenry to see. We should be launching the U-Start program, the 10 billion CD historic program starting in June, and we'll be able to see immediately the deployment of those resources, to this teeming mass of some 11 million youth to get enterprise, employment, support for the youth, so that we become the entrepreneurial nation that we've advocated for. So these are, great times for the nation. We should be able to read the times as they are. And you come to these very difficult moments in your history, and then the genius of the Ghanaian rises up and will do it. So let us be confident about the future, but let us bed and share, all of us, so that we get to where we are purposed to be. Thank you.
So there was a final question about one of the meetings will address how to better appropriate value chains for Ghana, including, for example, the cocoa value chain, how to ensure that.
The cocoa value chain, that's true. Very important question, because, as you suggested, sort of the seed industry, maybe about 12 billion, you said so. Between Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana, Ghana is usually 2, Cote d'Ivoire 3. So between Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana, maybe about 5 billion CDs of seed, which then goes to create an industry of actually somewhere around 140 billion, not 24 billion, when you look at all the things that cocoa is involved in. So, the reflex has been, okay, let's start some processing in our country, which we are doing. But the truth of the matter is that the first cut at processing does not really bring you a whole lot of money. It is when you move into the chocolate making. So I think we as a country needs to be a little bit clearer on that policy, because we were so over-enthusiastic about that those who want to process in the initial instance are even given a 20% discount. which means that, even selling the seeds could give us more money. So that has to be, relooked at, or else we scale up the value addition beyond just, sort of the first stage processing. Then you really be capturing. So I think that is the next move. But clearly between Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, with our agreements that we have, I think we are all challenged to look at it differently. Important question, because AfriExim has also determined that trade in cocoa should be elevated, and therefore they are looking at purchasing, of some of the plants by Cadbury or whatever outside, so that we can link into that. So there's some ways to go, but the thinking is in the right direction, and we should be able to make more money from that than we are doing. I keep saying that people I graduated from at Yale who are in commodity trading have not seen a farm before. They make $1 million a year. And then my uncles, the farmers, with snake bites and cutlass wounds, just take whatever we take. So for me, the accusation is for us, the educated elite, how we have not been able to bridge, that gap between what the farmer gives as seed to the end product on the shelf, so that we can accrue or appropriate that resource into our country. So yes, watch that space, and we should get there. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, while I go for, I think, the final batch of questions, I can't help but recollect Obamacare, which is today revolutionized healthcare delivery in the US, and the initial technology glitches that the websites had, and it pales in comparison with the benefits that today millions of Americans are, appropriating. And then when Nancy asked about the revenue performance, my mind just went to the fact that it's past end of April. So I was wondering how many of us here have filed our tax returns. April 30th is the day that you have to file your tax returns. So please bear that in mind. Nana's hand is up. Nancy is up again. I have more hands. So I'll take it in two batches, okay? So maybe let me take this side first. Can I see the hands up here? So 1, 2, 3. Nancy, I'll come back to you 4 for this, and then I'll come back here. Gentlemen, 1, 2, 3, 4 for the next batch. So can we have the microphone, please? Yes, let's start with Nana.
Good morning, Honorable Minister. My name is Nana Poku from Daily Searchlight. I have 3 questions for you. 1, is the meeting going to consider introducing some mitigation measures, as it were, to cushion the masses in the face of these economic challenges on the continent? Secondly, is the government contemplating introducing new taxes to fill in the gaps, the revenue gaps, and the fiscal imbalance or shortfalls? And thirdly, what does the rising inflation in this country or in Ghana hold for us as a people? Thank you very much.
Good morning. Regarding the implementation...
Kindly introduce yourself to us.
My name is Salom Bobiji, the Finder newspaper.
Salom.
Yes, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
Regarding implementation of the e-levy and revenue mobilization, a friend who lives outside the jurisdiction wants to know if I have an active mobile line in Ghana, a Momo account in Ghana, but I live outside the jurisdiction, and I send money to someone in Ghana from where I live, will I be subject to the payment of the e-levy if I exceed the threshold?
Thank you. Salom, I'll hold that question for GRA. I told you GRA will be coming to do a detailed presentation on those ones. So I'll hold that question for GRA when they come. So please pardon me for putting it in the holding tray. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Emmanuel Ijab, and I'm from GH1 TV. Now, Emmanuel.
Yeah,
the real question is, inflation is up. We are suffering a twin crisis by COVID and Russia and Ukraine war. But the real question for the Ghanaian consumer is the inconsistencies with the price hikes. Transport fares are up. You go to the market, people are increasing them. The real question is, should we have a regime where government controls by how much people decide to increase prices?
So some are asking whether we should go back to the days of price control, Minister, the revolutionary days of price control, and whether it worked or not. Nancy, should I come to you? Okay, so let's take Nancy.
So I want to rehash my question on the under-subscription of the Treasury bills. That wasn't answered, so if the Honourable Minister could do that.
Actually, Minister spoke to the auction failures issue. It was the same one he spoke to on auction failures.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
My mistake. Right. So there's been an indication that the JAPA is being relisted on the Ghana Stock Exchange. If we could get an update on that and what Ghanaians stand to gain from that. And there were some salary cuts for some government officials and so on. Would want to know if we've been able to obtain some fiscal ease from that, because it looks like all the government workers are asking for increments in salaries. Are we able to do that at this time? And then, yeah, I think that for now.
Those are 3 questions already. Okay, so let me just rehash these questions, and then we'll get answers, and then I'll come for the final batch here when Minister is done. Nancy asked 3 questions. Is JAPA as a transaction being relisted? And I think while we are having that discussion, we must bear in mind the conversation between, or the difference between the monetization of mineral royalties and specific transactions that may be developed in pursuance of the monetization. I think JAPA was one specific transaction that was being developed in pursuance of the concept of monetization of mineral royalties. And you're asking whether JAPA as a transaction is back on the table. I'll get Minister to respond to that. You're also asking whether the salary cuts, and Nancy, with your permission, let me broaden that. Minister, the intervention measures that were mentioned by government, even broader, including the salary cuts, are they yielding any impact that from your desk you can begin to observe? And then Nancy is asking a 3rd question. What is government's position on the agitations for increased salaries? What is government's position on the agitation for increased salaries? Emmanuel was asking whether we can go back to the era of price controls because of how inflation with its various components is performing. And then Nana Poku also asked 3 questions. Will the annual meetings possibly discuss continent-wide cushioning measures as these global challenges appear to be escalating? Is the government of Ghana contemplating new revenue measures?
Taxes, not revenue measure. New taxes.
But taxes are part of.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Taxes are part of revenue measures. So is the government of Ghana contemplating new revenue measures, or maybe even specifically taxes? And then there's another question. What is your reading of how this escalating inflation? In fact, this morning, if you're watching CNN, they are talking about escalating gas, rent, food, and other prices in the US. In the UK, they are discussing what they call the cost of living crisis that is as a result of inflation. He's asking, what is your reading of the impact of the growing inflation on the everyday Ghanaian? And if I may have your permission to add to that, what is the government doing about it? Colleagues, have I captured your questions well? Sometimes I'm accused of changing your questions, but I hope I've captured them fairly. Minister, we're in your hands.
Yeah, sometimes I wonder whether Kojo is on your side or on my side. He frames the questions so succinctly, you can't, yeah, but thank you. I mean, I think Nana, you asked a really crucial question, which really, in a sense, underpins, all the questions that have come. And at the end of the day, it's lives and livelihoods and how we manage our way through. I think what is good is that at least the country is beginning to acknowledge that this is a global menace. At first, it was a pretense that, oh, it's only Ghana, and therefore, but I think everybody is quite clear about that, and even the 23.6 inflation, maybe a little bit more than half of it is identified as imported inflation. But be that as it may, that's a reality. And what are you going to do about that? And then when you then follow up with a question which asks for new taxes, then I get a little jittery because, you've asked the pertinent question at the beginning, how do I then bring new taxes, to bear at this juncture when food taxation or inflation, is a tax on everybody, and how do we go forward? Digitalization is going to be important so that I find everybody who ought to pay and is not paying, give to Caesar what is Caesar's, and I have to get efficient in collecting that. So that's a different. What can we do? I think really Cabinet was quite prescient about the budget that we had and the theme of building an entrepreneurial society is pretty clear. We're not even sure that these things were going to happen. So the 10 billion CD intervention, where you are then going to have people create their own jobs, and have work to do, is going to be important and enhance productivity towards this. Because imported inflation, what are you going to do about food, fuel, and financing from out there? The question is whether you can get our people working, whether our people can be more productive, so that we move towards, an environment in which lives and livelihoods are protected, but people are in control of their destiny. Because we just have to deal with a new world order, and the tail of these things are usually long. The COVID tail is long. Now the Ukraine war is also going to affect that. So yes, we need to find a means of bringing skills, technology, and appropriate financing. And once again, I'll give it to the Cabinet for thinking through this whole intervention of a development bank, where, the questions were, well, why another development bank? What is it going to do? Now we see what that is, $800 million of that, to be able to give long-term financing to various financial institutions so that credit will be made available. Co-join it with the Youth Start program, which will launch in June, and you begin to see, I guess, new energy, a sense of being able to chart your own future and burden share to go forward. It's not going to be easy, but really you are building a much more resilient society that will fight through this also. So that's how I look at it in general. Implementation of the mobile money, Minister said, GRA will be here for that, but really, if you're foreigner or foreign-based and you are sending money to your people in Ghana, my jurisdiction does not get there, so there's no way I can tax you or levy you from that side. Yeah. Then I think Emmanuel talked about inflation being up and the price controls. So where's Emmanuel? Yeah. I think for me what is interesting is that if you are able to ask a question of the magnitude of price control, then you should have investigated what it did or did not do for our economy. And if you definitely believe that it was good for us, then I'll take the question. But if you have researched it, I'm sure you'd have dropped the question. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's why we all go to school, so we can research. So, Emmanuel, price controls are very difficult things. I think it completely derailed Nkrumah's policy. It led to favoritism, because you have to come to my office for a chit, and this and that. And we want to get rid of all of that sort of control of your life, and then somebody gets to import and doesn't import, and you are unleashing something that you may not want to experience again. So how do we get through this, believing that if we're able to find resources for the Ghanaian to then do their work, that will then increase the productivity in our system for us to go there. Or as government is in your life everywhere, and truly, that's not what you need. Yeah. So let's see how we can work around that. Nancy maybe talked about Ejapa. I mean, my firm philosophical belief really is that the capital markets are meant for something that will lead us to equity resources, and we are not leveraging on it. And therefore, the question, it's not a question of whether monetization of mineral royalties or listing of the company is bad or good. It is good because that is how you raise resources. The question is the process of doing that. If we have a problem with the process, let's articulate it, let's cure it, but let's not drop, something that would be good for us and reduce our debt exposure. So those are two very different questions. How best to do it, as opposed to don't do it. And so my mind is still there. I know the president has mentioned something about that, going through the AG and Parliament again to do that. But it's not something that I think is an asset to the country that one needs to drop. You need to examine all your equity and debt positions and make the best choice for the country, not the fleeting instances. We would never have done senior high school if we listened to other people. That's 400,000 lives now, that have a chance to do something. We would have stopped short at e-levy because of the noise, and suddenly we have a tax handle that will be phenomenally important for the country. So we need to look at that. I think with regards to, once again, the results of the consolidation and the announcements about travel and reduction in salaries and all of that, the controller will be giving us a report to see. But it's really early days yet. But I think what was significant was really the issue of sacrifice and recognition by leadership that these are difficult times and we should join. Sometimes it's not a quantum, but it's exercising a sense that you are au fait with what is happening with your people and you are joining in it to make sure that you are all burden sharing. And I think that may be the more important lesson. But it leads to a certain frugality because now, I went to the spring meetings with 8 people, as opposed to prior years that may be double or 3 times, depending on all of the meetings, because now Zoom has become a real part of our lives, So I think that signaling is what must be heralded, an acknowledgement that we are all one people and we should burden share.
Within the last 24 hours, several Ghanaians have taken to social media to report of suffering from suspected food poisoning. A lot of these reports have been attributed to food consumed at one of Ghana's popular fast food chains, Mawako Fast Foods. We are here to speak to one of the victims to find out from him what happened. My name is George AC. This is Say Loud. We'll be right back. Welcome back from the break. This is Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV. With me, George AC. I am seated here today with Ebo. He is one of the people who have suffered from the suspected food poisoning, which has been attributed to food bought from Mawako. Ebo, how are you?
I'm doing better this morning.
If you say you are doing better this morning, how has your situation been before this morning?
So I bought the food from Mawako on Sunday afternoon. Then I ate it. Everything was usual. Then on Monday morning, I got up, tried to do my usual exercise before going to work. But then I had a tummy upset. So then I came back to try to do the exercise, but I wasn't too good. So I just stopped then, took my shower, and then I had some medication in the office. So I went to the office, took the medication, expecting that I should be better. But then 30 minutes after, I began to feel very sick. So I spoke to a colleague of mine and asked for the office driver. Unfortunately, he wasn't around. And I was like, well, the police hospital isn't far from me, so I can drive there myself and check myself in. So I went there. Long story short, they had to admit me. Then when the results came, the doctor said that I had multiple infections. But he didn't say what in particular. He just prescribed some medication and then discharged me. So my colleagues brought me back to the office. Then I had to leave my car there actually. Then my dad came to pick me up and brought me home. But then in the evening, I felt a little bit okay, though I was still weak. In the evening, I had a relapse and I had to be rushed into the Obojo Polyclinic. And when I got there, I was just throwing up. So I had to be wheeled into the ward and given several bouts of IVs just to stabilize my condition. So I slept there on Monday night. That was my second admission for Monday night. Then on Tuesday, I frequented the washroom. I lost count of how many times I went. So they said that they would have to keep me there too on Tuesday. I missed IVs. Then later on they changed to tablets. Then in the evening, I started getting a temperature again. I think it was about 39.2 or so. So I had to get another injection and IV again till it became normal. Then Wednesday morning at about 10, they said they were discharging me because they felt I should be okay to come home. But I came home and I was still struggling to eat because I was very nauseous. Then when I ate in the afternoon, I was a bit okay. Then later on, I started throwing up again. Then in the evening, I tried to get something because I was very hungry. But all this while, whenever I eat, whatever I eat, I just go to the washroom or I throw up. So in the evening, I felt the need to go to the hospital again. But we spoke to the doctor. He recommended that I should take in some soup and maybe rice. And there was a tablet that he gave me that should be able to help settle my stomach. So I struggled to sleep a bit, but this morning I feel better. Yeah.
What exactly did you buy at Mawako?
Fried rice with chicken.
Was it a takeout?
Yes.
How often do you buy from Mawako?
Truth be told, that's my first time. and it will be my last.
Sorry, but the news is out there that food poisoning. In your position, how have you been able to establish that what you suffered was food poisoning actually?
That's what the doctor said. I didn't say. And so when I went into the polyclinic on Monday evening, there were others there. And so when I sat down for them to do the diagnosis, the doctor he was saying it and he was laughing with the nurses that, where is that mawaku that everyone is talking about? Because it's like everyone who has come in with food poisoning is saying mawaku. And I mentioned that it's at East Legon. And he asked me, why did I eat over there? And I said, yes. Then he said, then you are just one of the victims. So then we would know how to treat you with it.
From your count, how many people did you meet with the same problem at the hospital?
Okay, I was not in a good position to do that count. I was.
But if you.
But then, at least I saw a man who came in with his 2 sons, and he said his wife was on admission already, and one of the nurses who doubles also at Chumesio Medical Center said that 10 people had come in over there and 7 had been admitted, all from Mawako.
At what point did you get to know that you had suffered food poisoning?
In the evening, because like I said, the police hospital didn't specifically tell me it was food poisoning. They just mentioned I had multiple infections.
So it was on your second admission
Yes.
that you found out. Then the social media thing came in.
Yes, that I saw just this morning.
What have you learned from there? I mean, so far, what have you heard from all the reports?
Yeah, they are all reporting similar incidences. Some families, some individuals, some friends. I mean, for me, it was just a regular Sunday afternoon. I stepped out because I wanted to get some lunch. There was no one at home. So I decided, well, let me just go there and get something to eat. And I bought that.
We are yet to establish if indeed this is a result of the food you and as well the others ate from Mawako.
Yes.
But what would be your what would you say in response or in reaction to Mawako and what they do, if it has anything to do with what you have suffered now?
Well, first of all, I think FDA needs to come in, go there, check their kitchen, their surroundings. If they can get some of the food samples that they have used, they need to test them and see. I mean, it's vegetable, so it's likely something could have gone wrong somewhere, and maybe it's a case of hygiene, more or less.
But have you received any have you been contacted by Mawako?
No.
FDA?
No. I mean, I saw the Twitter trend just this morning, so I also just tweeted what I had suffered as well.
People are advocating for a class action suit against Mawako. Would you join?
It's not out of place, because for a restaurant that feeds lots of people, you have to be very careful about what you are serving to the people. Other than that, these are hundreds, possibly thousands of people's lives at risk. And if someone dies out of this, we wouldn't know. We wouldn't know. Maybe those of us who have access to social media can say something, but those who do not, we never know.
Do you think this is a test case for Ghana, where probably, like it is being suggested, a class action should or must be taken to serve as a deterrent or to create a pathway for dealing with issues like this?
Yeah, I think the FDA needs to do. I would say that the FDA needs to do more about some of these things. They need to step up their game when it comes to standards, especially with food, because food is something that we cannot live without. So, yeah, I think it's something that it should be a test case for the country, for Ghana.
If you are to summarize what you felt throughout the process, throughout your being sick and all that, the entire experience.
It's not something I would want anyone to experience. I mean, I've been sick before, malaria, headaches, fever, but for all my life I've never been admitted. The longest I've spent in a hospital is the waiting period and the time I spend with the doctor. We can go around every hospital and check and ask for medical records from you, wouldn't find any. So for me to have been admitted 3 days in a row and not for anything than food, because you can't eat. When you eat, it's coming out one way or the other. It's not something that's as pleasant or I would want anyone to experience.
So this is Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV. We've been speaking to Ebo, one of the victims of the suspected food poisoning suffered by patrons of Mawako fast food joint. He tells us that it's an experience he doesn't even wish on anybody else. We will take a short breather here, and when we return, we speak to Ebo's father. Welcome back. This is still Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George AC, and within my hands at this moment is the pack in which the food Ebo ate was packaged in. I think this is Mawako's packaging and all that. And then I also have in my hands receipts from the police hospital and the other hospital, the second hospital Ebo was admitted at. I've been joined by Ebo's father, Senior, and he's here to tell me more about the plight of his son. Daddy, at what point did you get the call about your son's situation?
Well, that's last Friday I traveled to Cape Coast for a funeral with my wife. So we returned on Sunday afternoon. When we got home, because we were not in, and it was Mother's Day, Ebo chose to go out to buy some food. Luckily, when we came home, he had started eating the food. So I went, I said, this might be a delicious food, but he knows that we usually don't buy food from outside. We always eat at home. So he gave explanation that because we are not coming, that's why he went for this food for a change. I tasted the chicken just a little. I was lucky. He enjoyed the food and left some. Then usually he doesn't get up late in the night. But when we were sleeping in the midnight between 2 and 3, he woke up. I said, "It's not yet 5 for Ebo to bath. Let's see." Then before 5, normally he wakes up to take his bath. He went to loo again. He dressed up and went to office.
At what point did you realize things had actually gotten serious?
I was, apart from traumatized, at age 65, I've seen people struggling to die. When briefing, when you are passing, I mean, you know, if you go to hospitals, you see. So that made me, that fear put me that, no, I cannot keep him overnight here. When it is midnight, Where do you go? Between 2 and 3. That's when people usually pass away. Between 2 a.m., 3, 4 a.m. That's when sick people pass away. I just read that in the one of these social medias. So that motivated me to send him to the
So
hospital.
your greatest fear was losing your son?
Yes. Taking care of a child from day one, passing through all the education for him to get where he is. And by somebody's mistake, you lose your son. It's he who has to take care of me through my old age. He has to bury me, but not I bury him.
You were in the ER and you talk of other people bringing their family and reporting with the same situation, which was attributed to Mawako and all that. I'm seeing all that. What was going through your mind at that point?
First was to ensure that he gets well, and I take the case up. So this morning, I consulted 1 or 2 people. Already Chumesua Hospital, there were about 7 people. Some of them understand even they put pampers on them. You have to use the pampers because they were just passing through, so they were suffering. So you started checking on social media and the news outlet whether you find something. Then we take the case up. I planned this morning to go to Mawako to see the management and make a formal complaint. If they tell me something reasonable, is there, I will know whether to sue or not to sue.
You are planning to sue?
Yes. I'll just find a lawyer. But if they tell me something, I mean, unexpected bills, I'm a pensioner. Suppose I was not having money and we are at the hospital.
How much has this cost you?
I have not total, but I mean up and down fuel. I was at the hospital 5 times. Go and bring this, go and buy this. The inconvenience and trauma. Can you pay for
it? Goes
that
beyond
services?
monetary expenses.
Money, you have to buy the drugs. You have to buy the drugs. It's not free. The inconveniences, unbudgeted inconveniences, because of somebody's interest or profit. If the management is working well, that's my work. They have to put all this into, see the people they employ. Did they test the food before they ate? They sold them out? That particular food, which has more than, I won't know how many, but social media is estimated in hundreds. Did they themselves eat some of the food, the workers, the management?
There are calls for victims to come together and probably sue in a class action. Do you believe that we have gotten to the point where probably this should become something that we do in Ghana? Because we are yet to hear anything of such sort in the history of Ghana.
I don't want to talk about my experience somewhere, which people let me down. Otherwise, I would have been a millionaire. I got sick overseas and people were advising that we should take that action, but we didn't. And I've suffered for that. So this one, if the management have a way of compensating quietly, yes, and then they do their work well. No, we want investors, we want an open society. But open society doesn't mean that you can do anything anyhow. Some of these vegetables, how they are being treated with this spray and others, how it was treated. The kitchen staff, how well were they trained, or they just pay people for anybody to just go and work there?
Talking about the vegetables and interest and all that.
The salad and all this.
Food and Drugs Authority has shown interest in this matter. It has asked victims to reach out with information and details that it can work with. What would you want to see the FDA do about this matter?
Whether FDA will do the work. I'm a retired public servant or civil servant, where some of us did our best, but on retirement, and I'm doing one or two things, I've seen the frustration people go through in getting services. So if only FDA will do their work, they will, if somebody is not going to take the file and put it in his drawer, put weight on it before they take action. That is the problem. It's a general sickness in Ghana here. Those who are supposed to work, they are interested in riding in the cars. The cars they are giving to them to go to the field. Whether they go to the field to do the proper work, or they take the car to do their family business. That's the fear. Government have set up, but that we the individuals, whether are conscious, we work according to why we're employed. That is why people are losing faith in government, some government institutions. Whether FDA can work and give us the report.
That's your fear.
That's my fear.
Okay. So if you have anything to tell the management of Mawako, what would you tell them?
They have to compensate us. 4 days he has been at home. A police hospital gave him 4 days. So it means tomorrow he should go to work. So assuming he's not still fit to go to work, what do you do? Assuming he's a daily, somebody who does daily wage job because of somebody's negligence. And if you don't take action, they will repeat it. Next time it will be worse. Not only my work, I wish other restaurants too. The FDA will go around and do their work. That's what they have been paid for. That's why government have bought vehicles for them, fuel them.
Thank you, Mr. Ebo, for your time. The report still continues. On social media, it's rampant. People are reporting of multiple admissions with very severe conditions, and we are hoping the FDA investigation will establish the facts in this matter and the appropriate actions taken. The sheer number of victims involved in this alleged food poisoning at Mawako is quite overwhelming. We've caught up with Frank at his office. He tells us how he and some of his colleagues got involved and were affected. Please tell us about your ordeal.
Okay. All right, so that was on Saturday, around 5 o'clock, 5 p.m. Okay, before 4:30 p.m., I went to Mawako, East Legon, to have my lunch. So I went with someone, and then after which, when we finished, I decided I was going home. On my way home, I received a call from my friends. I think that same day was one of us' birthday. Yes, we were all together, and on my way, I was called to come around, but then I was very tired because, I had a very busy day. So they called to tell me that they were going to Mawako. Then I've already been there. Yeah, so I didn't join them. They went to buy food. So it was on Sunday that after church, one of us was rushed to the hospital, Ghana Canadian Hospital. So immediately, another one too, started reacting, and also was taken to a different hospital in Ghana. So we were there. After 5 minutes, another person too was rushed in the same hospital in Ghana. And then the fourth person too started feeling like had a reaction, but it wasn't that severe. So the following day, on Monday or so, she couldn't go to work, and then she also was rushed to the Obuju Polyclinic. So after work, we have to go there to visit her. So immediately we got there, we met at three gentlemen who just, on arrival, they were like, you guys, what are you guys doing here? But we met at Morocco. We said, yeah. I said, look at what these people have done to me. So the guy was just like, oh, just look at what's happened. He also started complaining. So we all met there, trying to, talk. And then, in fact, they were very disappointed and they're very angry. So later on, we left and then we went back home. So personally, I started reacting on Tuesday when I came to work, and I think my colleagues even saw that I was reacting. We had a departmental meeting, and then immediately after the meeting, I was even shivering. And then for the first time, I got sick, and then I was running my stomach. I didn't understand. I go home, and then I was just going. And the following day, that was yesterday, on Wednesday, I was so weak, I was still going. So, but fortunate for me, I was given something to take to just flush out the poison. And that was how come I was okay. But so far, wherever we go, and the people, especially those who have met there, are also complaining the same issue. And this is to the extreme, because even if it's a slight food poisoning or anything, not everybody will have reacted. So, but it's like everything in the fridge, so we can make it available to any approved entity or organization that would demand for it. And then they reach out to me for the information, but I wouldn't. But it's still there, as I said earlier. We still have samples there.
You went to the hospital. What did the doctors say? Was it specified to you that this was as a result of food poisoning to you or any of the people that you know suffered this?
Okay, so to my colleagues, it was there. That was confirmed, food poisoning. That was what was confirmed. But personally, as I said, though I reacted, I didn't go to the hospital. I did a self-medication and I'm okay. Yeah.
For you and the people that you know that were affected, how much did this affect you?
Oh, I think...
Are there some stories to share around this?
We are greatly affected because, for all you know, we are expecting to go to work on Monday. And then we have a lot of things to do. Some of us are even preparing towards marriage ceremony and all of that. And then this thing just happened. And in fact, yeah, because some of my colleagues are even getting married this month. And then for this to happen, in fact, I think, I don't know, but like, we are greatly affected.
Is it the bride or the groom?
Both. I'll say both. But like, as I said, I've generalized it. Some of us are supposed to get married this month. And I don't know how it's going to affect it, whether it's going to, affect it in a way or not. But we are just praying to God that
for this particular person, what is the condition, current condition?
For the current condition, I think, so far, I heard from that person yesterday, and then by the grace of God, it's okay. It's okay. Not too strong, but it's a bit okay. A sister of mine too, I called this morning, and though she's not too strong, but she's. I think we'll wait to the end of the week and then see if there's any new development. Then we take it up from there.
This is Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV. It has been with me, George AC. Until we meet for our next episode. Bye.
had the opportunity to engage in deep conversations with married couples, one piece of advice runs through. Paula, enjoy your single days and explore wisely. I wish I had dated more before marriage, say someone still relationships. Must you see it all before settling down? How far can you go? And are you prepared for the unseen race that comes with having more partners before marriage? Let me caution that exploring does not necessarily have to be sexual. This is Moons and Cuddles with Paula Amabruni. We'll be right back. You're welcome back to Moons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV with me, Paula Amabruni. As I always say, it's always a pleasure to be doing this with you. And to all our viewers who've been holding us down and supporting us, keep doing the watching and, share the video. Tell people all the good stuff you're learning here on Moons and Cuddles. As I say, in the year 2022, we are going to spice up our relationship, sister. No one is going to be left behind. So to help me do justice to today's topic, seated on my couch, I have Edna Addo. Edna is an entrepreneur and a very good friend of mine. Good to have you back.
Thank you. Good for having me back.
She celebrated her birthday not long ago, so I would say happy belated birthday, girlfriend.
Thank you, Paula.
You're glowing.
Thank
You're glowing. We'll talk later. Yeah. And then I like new faces. I like new energy. Like, it's always a pleasure to have new faces. And today, seated on my couch, I have Papa Kwamena Smooth. I want to find out the name Smooth. Where did you get that from?
All right. It's nice being on your show. Okay. And like you said, it's my first time. And
yeah.
I hope your viewers are going to enjoy my contributions. I got the Smooth name from Radio Universe. I used to be one of the volunteers there. And I was doing a program called, what's the name? It's been long. I was playing music.
Okay.
Like DJing after one of the political programs, and then the way I was mixing was so smooth. They started calling me Mr. Smooth. And,
innocent.
It became a part of my brand.
It sounds smooth, like
It became a part of my brand, and then later on they have a show in the evening called Comfort Zone. It was on Sunday evenings, and I started my whole counseling thing from Comfort Zone, and I still would want to thank all the vandals who actually pulled me, really pushed me into learning and to becoming what I've become today.
So you're a V-mate?
I'm not, but like when you are there and you're saying stuff, they're going to push you to give them proof and evidence of what you're talking about. So they actually helped me with a lot of research work, a lot of like whatever you say, you got to prove to them that what you're saying is right. So I usually when I get the opportunity, I thank Alhaji Siddiq, Dr. Alhaji Siddiq for giving me the opportunity in Radio Universe, and then also for the vandals for all the attacks and all the stuff they were pushing at me when I was kicking against sex before marriage.
Do you still stand? We'll talk about that.
Yes, I do.
Anyway, so yeah, as I said,
I have reasons for that.
You have reasons for
sound reasons, not religious.
Okay. Yeah. We'll delve more into that if you get time on the show. All right. So I know a lot of people. Prior to this conversation, I had a conversation with a married couple and people who are still single, like us, Edna and I, who are yet to join the marriage gang. And some say they wish they had dated more, explore. As I stated earlier in my intro, exploring does not mean sex. When we say explore, it means you open to new people, have fun, go here, meet this person, meet that person, and engage them. When you feel like this is the person, this is the one, then you take it a step further. And some of the responses was that, I wish I had dated more because the fun, I did not have it. So now in the marriage, you feel like, nah, maybe I should have done things this way. But I don't know what your take is. Some say you should go into the marriage as green as possible because when you have all these experiences, you have high expectation from your partner, and then your partner might not be able to meet that standard, and then later you have issues. So, Edna and Papa, must you see it all before marriage? must you have all the fun? Must you do everything before marriage? And I ain't saving kakra.
I think you should ask the virgin.
Ladies first.
So I don't think you can ever know it all. That's one of the first things I want to say. You can never know it all. You can date as many people as you want, but every person comes with a new experience. So I don't think experiencing it or going out with people, that's dating. I'm not talking about sexual. Dating is going to make you know it all. So yeah, experiences do teach anyway. So
all right. How about for men? You know, sometimes you get married, they want to have all the fun, and then later, my companion for baby not just say, it happens. It's not always the case. But for a man, a lot of women say, when you marry a man, at the end of the day, he will somehow cheat. Not all men do cheat. So would you advise that men, whilst they are single, do all the exploring thing that they want to do? So when they go into the marriage, it's like you've seen it all. Young girls and all that.
All right, so thank you. And personally, I'd want to take it from a very completely different angle.
Okay.
Now, in a relationship, kids can handle relationship. You actually handle friendship. So you start from being friends, and then you can migrate into a date, and then migrate from a date into a relationship. Becomes courtship, and then probably you migrate into marriage. But the first thing is maturity. You need to be mature and mature enough to be able to know who you are. The first and the most important thing is to know who you are and to know what you want. Because if you don't know who you are and you don't know what you want, you'll go scouting, like you go hunting. You have a gun and then you go in, every woman you want to go out with, But first of all, you should know exactly what you want. Now, when it comes to going out with women, the person that you see is important, the person's looks. So if I know what I want, I look for what I want in the woman that I am looking for. So some people do a lot of, they have a whole list of stuff that they are looking at. Those things may be superficial, like not too important. But first of all, the woman should attract you in a certain way. You get that? Because that is the first thing that you're going to see. So if you are a guy and you want to go out with a girl, what are you looking for in a woman? First of all, what are you looking for in that person? Then from there, you're looking what is inside, because it is not the looks you're going to live with, it's the character you're going to live with. But the looks is what is going to attract you to get close to the person. So first of all, you the guy, what do you want? Do you want fine legs like I do? Or do you want hips? Do you want breast? Do you want backside? Do you want long nose, slim face? So you, the guy, should be mature enough to know that this is the kind of girl that I would want to roll with.
Me. Yeah. Okay.
Or this is the kind of girl that would make me want to, say, I want to get into a relationship with you. You get that? Like I said, somebody will be looking at the buttocks. I'll be looking at your legs. You get that? So if your face is that whatever, and your legs are not what I'm looking for, I walk away. So once I get what I'm looking for, we become friends. And when we become friends, the key things that I'm looking at is what is inside that body that I said I like. Because it is what is inside that I'm going to live with. Personally, I was brought up in many areas. Like I had a little stay in Bemakam, I had some time in Asalam Down, and then I had Nima, Mamobi, that Adabraka kind of hard life, and then eventually you move into an area where you have these other bees and all this stuff, and you're supposed to fit in. So the important thing here is what is in you, the way you were brought up.
All right.
The character that you have, all determines the sort of ideologies, the sort of places you can roll, places you can sit, kind of places, people you want to roll with. Because there are some people, when you see their friends, they say, show me your friend and I can
show you my character.
You get that? So once you see the person and you like the person, the next most important thing is to try to find out the person's character.
Okay.
Now, in looking for the person's character, that is where most people get it wrong. Because people rush into romantic relationships even if it's not sex. They start hugging, they start cuddling, they start kissing, and all those things can bond you. And once you become bonded, you miss building that foundation for a relationship, because then you are no longer looking at the person in total, so that when the person does something, you can tell the person, you can walk away. But once you become bonded, it becomes difficult to separate yourself from the person, even when you see the person is wrong.
All right.
So here, what most people end up doing is immediately they say that I love you, I agree, and all this stuff. Even if they don't have sex, they start kissing. Kissing will bond you. They start hugging. Hugging will bond you. And once you do so, you stop learning. You stop seeing what the person does wrong. And even when your mother or your father or your friend points a wrong that the person is doing or has done to you, you don't see it. Personally, what I look at in a woman may be different from what every other person looks at. Like I said, I'm looking at legs. Like legs, you know.
Like Asians.
Like somebody is looking at face. Somebody is looking at backside. Somebody is looking at breast. But after I've seen the legs, what character comes with the legs is what is important.
All right. And I would say, I wish I dated more before marriage. Someone would say, more is what? It's like, it's 2 you're more, it's 5 you're more, 10 you're more, and all that. But now, in Ghana, every girl, they'll tell you that, oh, I just have 2 exes. I don't know how true that is if I want to go into that. But Edna, how necessary, how important is it for a man or woman to enjoy their single days, their single life, before they say I do?
It's really important, as Papa Kwame said, to know you. Okay, so if you are dating or you're going to marry, you need to know you. So dating 10 people, 5 people, 2 people won't determine who you really are. However, experiences would also let you know that, okay, this is something I don't want in a man. This is something I don't want in a man. This is what I don't want in a man. And based on that, you can be able to tell that, okay, so I don't like a man that is too argumentative. I don't like a man that complains too much. I do not like a man that boasts about what he has. I don't like a man that doesn't treat the house help well. So all of these things would tell you, through experience anyway, tell you that, okay, this is what you're looking for. If we are talking about lifestyle, you don't even need to date or to be married to have fun. If you are marrying the kind of person that understands you, you guys are compatible. You didn't just marry because society decided that let's marry. Exactly. If you're marrying someone that just fits you, it means when you are going out, you go out with the person.
That's your best friend.
Best friend. You get to the place at, I know a couple, let me just chip this in, and they are married. They've been married for 5 years. Guess what? When we go out, they all come out. When we get to the place we are going to, nobody knows the other person. It's just fun. And then when they close, they go home together. And this is something that initially I was like, oh, how does this work? How does it work? But I sat down to talk to this lady, woman to woman, and I realized that she knew what she was doing. She said, this is something she told me. She said the first year of marriage, she felt like, my mom says when you marry, you sit at home, you cook, and all of these things.
Do the wifey African duty thing.
And before she knew it, her husband got bored with her. And I was like, so how did you guys come about this? She's like, we went for counseling. And they asked the man, what did he see that he was interested in? He saw her out. She was having fun. She was her. So why she change it all of a sudden because she's married? So I think knowing you yourself would allow you to have fun, whether you're married or not married, and experiences really don't count.
All right. So when people say enjoy your single days, live your life, what does it mean?
All right,
what
so
does it mean to
enjoying your single days, enjoying your life, doesn't necessarily mean that you should be with another member of the opposite sex.
Okay.
Because you make friends. And for me, I always would say that it is best to be with a friend. Like you get to know yourselves as friends, you get married. Then I know all your weaknesses without necessarily it being faked. Because once it's a relationship, the person will pretend to be something that he or she is not, simply because the person wants you to marry him or her. So you see, once you are friends, you're open. You are able to share and talk without fear of being victimized or without fear of being called a bad person or whatever. You're just friends.
But
I mean,
that the friendship before the dating proper.
Yeah.
How long does it take?
Listen,
I want to
you
know
see,
because
like,
are we going to be friends for
instance,
like 4 months,
you see,
2 years? When
like,
can we
for
start?
instance, you can pick somebody that probably you met either in school or probably you went out somewhere, you met the person, you became friends. And for me, if you're looking at that, I'm looking at somebody that I'm comfortable with, that when I'm talking, I don't have to guard my lips. Whatever I speak, I become myself when you are there. That I don't have to hold back. I don't have to start thinking whether what I'm going to say is going to hurt or is going to bring any quarrel between the two of us. So when you are friends and you are open and you are sharing, it is more fun. It is easier to migrate from that sort of friendship into probably into a relationship. But the thing is, once you are open, growing up, you probably might have gone to school. You have a lot of friends at school. After school, if you are continuing with uni, you still make a lot of friends. That is all part of the enjoyment that we are talking about. And then after school, you're looking for a job, you get a job, you find new friends. And for some of us, we finished school years back, we still have old school groups that we belong to, and we still chat, we still have old girlfriends that still in the group together and all that.
In touch with.
Yes, I mean, it's still fun.
Once you know.
You see, when we say girlfriend is a friend, people just attach all those things to it, but I'm not thinking about that.
Right.
You see, so once you say enjoy your life, enjoying life doesn't necessarily mean you have to be having sex, having boozing, clubbing, and going to restaurants and beaches and all those things. All those things become a part of your growing up. Because if you're growing up in a settings where you are allowed to step out. For instance, like I said, I was a DJ. You know, I played in Miracle Mirage, Glens, all those places. You get that? So you call that fun. You understand that? Even though my father told me, I mean, when I was doing the dancing and the DJing and all the others, he told me, Kwame, when you are 50 years, where will you go and DJ at? Where would you go and dance? And who will come and pay money to watch a 50-year-old boy dance? He told me that, and I said, wow, what the guy? Because at the time, we're doing breakdance and robots and all those stuff. And then now, when I look at the dance that people are doing, I just laugh. It's like, these guys are just, I mean, they're doing nothing. So when you look at all those things, I had fun.
Okay.
Even though it wasn't with a woman or like going out, you have friends, you go out, you go to parties, you go to beaches and all that. It all depends on the sort of family that you come, where you belong. If your father and your mother are that strict and they are keeping you in the church and not allowing you to step out and all that, then you are going to say you missed the fun. But some people also find the fun in the church.
In the church. You cannot judge.
You see, some people find the church and the fun in the church. They join the YPGs, they join the prayer groups, they join the singing bands.
Oh, you're a Presbyterian, I guess.
Yes,
Okay.
and then they are doing all the, what do you call it, the beautiful things in the church. They are traveling out and going to the mountains to go and pray, and they see that as fun. So that's what I'm saying, that it's all about maturity. It's what you call fun. Now, the beautiful part about being married is that the fact that you are married doesn't make you lose your individuality.
Papa Kwamina, thank you very much. I was going to come to that in our next, but then we will take a quick break. When we come back, the show continues. But as Papa Kwamina and Edna have made us aware, when we say enjoy your single days, it doesn't necessarily mean dating more. It means doing the things that make you happy and make you satisfied. You're still watching Mons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be right back. Phones and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. I am Paula Amabroni. Now, today's conversation, we're just asking a big question. Some people ask, while single and people who are married, I wish I had dated more before marriage, or maybe in my 20s or in my 30s. It goes on and on. But today's conversation, I haven't spoken to, the conversation I'm having with Papa Kwamena and Edna, they made me understand that it's not all about dating more. It will not give you that happiness that some people think like, okay, maybe I should have done this, I should have done that. So if you're in a marriage and then you feel like there's so much regret because you think you didn't get to meet all the people and maybe you're finding your partner boring at the time, maybe it's just the right. You can use this opportunity to find things that interest you. As you were telling me, your friend, because sometimes you marry someone and what they bring to the table is not what they were doing while they were dating. So when you do that, it will help you. Instead of you thinking, maybe I could have ended up with someone else, maybe I could have waited and all that. You can do the checks. As we are saying, 2022, we are spicing our relationship. But then one big question. For a married man or woman, can you or should you accept dinner dates, fan trips from friends once you're married?
It depends on which friends.
Okay.
So if you're married, I'm going to talk from a woman's perspective.
Okay.
And you already had friends, some specific friends that your husband knew when he was dating you or when he was in courtship with you. If you guys have plans to maybe go on a trip, it's only fun and it's only right for you to let him know that these are the people I'm going out with. If your husband is the kind of husband that understands this is you used to do trips before you married me, and you still came back to me, then it's fine. If he's not okay with it and there's going to be men over there as well, it's only right. Carry your husband along. Let's have fun together.
Okay.
Do you get it? So I think if you can do trips, you can do dinners with your friends. Just make sure that they are friends that have got your marriage and you in mind. Some friends don't even like the fact that you're married. So whatever they will do to put disputes between you and your marriage, they can do that.
What if that ex-boyfriend, but you know between man and God that there's no way you're going to have sex with that person, says, oh, dinner date and all that. Should you entertain that?
Can I say this? And I don't even have to say, excuse my language. Can you spit on the floor and pick it up with your tongue? You let go of something. Why are you going back to it? Why are you even having conversations with the person? An ex is an ex. Let him stay where he was. The past. So for me, if you're an ex, I don't tolerate you. We don't go vibing. There's nothing we have in common anymore. In fact, I don't know you.
Thank you. All right. So, Papa Kwamena, for a man who is married or a woman who is into a serious relationship, should he be accepting that, oh, it's normal, it's just a harmless dinner date, it's just a trip.
Okay.
I just want to go with them and all that.
I sometimes have a completely different view of some of these things that most people tie themselves up to.
Okay.
I was an individual before I got married to you.
Okay.
And then also I had friends before I got married to you. You had friends. And the fact that I'm married to you doesn't mean that I should cut my friends, or by hook or crook, all my friends should become your friends and all your friends should become my friends. 3 key things in every relationship that would last. The first is trust. If you don't trust each other, there's nothing that you can do in a relationship that would work. When there's trust, you can communicate well. And when you communicate well, you can have good sex. Very, 3 key things. Trust, communication, and sex. When you mix these 3, you miss the very foundation of the relationship.
Trust, communication, and sex.
It should be in that order. First of all, you trust. You are able to communicate well, and then sex will become good. If you have sex and you don't communicate well, eventually sex becomes boring.
When you say have sex and not communicate, what do you
mean? If you are always having insults, you're throwing verbal abuses, you're having misunderstanding, your sex life will fall. If you don't trust each other, your sex life will fall. But if you trust and you communicate well with each other, sex becomes good. That is it. So here, these are the basic lessons that everyone who is looking at getting into a relationship should have up in the sleeve. First of all, you have to trust the person. So if a woman I trust, how am I going to trust the woman that if she goes out with friends in a date, or goes out with friends in the evening, or goes out with friends for a weekend, she's not going to sleep with any of them? How I got to sleep with you when I said I wanted you.
Your foundation.
I look at that.
Oh, so it really counts?
Yes.
It does. So I met you today, I said I want you, and I go to bed with you. So when we get married, and I'm going to Kumasi, and you are going out to somewhere, I mean a party, you can meet somebody and do the same thing. Because once you have done it, you can do it again. So that alone, how the man even managed to have sex with you, how the woman like was forced by the man to have sex, or pressure to have sex. When you are stepping out, the man feels insecure, the woman feels insecure. When there's insecurity, when you are going out alone, the man has suspicions. You understand that? So if I come and show up with my car, come and show off with my, what do you call it, my job or some house or some cash in my pocket, and you easily fall for me, and I get married to you, the next time you're going out with the guys that I know are bigger than me, I get worried, because I know that it was money that I use in getting you, so somebody can use money in getting you.
Right.
So all these
I
things.
beg to differ, because sometimes you meet a guy, you are not a one-night stand lady or a gentleman. But something happens. Things lead to. I don't want to talk about it before someone will say, Paula, you're talking about it. I always get that. When I make example like, Paula, this one you're using it. I'm like, no.
You see, Paula, what happens is things happens and then you allowed it. So things can happen for you to allow it.
Okay.
Because anyone who has self-control, anyone who has built proper self-control, I am not talking of a religious person. I am not talking about people who hide behind the name of Jesus and do all sort of stuff. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying when you decide that, even when I see a naked woman, I will not have an erection. It is up here in the head, because sex starts from here. You get that? I'm not talking about morality. No. I am talking about you having self-discipline.
I see.
That I can see something and say, this is not mine, I won't take it. It is you. And you build you to become mature. And any mature person can see a naked woman and walk away.
So that excuse that we give, like, oh, the feeling was just so strong, or the justification we give for one night stand,
it's a sign of you being weak.
Oh, you heard? You heard?
Here,
don't go do one night stand. Means you're weak out there. You should. So you should
listen.
Build.
It is the man's pleasure to be able to see a woman first day and clear.
Oh,
so.
And it should be the woman's pleasure to see you the first day and become tough and not give you.
Yeah.
You can crack.
The chase me.
Because you see, there are hormones operating up here in the head. Usually I don't like going technical when I'm on set. But you see,
please go technical.
There are some hormones, there are some neurochemicals in the head. Oxytocin, vasopressin, cortisol, serotonin. That chemistry is like some crazy stuff up in your head. When a man is not slept with you, vasopressin levels are very high. If he is coming here and he gets to Tetakwashi and the lady that he wants to sleep with says, go and buy Frankie's ice cream for me. You make a U-turn, even if police will arrest him, he doesn't mind. You make a U-turn, go and make the ice cream. But if he has stopped the thing already, he'll tell you,
it's true.
Right or wrong?
It's true.
There are some, he will chase you, he will come and pick you with his car. After sleeping with you, then he'll give you Uber to go. Vasopressin levels has dropped. And vasopressin levels is not controlled by the man. It is up here. So having sex with a man doesn't guarantee he's going to love you.
Thank you very much. So ladies, I know you're listening. Don't let anyone deceive you, and we know the tricks. By now, and
you see, when it gets to where we are heading towards in our conversation, anytime you enter into a relationship and it becomes sexual, you carry the person along into your next relationship, because then you now have a yardstick to measure. You are looking at this person as just opposed to the one that you are with now. And if the one you were with looks like a little better with this one, you have had sex with this one, you have had sex with this one, but your mind is on this one because that is one that you think made you feel good. That is why women will be having sex with one man called Kojo and they'll be calling Kwamina.
Does that happen?
Men will be having sex with
one woman,
yes.
AC, and will be calling a AC Nam.
It always happens.
You understand me? So
yeah.
it is just because you carry the person along. You get that? There's so much research work that personally I did when I was in Radio Universe because of the Vandals when it comes to this area, that you can never be able to maintain your marriage and feel happy and love it, and husband also sees and feels it, or wife also sees and feels it, if you have had multiple sexual partners.
Because you're always comparing.
You would have the yardstick to measure.
So, Papa, you are in for the stay green and go into the marriage.
You see, when it comes to stay green, you're looking at green in what context? You need to be mature. You need to be, I'm not talking about having sexual experience, but learning from people's experiences. Because, let me say it here, the wise learn from people's experiences, and the fools will want to experience it before they learn.
You heard?
So it is up to you to know that, you have had many friends who had had sex and didn't end up in marriage. Do you also want to go the same line? Now, when you go the same line, the chances are that 70% of people who engage in premarital sex don't end up getting married. The 30% that also end up getting married have 70-30 chances of ending up in a divorce.
True.
So it's just by grace or chance.
Women who cohabit, like they pack that, you bring their pants one, then they will bring the next knicker, the trousers. Before you realize the entire thing is in there, 70% don't get married. You get that? And I tell you, there's a book called Hooked. It is free online. It is called Hooked. It is not a book about sex and all those things, but it tells you how people become addicted and how they respond and react to things that people speak that are against the things that they are doing. So, for instance, what I'm saying, somebody say, oh, don't mind him, he's lying, blah, 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 simply because the person is hooked to it. And those people, you have an account addict that says that, if anything, so usro our rijaya unya warepa. And you see, when you continue to sing that song, you continue to go on that tangent, you continue to marry and remarry, change relationship, and because everybody that comes into your life will come with Nanso, will come with a negative.
Nobody's perfect.
Nobody is perfect, and everybody goes through that. And every relationship goes through stages.
Yeah. All right, Papa, let me find out. No, this one is open to you too. If you meet someone who say, I've dated a couple of people, like I've had more relationships in the past, does that mean that person got a high body count? Or is it always the case that once you are in that relationship, you are bent to have sex? Or some people can have dated like 10 people and maybe it's just one or two that
you see,
had
for
sex
me,
with.
it depends on the sort of relationship I have with you. Now, if I have that very friendly relationship, I can share my ex with you, you can share your ex with me, and we're all talking, and I am able to deduce that this is how you are. I mean, like you are with me and it is not sexual. I'll believe that when you are with them too, it's not sexual. Yeah. But if you are with me and it is sexual, what shows is, the others were not. And then immediately I'll start doing a sex count.
Okay.
Yes, I'll do a sex count because, yes, if you dated Kofi for 2 years and you were having, two rounds of sex every other day. Every other day. Every other day, that makes about, let's say, 3 times in a week. So 3 times 6.
Papa, come on.
6, 3 times 6, let me multiply 52. No, multiply 2. We do that number of times.
Hey.
Yes. So in 10 years, I look at it, we do 3,000, 4,000 times.
Okay, that's scary.
If let's do an announcement on your TV program, a woman who has had sex 1,000 times, who wants to marry her? And see how many men will come.
With one person or with?
They did 1,000 times. Whenever I don't know, and see if you see how many men will come.
But you never know.
And so, so 2 rounds, 2 rounds, 3 times a week, 2 times 2 times 2, and yes, 6 times 52, 6 times 52, yes.
No, but if you're saying that
6 times 52, that's what the multiply number of years on the member.
When you say that, it's like you are being like society is treating women currently.
No.
It applies to men, right?
Thank you.
It applies to men. Yeah. Can we count here?
What I'm saying is, if I'm a woman, and you tell me you have dated this number of women for this number of years, I'll do the sex count.
No,
because you see,
I beg
when it happens that way, I may not be able to satisfy your sexual urges. Because the sort of experiences you have had. Listen, the sort of experiences you have had with multiple women, I will be the one who is supposed to come and perform and come and do magic.
But what if she has become a pro and then she satisfies you with that?
But what if you have become a pro and I'm still playing starlets?
Level up!
How? How are you going to level up?
Like, let me just...
How are you going to level up? Because
Papa, let's be fair to Anna. What you want to come in?
Like, for example, I do not think for women we go into sex with emotions. So it takes a very long time, as you were stating from the beginning. You come from the friendship stage, you understand the person before you move on to the relationship, that major relationship, and then sex comes in. But before a woman can sleep with somebody, emotions womb.
It's not, unless you're just a woman who's just been on the block. But then
emotions.
I am telling you, I am telling you that there are women, and sometimes when they come to me and they are sharing some of those things with me, I ask them, do you kiss? Most women who do not kiss when you're having sex, it's just using the body. There are no emotions attached to it.
Yeah, of course. If you're having sex and you don't kiss.
No emotions attached to it. And then they can do it and go, do it and go. And you see, I'm looking at when I am playing Ghana Blasters. And then you are C. Ronaldo.
Real Madrid, hello Madrid.
Having dated or having more, you have more. That's not mean
for a
you've
woman.
slept or you have a high body count.
No, you see, we are not looking at. You see, you're not looking at the high body count. I'm looking at the sexual experience you have had.
Someone might have dated one person. They are sex freaks. They have more sex. They've had
beautiful
more than someone who dated like 5 separate people.
That is beautiful.
I'm telling you.
I mean, you have one sexual partner, and then the person is like all over.
Yeah.
And then you come and marry me. And me, I can't do that 3 hours. I can't do that 1 hour. I don't smoke the weed or take the drug. And when I put in Petri, it is gone. How can you enjoy me, my
But
dear?
there are means. There are ways and means.
How can you enjoy me?
That's what you mean by ways and means.
No, but because, for example, if you are literally having sex,
it's
not about entering.
Matthias, but someone will say, we're having fun. They've experienced all that sex with that one part. It's about worry, ma.
Now, you see. You are having sex to have an orgasm, right?
Yeah.
Now, you are having sex with somebody who was so good at oral sex.
Oh, okay.
And then you go and marry a man who, when he starts snoring, he'll get a door lock. His jaw will get locked. And you are not coming.
Are you sinister?
Your mind will go back to that guy.
Yeah.
And then you date a guy who is extra large. And then you come and marry me, that I'm petite garçon. How am I going to be able to compete with that one?
With all seriousness, it's true.
Yes.
There are disadvantages if you've been around, if you really explored sexually. Sometimes when you end up with someone, it's like they don't meet your expectations, and then you feel very sad.
And this is not only for women, for men too. I get used to a woman who will sit on me and ride and do I trust my leg and all those things, and then I go and marry a woman who is going to lie down.
Missionary.
Oh yeah.
Crucify me.
Okay.
And then even when it is yeah. How? So with that, because the man has had multiple experiences, he is then going to hunt outside for other women that can give him that sort of experience. So you see, I am saying that if you don't have a yardstick to measure, and what you had is what you married, you don't have any yardstick to measure. You are good.
It's true.
If you
married a virgin, all the compare they.
Yes,
so let me give you a virgin's experience. Okay. So this girl marries a guy. Most of my friends are married, by the way. So this girl marries this guy.
And they're all virgins, yes.
Like me.
Yeah, like you, yes.
So this girl gets married and she was a virgin, and I can boldly say because we are friends from church, and she's a virgin and everything. Anybody crashes or a virgin.
Was it your kind of virgin or the real deal?
No, real deal.
The real deal.
Okay.
So the real deal, and she marries a man, and from her point of view, sex was good, everything. I don't know where or how things went. Or your sofa. But divorced. She has 2 kids. They're divorced. Why? She went out looking.
You see, the
and
reason
she was a virgin.
You see, sometimes you see peer pressure.
She realized that what she was stuck to was not it. But why did she even go out? Because curiosity. She not knowing, because she was restricted for so long in her life that once she married, she was like, okay, now I can experience things. Being restricted is not even an advantage.
So you see,
she was curious. She wanted to know what is different from her husband's own.
And this is a clear sign of immaturity.
All right. The conversation is getting interesting.
A clear sign of immaturity.
Different sides, and I know of the viewers who are doing the watching. You decide what to do, because at the end of the day, we give suggestions, ways you can make your life, your relationship better. But you decide. On this note, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, the show continues. Welcome back. You're still watching Moans and Cuddles. Now we've gotten to my favorite segment, my favorite part of the show. That's the mystery box. As you already know, we've got some questions in here which we expect our guests to give us honest answer. No libi, no labalaba. You just pick one. I'll start with Kwame, Papa. Wow. Mr. Smooth.
This is plain, right?
No, it's not plain. Let there be an answer. What's there? Oh, you want me to read it for you? I could do you, Diana.
At what age did you lose your virginity?
Child.
Oh, okay.
That person must hear this.
At what age did Papa Kwame not give it up? Or maybe you remember maybe the time it was, maybe SS.
Yeah, the issue here is when a man is breaking his virginity, you're talking about the first time he had his ejaculation or first time he had penetration.
Women got
like had sex.
Yes, with a woman.
You see, growing up, you will try it. It's whether it entered or didn't enter, you don't know.
You don't know whether it counts. Mama and Dada.
Yeah, you don't know whether it entered or not, you know. And I'm not going to play like I was like an angel, growing up and all that stuff. I remember in secondary school, I went to Accra High, Accra High School. When I was, even from primary 6 getting to Form 1 in secondary school, I had this girlfriend. Was so, like when I see her, then you start blushing and all that. And I remember sometime I took her to some fitting shop. We're trying to do this thing, and I touched the wall and I got some electric shock. I was shocked by some bare wire. Then they ran away, so we didn't do it, and then we left. I remember when we went to Form 1, I had some dark girl, and that girl, when I see her, I don't know if you know Accra High School. We had this, 2-story, and the Form 1 was down, and then like that. So when I see her, I want to dodge. It was like that.
Mad crash.
Yes, mad. And she was living somewhere in, I think, at the Braka or so. We would walk from Asalam down to the Braka and all that.
Did you master the courage to tell her how you feel?
You know, like we're in a relationship, but Charlie, those times, why are you taking her?
Yeah,
there was nowhere.
Father's house.
There was nowhere you can go and do those things. So, if I really recall, like the time that I sort of penetrated and had like an ejaculation or something the first time, I think I was about 21 years.
21 years.
Yes, I was about 21 years.
Oh, after all the failed attempts.
Yes.
It as well.
Yes, we tried many times. Failed,
but failed.
Yes.
Anna, your turn.
Okay.
Okay.
Hope this is blank. It is.
There's only one guess who. Wait, is it blank?
Yes.
Oh goodness gracious!
Very blank.
I know you. Okay.
I have questions way back from school.
No, it's just one question. One.
So I have to choose one.
Yeah, it's one.
Okay.
And be kind.
But I mean, virgins are kind, so.
Oh, you know.
Paula, how are you?
I know you don't have to make. You don't have to put me in suspense.
Okay, so. Honest answer. So, okay. Who was your first, sex? Who did you have your first sex with? Name. Yeah.
Okay.
No,
Name. So that's my question. Name the person you first had sex with. At all, so.
They are all watching.
No. Okay. You know when you try to put things behind you and maybe your first, even now, doesn't even deserve that you talk about him.
Yeah.
So I would say it was not really.
You didn't even know what you were doing.
No, not that I didn't know what I was very mature. I did not have sex
those
at the
things. Okay.
Yeah, it was when I was mature enough.
Okay.
But then
I feel like he doesn't deserve to be named.
No, it doesn't even deserve.
I understand that.
Thank you for putting me on the spot, my dear friend. I will get you. You will surely come back.
That is a nice way of dodging the question.
Oh no,
she
but
did,
honestly, Papa, you know that some people, some
I
exes, they don't.
there's no need to even talk about them.
It.
Sometimes
you know, let them. As you said, they are in
the
past.
You don't know them.
Exactly, my love. Right now, we've said a lot from the beginning of the conversation. Because I have had advice from a lot of people, and then the whole had fun. For me, I thought it was like, getting to know or having fun, maybe touring or whatever. But then, as you guys have stated, it's about what makes you happy. So do it all.
Yeah.
Your happiness does not depend on any man. It's you. So you can date like 50, 20 before you said before you want to get married.
But see, let me cut in here.
Yeah.
Dating 50, 20 before you get married, no trouble. So long as you're not having sex and so long as you're not doing that simultaneously. Because if you are looking at 2, 3 guys at the same time and trying to find character, you won't find it. It is only when you piss at one place that you see that your urine can foam.
So you're not
I'm saying that it is only when you piss at one side that you can see that urine can also foam. Because if you really want to know the person you are with, and then you have scattered energy, you are looking at this, you are looking at
wake up.
You get that? You are never able to focus on what you really want. If you are dating one person at a time, I date you and it's not working, I dump you. Or we end it. I did someone else, it's not working. You're not coming up with a sort of lifestyle, character and all the stuff I want. I drop it, I go for someone else. But if you're dating 2 people, you're dating 3 people, what you see in this person, you will not find here. What you find here, you will not find here. You get that? And then you yourself will be torn in between these people or torn amongst them, and you're unable to make sound decisions. You're unable to make wise choices. You get that? Then if you're not careful, you allow your emotions to decide for you. But you should be the master of your mind. Your mind shouldn't master you.
So dating, if you're looking for someone to
if you would date even 100 people,
it should be one at a time.
It should be one at a time. Because now, when I'm with you and I'm totally devoted into assessing this person to be a partner, let me focus. Because if you are scattering your energies, you are here, you are here, you are here, then you yourself, you don't even know what you want.
But Papa, I've also heard, I don't know, Edna, like with women, like, let them welcome. If someone says they're interested in you, you know, let them hang around.
Yeah.
Be nice to them. At the end of the day, you decide who to pick. But Papa, come and
I am talking about being in a committed relationship.
No, not committed. I don't think
So,
having
you
the
see,
energy to have three people
we
in committed
confuse
relationship is too much.
this word date.
I'm talking about like the dating. I'm not like real courtship.
Like when I am dating you, or when I say I'm going out with, it's just like let's go to somewhere, have a drink. It's a date. You understand me? So if I am doing that regularly with you, and I'm doing that regularly with another woman, doing that regularly with another woman, then my mind here is telling me that I am looking for, your friend is saying, something special from a friend is saying this person, or something special from that person. I would definitely see something in you that I like, and I'll definitely see something in Edna that I like, and I'll also see something in the other person that I like. The same way I'll see something I don't like in you, and in similarly different things in the other people I do not like. Then I'll be in that dilemma. Which one do I pick? Do I go for the one that talks to me this way? Do I go for the one that gives me a ride? What do I go for? And then if you're not careful, you will make that choice, which will be wrong for you. But if I'm with you and I'm completely devoted to you, and you're not doing what I want, or I don't see what I want to see in you, and I'm walking away, I even tell you that because of so and so and so and so, let's end it. Because I remember there was a lady I was going out with, she's in Tama. I told her, when I was breaking up with her, I told her, because you feel so insecure, when we get married, I can't breathe. Because then, when somebody calls me, you come and, even when you are not married, somebody calls me, why no Afro? Let me see. All those things, if you ignore them and you get married, it becomes even worse in your marriage.
Okay.
If the guy you are with is threatening, slapping, or becoming verbally abusive or physically aggressive,
Signs.
you know, those are signs that if you ignore and you get married to the person, eventually the person will beat you up there.
I see.
So you need to be attentive. You need, listen, this relationship thing we are talking about, it is not a joke. It is not a game. It's a lifelong learning process. People go in and walk out. People go in and get hurt. People go in and get healed. So it is up to you to decide exactly what you want in a relationship.
All right. And now, do you side with Papa Kamina?
To an extent.
To an extent.
Yeah, so to an extent, when we talk about committed relationships, then I would side with him. But if we are talking about going out, allowing people in your life, men will come for women. I have people around me that are interested. For me, if you're not even interested, it means that that's to me, because every woman has a man that is interested in her. However, the person you are in a committed relationship with is the person that knows you. Do you get it? So for me, my man is someone I decided that, okay, against all odds, he's the one I can stick with. Not because I slept with this, I slept with Kofi, I slept with Kwame, I slept with, no. But because I looked at him, I'm like, okay, or jealousy kakra. I can manage. His own is not the one that suffocates you. You can manage it. Because almost every man has that thing in them. On jealousy, they are not just say, on pel. But or pewa, or be jealousy, but no interest or be suffocate too. So I decided, okay, against all odds, let me just stick with this one. So that is why I'm with him. But so with him, it's a committed relationship. And as I am committed, it means I'm not looking anywhere.
That's it.
Yes, I'm not looking anywhere. And as far as you make that point, you get that point across to your friends, everyone around you, then you know that, okay, on your end, why you are family date?
So you know, and then you don't feel
you
like
are not leading anybody.
Exactly. Or you have high hopes that we might end up together.
Exactly.
Okay.
It's So it's more like if we end up together, fine. It means our foundation is good. But I'm not putting the fact that we are engaged in tea by force down the aisle. I'm leaving room for us to study ourselves enough. And for me to go that, oh, we can stick together.
So I want to get one thing right here. At the end of the day, what we decided, I wish I had dated more before marriage. But then someone who is in that relationship, but from where we've gotten to, it's quite obvious that there's so many things that we thought it was all like this, but in natural sense, that was not how it worked.
Yeah.
Should you say one should save their energy? Maybe a young girl, maybe in senior high who's listening to her, junior high in the university, who is like, I'm saving all I have for the man I'm going to marry, for the woman I'm going to marry. Are we telling that they should save all their energies? Or, you know, sometimes it's good to explore.
Let me
just save your energy if you don't want the whole drama and the thing that comes with it.
I don't think you choose I'm talking from a woman's perspective. I don't think we choose to go into a relationship. We don't choose. So I'm friends with this guy and we hang out, we go out. He makes me happy. He understands me. I'm able to run to him if I have a problem. He's able to come to me. We bounce ideas off each other. That's how it starts. Then before you know, okay, babe, I've been looking at you for a while and I feel like, okay, I think we should hang out, we should date, we should be in a relationship. I'm like, okay. You do that whole dating thing for a while, then it moves on to, oh, I think you are the kind of person I want to marry. Then that is where you have come to, you can understand that I am not into sex before marriage or sex after marriage, but I believe each and every person who values themselves would be able to tell and know when they want to give it up.
Give it up. Okay.
So it's your own decision to know when to give it up. I would say some people can have sex just like that. But until I am really there with you and know for a fact that menyema
obeji.
And yet you know
worry me.
No, and yet worry, babe, it's not even the worry. It's the fact that do you see him as a baby daddy in the first place? I
always say, if you know you are sleeping with a man or woman,
exactly,
you can't even imagine could be
him as your kid's daddy, then don't do it at all. That is how I used to determine where I want to.
But then you'll be surprised. You'll be screwing someone you think is responsible. Nyim nashe. See, the thing, you can never be so sure.
You see, that is why
you can never be so sure.
I would always remember this thing my mother told me. What's it say? Besibia tum besopa. Se benin bia tum besopa. Onye de hu no efu. Wunyim no ye har.
Exactly.
Yes. I don't know how to say it in English. The fact that all men are coming after you it doesn't mean you're the most pretty girl in town. It's just because you don't have any that how do you say it? You don't have that aura around you that would pick.
Fiero.
That will pick men. That when a man is approaching you, he knows that they're way there in type. I mean, this one is not my class. Missy, say be bia to Missy Opa. Ono nchere umuna yefu. When you know your heart. Yes. Yes. Because at some point, you see, I'll be there. Then play to women. My mother told me. So besebia tumba. No tumba. Wenyim. Na obakacho do pewa. Onyo hu na efu. Wenyim no ya ha. It simply means that you have dropped your level of thinking. That low that any riffraff, anything walking around can come and propose to you. If you are walking on the streets and anybody, I'm not saying we are better human beings than others, but we are. You have your level, you have your class. That anybody can just walk to you and propose to you. It is not because you are beautiful. You have lost your dignity.
I think, Paula, you, for example, I've known you for a while, so I know you would have the same feeling. Do you get that feeling when a guy asks you out, now buefu? You feel as though then I'm a
Thank you. And sometimes at some point the person is just trying to gather them, and the person can't. That means that You have raised yourself to a certain bar. So sometimes a woman, because my number is all over the place. If you don't mind, I can put it up. People who want counseling can call me. It is out there, and then they will call you, and then you see some will be showing their buttocks and be showing their legs and be doing this, doing that. And
hot cake.
When I'm chatting them, I tell them, did I not send you? Yes, I ask you, did I not send you? Because I don't see a woman my level just throwing herself at me. No, I have to go hustle small before you get.
As soon as she does that, you know for a fact that obey you.
Yes, mano, and that's as mano.
So please be on the lookout. It's not always that you think that they love you. But before we wrap up the show, it's been an eye opener. With me, I always say people come to my set and you're on my couch, they say things, and I pick it up. Sometimes speaking like, hey, if you don't know who counts, I'm like, no, I have people passing through all the time, and all the things are the same. Sometimes, before this conversation, I had this perception, but at the end of the day, hearing your experience, the advice, I'm open to new things. I'm like, maybe this is not how it worked. This is the real deal. This is real life. So I must say, I really appreciate your coming, Edna and Papa coming, and Mr. Smooth. Everything was smooth and all that. He hits the thing. And I asked Edna to our virgin guest. You always do it.
Sweetheart, I mean, why to represent what I am?
I know, my love. Before we wrap up, last words from you, advice to listeners, people who think that you have to see it all before. We've all said the disadvantages is in it, and at the end of the day, you decide. But what would you say?
I should go. Okay, so I would just say something very simple and say that what you see isn't always what you get. What you see isn't always what you get. And if you are in a relationship, whether committed or now ongoing, you need to be able to look out or think out of the box and try and get the advice of someone you value on some things. So, for example, if you're dating somebody, if you're close to your mom and a man comes around you and he's committed, it's not bad for you to get advice from your mom and see if she sees that, oh, this guy, because I've had experiences where she goes like, guy with that.
And somehow they're always right.
And then,
how they do it.
on point, like on point. Okay, Debia, say. I see Nyamiaka say, "Man, you know, they're both pumping my who said, So it's with time I've gotten to a place where if my mom says to it, I won't. So I believe everyone should have someone like that in their lives and do not make decisions on your own because sometimes emotions do come in.
Thank you.
Great. What I would say is everybody who is in a relationship should know that every relationship will go through stages. You go through the very beautiful part from the beginning, the honeymoon phase. And then after the honeymoon phase, you get into a stage we call the differentiation phase, where everybody starts identifying him or herself as an individual. And if you're not careful, and most times one person goes into that stage before the other, so it causes a lot of pain for the other person. The other person comes to join. And then once you join the differentiation phase where I start seeing myself as an individual and not like we are together, if you're not careful, you move into the freedom phase where you feel that I can live without you. You're not important. I mean, I own my own life and all that. I can live it. But if you truncate it, you don't allow it to go through the stages and you truncate it, you start from the honeymoon, go to the next stage, truncate it, and then it becomes, like a cycle. You're unable to keep a relationship.
Papa Kwame and Edna, thank you very much for coming. But before I wrap up, I want you to put out your social media handles where we can reach you.
Okay, so on all social media platforms, I'm known as Adele Addo, ADELADDO. So that's my name is Edna Adelaide. So Adele Addo, and on all platforms anyway. So
thanks, pretty Edna.
All right, so mine is Mr. Smooth. Like I've become the most popular Mr. Smooth on YouTube. So go check my videos. I have a couple of videos there. Like them, watch them. I've not even monetized it, but you just go watch for me.
You should go watch
for me. So when you get to YouTube, you type Mr. Smooth, you see the guy with the hat. One of them will pop up, yes, and that's it. When you go to Facebook, I think it's also Mr. Smooth. And then if you want to call me, you want to talk to me, 0244 661011. 0244 661011. You can also chat me on WhatsApp, the same number.
All right.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for coming. But before I also take leave, I want to put in this. I can put in the best here, baby aniha. I don't know how I will say it in English. But
everywhere is here.
Everywhere is here. Yeah, sometimes you think that there's something bigger, maybe than the person you are with. Yes. A lot of people have been deceived into that. So they go all over, and then before they realize, it's like, what they were looking for, they never found. So if you meet a partner who you think is right for you, as they always say, you never get it 100%. But once that person is a gentleman, is a lady, the rest of it, I think you can work it out. And let love lead. And please, whatever it is, relationship, as Mr. Smooth was saying, it's not what we just see. It entails a lot. So I would say in all things, do pray. Pray about the person you're ending up with. Because I've had stories, people telling me marriage, they want to leave and all that. It's just too much. But your marriage will be different. I am Paula Amabruni. It's always a pleasure coming your way. I can't wait to have you on the next episode of Noise and Colors. Thanks for watching.
It's been 21 years since the biggest disaster in football happened in Ghana. Over 120 people lost their lives at the Accra Sports Stadium when Hearts of Oak were playing Asante Kotoko in the Ghana Premier League. May 9th is a disaster that many Ghanaians do not want to remember. But hooliganism is still going on in our game. The Ghana Premier League, Division 1 and other local competitions. Have we learned enough for us to prevent this? Because hooliganism, just last week, it happened at the Aliyu Mahama Sports Stadium in Tamale. What do we do as a country to stop this from happening? Join me as I interact with football fans at the Cantonment Market here in Accra. Let me also hear from you in the comment section. My name is Joel Leshen, and welcome to this episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. All right, we are back on this episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate. Today we are talking about hooliganism in football. Just last weekend, a lot happened at the Aliyu Mahama Stadium in Tamale. Football fans, referees, and then officials, they've been beaten day in and day out in the Ghana Premier League and other local competitions. But May 9th, in 2001, have we learnt enough as a country? That's what we are asking. Boss, we are GhanaWeb TV. So, any kind of Ghana has no team men are supporting. Oh, we are Kotokoni. We are fabulous. I'm fabulous. May 9th, 2001. We see then I would say, Assembly Sa AC, Accra Sports Stadium. Oh, now and to the match, and then more than at the Nibian Abba. And to know, go to PM Sanes or be any day. I bring to know where I do so no be a chin ban the ones between more than I had an national probably to Noel Park. And so, 21 years, as I same way, AC, Monday. I chair Muyana 21 years now, your boy Johnny. But and your man did May 9th by who you say. As Omaino, Yaye Bibia, you bet to me preventing Noma Wema, Nesibio, and I say, the Aya Yagusoye. Oh, and you man, dear, baby, I will be a Tusiano Panya, the Ayan, because also will be not supporting how you know, our park and also now with my was an about down with my report to my police in Libya, no Biana, with my signals, with my show Bono Park and so. And Omo Stadium, because Nancy, Aliyu Mahama Stadium, Tamale. Ya boot team, ya born players, ya both fans. Sanko for no yanyo mo de. Oh, Sanko for no de boss who say obu also ah. Na vim na 13 na chi. It in the choir the sound no de obu fosu na de.
Abantu obi else na dey take name you say na some dey some na dey. Abantu no Kenya police for any amanfonya awobabo bi etwa park no so na ebi ntimi yesa na ke so betimi me ni so agi.
Nti da wo kan say yes so man from ko
yes so mu di ya say na abamra wo nti yes so mu na abamra na betimi wo di de anu ndi.
The police at the various stadium, he is telling you that once you are able to grab somebody misbehaving, trying to cause troubles at the stadium, you can put him behind bars. Boss, what's the team and our support?
We are class of four.
We are has. Sa game no main night has na win the game no. And I same way na buy. And I would say no, the same. And at that time, we see fast them.
Oh, me fast them. They say like before na then about intina ma. What's a tough match? Wow. And I ban stand so before be ba. I say we support inti. Before be ba intina ma sa anto kwane then. Ba you know.
Inti esi sa no 21 years. Who you say yesua bibi efrima ebe ma de we ensansibio.
Oh, me who say yesua bibi because na see am boy President Cap na say akrampo me hu say oh say bibia to di we share yesua bibi pa
by ye different as ne kotoko no still ye bo referees any players e Ghana
ba say referees say odi nkwasem park so dia won betima bo e no de say bia odi pasia we bia bo say oji oh na wa nkwankoji oh e betima be bo park no so
ba and me say wasem Oko England now, team men are supporting
England, Chelsea.
We are Chelsea fan.
Yeah, Chelsea fan.
Okay, said 2009, Champions League semi-final. Sa referee now, obey we are Chelsea. I was Stamford Bridge. Okay, no.
Oh, me referee. One them.
They are ACN. Share go man, need ball ban.
So.
Sa referee no. Odi game boni pa, na so omambono. Argentina.
Even security tight intina manya den ya
nko am security nya tight intina
omo tight intina ya buo mo no anti police for na amko stadium a enkwa boys na mo ba stadium be di nkwa asem na ya pam chewa mo no mo nkasa na mo guide o mo yese na bo no be koso true
anything and it's all for say Yambo referees.
I mean, yeah.
But you heard him. He doesn't support the meeting of referees. Let me go on and speak to other football fans. Today we are doing it at Cantonment Market. Yeah. You can see them when you come around. You can visit and get your nice shirt and all that. Boss, team men are supporting.
Accra has to folk.
Has to folk. We are phobia. Game no. May night 2001. I has an LED and a sunset in our buy. If you are a banner, what you say? Yes, you are baby.
We want to see a baby pan because in CBM and they see and so maybe they have 4.5. I'm a government, and they have I'm a police for the soldiers because or more when so some Shema stadium no into Kwesi ama stadium ni bubu government na famu de wa anye niye because I na in ade na ni we no wa anye niye because e nipa na e ba betena o into ba e bebu na me kan what am ase
enuti sa yes nye betwa mu no ya ye bibia e chese sa nyoma we NCB wa na
oh me hu ne sia ye bibia fa ho because almost yes na be NCB but ya ye bibia fa wan kan e see 2 weeks ago say 1 week ago in case because me hu ne sia ye bibia fa ho because police for so almost stadium almost show adwuma ne so nye ni
inti yes ankofo no omukwa ye nyom den
oh say ye chiom na government ne no be dia say government ne omudi because stadium na government dey ntumi nkọ ho nkọ ye dey apenku prepare nipa se na meka no atema se sports nso dey ye nyina ye pe me has ni basket kokwa we a me support no wa we it is about home a mo me nhwe ni
so now the common thing is that they are calling on police at the various stadiums to make sure that they arrest hooligans who will try and destroy our beautiful game. Boss, my phone soon we see ono support has one so
ampa tokotoko
we kotoko ni nti I say has for me enu na kotoko for and amotia main knife and then awkai
chairman sa omkede si sports stadium sin de na ehu ko ni pa wu pa na ehu nti say yeso na wa bebre won ba de bia secret tight but ye hu secret da tight de bia de ekoso na ye de ekoso but especially me de problem bebre ba referees no say referees obi a pesca say bribe na ye de ekoso nti ye anoma ko diska say ball na penalty kwa also offside ball na go kwa also offside and ya problem
ba ma mbisa o kwa amanone a ye referees no ha omomwade mo ofom pa nanso yambo omo obi ambo omo nti eyam nansa o ka say referees no modern more form into Yambom.
Oh, me mfasi yambo by won say born yeah born or more born more nature referee so the nature referee so into the referee be call board na a tie final win him sir into say referee say born a penalty cry that's what can say any penalty and to quiet then eba say what you say yeah and chef fans na before say yeah referees no so then omo ka say entro mo na sir and I made me
afuto be na wo dey ma unuanom because the empembe na ye kwa park ya youth na na ekoko ntopa no ebi esi emabi mewu e dey na wo ka cho
oh they make ka cho say sisian dey obia akoma amna fom sa de dey ebi dey intimacy so obia fa ne ho adwen sisi obia hia asomdue sisi ade me hu say ebi kwa dey esdan by sisi tight no so dey omka script dey enye tight asa
minu we no sisi kotoko enada first Ghana Premier League wo jide say mbetumi aka 6 games mbetumi age league no
oh ya jerry
all right so you heard the gentleman that I spoke to about hooliganism in football 21 years after May 9th. What have we learned as a country? Let me hear from you in the comment section after watching this video. Alright, so welcome back to this episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate. Today we are talking about hooliganism in football. May 9th happened in 2001, but do you think that we've learned enough for us to prevent this event or this disastrous event from happening again in our history? I have two gentlemen here to interact with them. Bosu, GhanaWeb TV, so also supporting Asante Kodoko. May 9th buy 2001 no. Asem no buy no say na osifano.
Oh, the only one thing is Asem buy in the range because fine, we are all supporting football. Football is our passion. This is our goals. Anytime we always eat football. You need football in terms of everything. But sadly, fine. Me that time I was in Accra here, but that time I went to Stadium. But I didn't see but we are all, I like to say, Sanimano intimacy being because this is the Ghana we have, this is the football.
Okay, after 21 years, you know, who say you see your maybe if they see as on mine, send a buyer, sign your may see and to me and sign Babu.
Oh, yes, because the only one thing I know say those people who are all ready to learn something about football no musnya. But when people so on still when they go to stadium they are still going to do that kind of things. And in the back the football as in they assume maybe cost stadium maybe be far. The point
na Sunday we are Aliu Mahamas Sports Stadium Tamale ya bonko for na wo ka say yesu anyoma ya and then ekosu na yesa bonko for no e den na wo ka
also sometimes on say we Ghanaians and we as a sports fraternity people I say yema education and high because fine any pan or stadium when them say the moment we try to ticket to stadium it's already everything is all right but you follow football sports yes anytime be more education public education high say be anytime be obi be stadium be and you know the kind of thing you are going to do because to make say who free stadium who free fear stadium match na ko omla na wa hwe won kwa oyere na oben hu no you have to learn something so that it is serve as a deterrent for others. All
right, so he said we should continue educating the fans at the various stadiums for us to prevent hooliganism from happening again in our football. Has any side game has a winner. What say at that time? Who reflect here? I be seen that then I can.
Oh, that time I assembly scene and very sad. Me ma ko stadium be me now for be break me nua no musuku. Nti o mo ko ende me nua no de nyame ase obi a ho an shada an toche masa. Be ko fo bi nua no ne ko fo bi adofo ye de ho kan. Mama bi. Yeah, ni na no ye futu wo se di tu ye ho. Se de na wo kan no me nua wo ka che me nua. Je si wo tamale. Enye fine. Obi so asa esi wo be che enye fine. Football ni ani je ho. Ye ko stadium wo se ye hunu se apart from see ye ball no ye nuanom baako It's would you proud be a then I'll be now. Who say be a then I'll be no be a foul soccer and then what game? Ye course ye football, me and support football. Yes, I say Ghana football, I say. Ghana football, I see. But then so I posted the more her ball, the attitude, no son, papa. Because I have so referee view, as also attention view. What I say, even more benches will be on the view. It's in the arbitrary decision go on near Jay arbitrary. No one arbitrary go and far but baby actually. You young
and Cofona, Omoko Stadium, Cocontocana, then I am finding your missing away as I know my way and baby.
Oh, because stadium no coco, not Sano Manomane Banasi, Timini Panadi, or Sembrano. Embrano. Okay. Embrano was sending the Panadi now, set the example, said that there next time will be Costadium. The bones of a ball, a bone tina, a box like a book bukumari, and no granny pammy, and any one chain. It's Nipabiade Costadium, who say, oh, ball. Now the entertainer, who was stadium now, her bar, at least so pressure be surprised. But you have pressure, I will feel the brain, no stadium. If you are entertain, who had no more DJ, bear quaint or pania de idea, who cost stadium crown our wife and whatever a stadium, I will cruise over come back. Oh, and you're fine. It's in the entry of for born I now grown in that because football and no other day. Ghana, football for
Alright, so we should let the law deal with people who go to the stadium and then misbehave, trying to beat referees, officials, and all these people. What do you also think? Have we learned something as a country after May night 2001? Speak to me on this episode of GhanaWeb Sports Debate in the comment section. So it's been 21 years since the unfortunate incident at the Accra Sports Stadium where over 128 fans lost their lives because of football. Hooliganism is what we are talking about, and after 21 years, have we learned something as a country in football? A lot is happening in the various stadiums with fans beating up referees and officials. But this is Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. Today we are at Kanta. I have my first guest here, May 9th 2001. Pacho, Sasem, what say, and then also reflect here. Then I walk on.
The American say, sadness are buying to me, no trauma. Now, sadness, been to me in Sibiu or Ghana.
Sisi a stadium, they are a sea and I am a Nipashi or Monquano, a Guso Air Course Division 1, and even Ghana Premier League, yeah, boom referees, yeah, boom players. Who do you say I saw mine? We see a BB every day I see anymore.
So Muslim BB free the sea anymore. Now, I'm going to try Sango for Nason. Now, Sadia, it's me a 20 meter. Nancy.
Now, among cost stadium, I call so. Then, and I also say the year more or more ebe Jaisa no more.
And it's not making Gaga says, I'm going to Sango for now, me as an assault. Nasa don't me, they didn't mean Sibiu.
All right, so he's also calling for the law to deal with people who misbehave at the various stadiums in Ghana. Ever May 9th. Now we're here now. Quite bad so, and I would say the same way is to Accra Sports Stadium.
May 9th for the day, May 9th, now we're 16 years. By the assembly, my Mukukobi said the Osha said the Nipadudu Wuyan dia. Now me party, I'm a pan football, the course of the year, you see, but you see, be an ancient, never did see what family. And I see it to me several few no, said the NSA to me catch or more because near who will be as always stadium over 2 so I chop I see it to do police station. Near Jeluness and Mark gone here because football, Kayana boom. Oh, new regional has in the Kotokoni and TBBA and say the team my refuge for no refuge for the city no more Casatra.
But Oka referee no say a quam on here, your referee in Bua or more than more from Papa Nemo. Who say fans no the umbrella so bedding at them Obia and Tenin and Sasso Quacobon.
And none I say, yeah, your stadium. I see who say body or correct 3 things in the room. Whether lose or win or draw. Until the other two be an so to me, their fans are. So what I say, dear Kumachi say, refuse Japanese and Yanas able to so dia. They be a de one you boom. Until I say now, so as I say, Subai. Next year, the other, the team of football, no coin, Nagana, see a coin. You meet my culture.
Bad officiating is everywhere in the world. By beating referees and players and other stakeholders in football won't solve the solution. At the end of the day, for what we have seen as a country, we should do enough to prevent hooliganism from happening in our game. But he wants strict punishment for people who go to the stadium and misbehave. We can even start jailing people so that others will not go and misbehave. May 9th, 2001, Ukaya, then Ukai for some May 9th, then Ukai for.
The Mekai found say Nipa Ewu and Amaya games in Usaya Bono, and you're leg in the Bonusaya Basa, Amaya Bono near the Intimpo. They say, if you start time, you can be football, school. So many have this ball. They do want to say, I'm a bobo one in Abba for me, it's been cooked near the idea. It's no, I'm a bobo on it. Okay, you should say, if you see a bomb of our phone.
But I wouldn't say, and then in the you will so more referees. And then, you bet to me, they are preventing sign of my way now.
Oh, referees near Bomon, dear. I was someone share now. There must be near tight to a stadium, not the other. And I refuse to listen. I'm share so many born French. If they do a penalty cry, no one, national fans in the buffet, and I have my fans in Abba Park. And I'm a football for no more born players in Sweden. I can support my local referee.
Yeah, but I say it's a referee more for man. I know interest is so Okoboro.
I know the buffet now, but
change na referees no. Ebi mbody more from pa na mu ya mu obia. Mekai 2009 referee Chelsea and Barcelona. Or retire or because sa game no. Neke say o ma Chelsea penalty for. Oditia Chelsea. No mo Chelsea for ambolo. Incident na ye stadium na referee and penalty and so penalty tia na just say enkobo.
We say oh no and here ha no e dey tutu e security we na o security na tight say wa asi. O mo kwan say we si park and so transfer for ball ba ha ga na ha no. We say security for na do mo ko so mo ko hwa yi ni we say we gina di ko mo na we say wa obi hu no bia fachi na mo fi ono no mo ba be ball ba o say security na tight obi ani wo mo so yo mo adwuma yi nti o mo ntimi hwe say fans no anfi eni so black park so no bo wo mo sa o say ha so no o say security no I say obi gina na we ni we di komo o be hu na nipa na babu na abua for mo so by tight dia enti move for mo so dia be kama
ora bosu mami fa wi omom ko stadium a omkoko ntokwa no e dey na enfa nyom
supporters for na
supporters no omko stadium na bibi ketu esi ana omo bo referees na omo bo players na omo bo away team nyom dey
no Sunday no asotwe no se yede ma omo na ni nyina akire ni nso no bibisa no so besi a ni nyina so Ghana ye mpanifo ne ka ho bi for stadium de wokwa o say street ni tight street na anya tight na se bibi e bia lively and a player bi ya de no wanye ni ya we the supporters for nentokwa na omo toto ni oma na omo de ko ni nyina na emwa nti o say Ghana ban so hwe what na ni to na stadium ye boba street ni tight eye no so ya tight ya no so betimi aboa ye fans na BBC a ye de ye hojimo e kontokwa nti o say Ghana o ma street ni tight no so betimi aboa.
All right, so we need a tight security at the various stadiums in Ghana, and that is the only way that we can prevent another May night from happening in Ghana. Others are also calling on the security officers that once we arrest these hooligans, we have to make sure that they are jailed so that others will not dare do these uncalled for acts at the various stadiums. All right, so my last guest on the show, this episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate, we are asking whether we've learned enough as a country to prevent any other May night from happening again. 21 years, a lot has happened in our football, and referees and officials are still beaten. Let me find out from this man from what he thinks. GhanaWeb TV, so 2001 May 9th, is here now we're here.
Let me say you overhead. Me am brother na me say you na me fit. Okay. Me brother ko hwe bo ni bi. The tia answer to question ho bi ade. Ma me brother na me ani ni ho anka. Ana obai. If you go no ekoso kaso ankan first division for na that the takoso mo bu referees. Enya fine. Make us last week. E bi say obro na half. Am abandon home team. Yeah. Tia nye fine say because sa na because dia be ma football ko adu sika ewura mu ana ya na ya ba obi wo sika bi no person ewura mu a obe twe no
na say person ko stadium na
person ko we match ya ana bibisa akura no na we mu hihyew ntimi nko nye fine so mo we no mu jai
nti omo aye betchom no den na yemfa nyom a saade we yebetumi tu ase kwakwa
sanka beya anka omampanim fa ne nsi mama ni nya maji evenko on ne nsi from say so you supporter we are home supporter we are away supporter we are different kra na behwe ya mra ye chiwa mra ni new yentwa age bi to 5 years and 10 years ya ne de adu se na bi afofrofo no obi nso hunu no nkoye bi because I had bebre aba because stadium kra na usuru match bi o kra pese ekọ na nso esuro se bia ye si na bi besensi ti anya de ye coming nko am so dia me de na mani afika kra ti me hunu bi kakra ti anya de ye papa ne papa de because me bi se me passport pa ti bi sa ba sa no ana me kakra je ba nke nya
nti Ghana also positive
me yakra so fu
we are asini this week am bo MTN FA Cup someone to me and share na say mo ya controllers anu no
aw de aye de azri afi nkoi yerba na mpa na ebosi eba league ni mpa eba top 4
ba say an has the
aba 4 and yeah say anwini krampo a etim na nye de nya say betoto ne o mayi on prayers na o wo mu no na ebe say ebe sa ke beni ape bia bechi ne mo aye de amaye na has de me free mo ha me pa.
All right, so he's a football fan, but hooligans and hooliganism scare him from going to the stadium. And he's telling President Akufo-Addo that hooliganism shouldn't just be an issue of the Ghana Football Association. The Ministry of Youth and Sports should take it upon themselves to make sure that these hooligans will be taken from our game. It has been another episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. What have we learned as a country to prevent another main night from happening? Let me hear from you in the comment section after watching this video. This has been another exciting episode. Make sure to subscribe to the channel and do enjoy the rest of our programs. Until we meet again, it's bye for now.
So today, 41 African economies are severely exposed to at least one of three concurrent crises: rising food prices, rising energy prices, and tightening financial conditions. Finance ministers now call it, the dreaded 3 Fs of food, fuel, and financial conditions. And that is just rippled through all of Africa. Food prices easily about 34% higher, crude oil prices some 60% higher, global inflation has risen. We saw our numbers yesterday move to, I believe, 23.6% or so, and a good chunk of it being imported inflation. So we truly at our wits' end on the continent as to how to address these issues, and the numbers of people who are impacted is quite scary, and we have to look at that. So the newly poor in Africa has increased by some 55 million, and approximately 35 million former jobs are at risk around the continent due to reduced demand, enforced lockdowns, and global supply chains, and the war. So this toxic mix of challenges persists even as the continent recovers, or we try to recover from the devastation of the COVID-19 pandemic.
and thanks for joining us on BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. I am Ernestina Sewa Asante. I know you've heard about NFTs, Web3, and other digital currencies. In Ghana, these cryptocurrencies remain unregulated, yet people still trade on the forex market, while people even lose their hard-earned monies to scammers on this same forex market. Today on BizTech, we'll learn about this high-risk investment with Elisha Owusu, a digital currency expert. Stay tuned.
NFTs, Web3, and cryptocurrencies. I'm sure you're very familiar with these words whenever you log onto the internet. But digital currencies and what role do they play in our very own economy? On this edition of BizTech, I'll be speaking with a young man who will help us unpack these developments. Before I introduce my guest, I'll take a quick break and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome off on that break. My guest on this week's edition of BizTech is Elisha, the GH crypto guy. He has a very funny name, and he's going to be taking us through what NFTs and Web3s are. Elisha, welcome to BizTech. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, great. Yeah, so Elisha, we want to just find out, we've been hearing in a number of months NFTs and Web3s and all these digital currency popping out. What exactly are NFTs?
Okay, so to make it really simple for everyone to understand, I'll use an analogy of some sort, right? Okay. So if you take an AirPods Pro, an AirPods Pro is not special.
Okay.
An AirPods Pro is something that you can replace if it gets missing, because there are so many AirPods Pro being made every day. And then there's the Mona Lisa painting, which is special. It is not replaceable.
Okay.
There's only one Mona Lisa painting. Okay. So now that I've said this, let me get into what NFT means, right?
Okay.
So NFT means non-fungible token.
Okay.
I wish this is where the explanation ends, but no.
Yeah.
So fungible means replaceable.
Okay.
So this is fungible because
Okay.
you can replace it with another replica which would look exactly the same as like it is, and you get
Like
the
a
same
duplicate
features.
sort of.
Exactly.
Okay.
Good.
All right.
But then with non-fungible things, you can't replace them. There's only one unique version of that particular thing. And as you would already understand, since something is non-fungible, it is more likely to have higher value than something that is fungible, because something that is replaceable can't have the same value as something that isn't replaceable. Okay, good. So that is like the non-fungible aspect. So anytime you hear fungible, you can just think about the word replace, right? So something that cannot be replaced is non-fungible. Then the token part is where things get slightly technical.
Okay.
So I'm sure most of us have heard about Bitcoin.
Yes,
we
I
know
have.
it's a cryptocurrency that runs on the blockchain. So it is the same blockchain technology that allows Bitcoin to operate, that allows NFTs to exist. So with the blockchain, instead of letting banks or private financial companies do the communication of transactions between themselves. So as I'm sending money from like bank A to bank B, bank A would communicate to bank B that this guy who has an account with us is sending money to you, and like that kind of thing.
Okay.
With the blockchain, every single individual who wants to can contribute to the blockchain network by setting up their computer, their miner, to validate the transactions. So the transactions that happen on the blockchain are evident for every single person to see, provided you know how to navigate the blockchain. The thing with NFTs is that it takes the concept of non-fungible things and makes it digital. So what this means is that if someone uploaded the Mona Lisa painting online, we would then be able to tell that this is the only Mona Lisa painting on the entire blockchain.
Okay.
And if somebody wants to buy it, they can buy it online, and we can verify that they own the original and only Mona Lisa painting. So the idea of NFTs, right, was to take collectibles or arts or things that are important, things that can be non-fungible, and put them on the internet. So that was the original idea, and that's still the original idea. But from there, a lot of things like have come out of it. So you have the Bored Ape, the CryptoPunks, which are...
I've never heard of those ones.
Okay, fine. But most people who have done some small research about NFTs will know, because they're the most popular NFTs right now.
Okay.
Those ones are like arts that depict various interesting things that people could identify with or people may like. And these arts are like a collection of, let's say, 10,000 different images that are specifically unique. And those are the ads that have made like NFT really popular, because people are buying them and are showing them off. Like they'll show a Tesla or like a super original iPhone or something, like a special iPhone, that kind of thing. But you have like people like the NBA also selling very short clips of NBA games on NFT marketplaces. People are even selling music now. People are even looking at like making entire movies and making them NFTs. So digital collectibles, really. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, so you've basically explained that very thoroughly for me. Now I want to come, why has there been a very sudden edge for these NFTs and Web3s and all these cryptos around the world?
Okay, so I think it's a couple of things. People are looking for new ways to protect their value. And usually people want to protect value using like emerging technology, which they think would have continuous appreciation in value long term. So it really started with like the whole Bitcoin ecosystem, where people saw Bitcoin as the new digital gold, and they started investing in Bitcoin as a way to hedge against inflation. Like we all know what's happening to the currencies across the world. The Ghana cedi is suffering. Even the US dollar that we cherish so much is equally suffering. So with the NFT space, right, you've had an influx of a lot of big names coming into the NFT space, building different things. So there are so many use cases for NFTs. Some of these NFTs give you access to an exclusive space, right? So if you own a Bored Ape Yacht Club NFT, for example, you probably get access to spaces on the internet that other people wouldn't get access to. You are getting access to luxury parties in Dubai or in the United States of America or something. And some of these like NFTs also give you access to applications that other people don't get like access to. So there's that utility aspect. And then there's the speculative aspect, like because it is like very, very popular now, you have big names in the entertainment space and all of that, like buying NFTs. Rich James, Jay-Z, all of those people are buying NFTs. So the concept then is the NFT space is going to see an appreciation of value. So a lot of people are getting in as early as possible. And we've seen like a lot of big companies even buy NFTs, Nike, Adidas. Adidas released their NFT collection somewhere last year and it sold out. So yeah, there's hype and people are buying it for two main reasons, the utility and then the value.
Okay, so before we take a break, I just want to find out just briefly in your just few words, what are the prospects of these NFTs in our local economy? I know you've explained somewhat in the NBA and all these other companies outside, but back home, we already have legislation not approving of these NFTs, but what do you think are the prospects in case there's an opportunity to sort of approve these NFTs?
Okay, so I think the first thing is like there's a job problem in Ghana, and the Web3 NFT space provides a lot of jobs. There are so many remote jobs available, and when you create regulation that allows people to come into your country and invest, it means that a lot of people will set up shop here. Truth is, a lot of like big companies in the crypto space are looking for a place in Africa to set up, and they can't seem to find a place because of the regulatory hurdles. So that's one. Two, we have a lot of creatives, right? You have Nigerian artists like Buju, Files, all releasing NFTs. Our creatives can also take advantage of it. Maybe like some dying aspects of our industry, like tourism, could be saved. Film, especially, could equally be saved, right? We have a lot of big stars that could pull some value towards like their work through digital collectibles and NFTs. So I think there's a lot of opportunities for us in Ghana.
All right, great. Yeah, so Elisha, so I've been speaking with Elisha, the GH crypto guy, and we've been talking about NFTs and its place in our digital economy. I'll take a quick break, we'll be right back. When we come back, we'll be talking about Web3. Don't go anywhere. come off on that break on BizTech, I've been speaking with Elisha, the GH crypto guy, and I've been learning so much about NFTs. Now we'll move straight into Web3. Elisha, many thanks. You've been giving me a very interesting conversation about NFTs. Now I want to break it down to Web3. It's also another word that you've been hearing in recent months. What is Web3?
Okay, so think about Web3 this way.
Okay.
Bitcoin, the other cryptocurrencies, NFTs, the metaverse, all of them under one umbrella is Web3. So the World Wide Web, is the general name given to everything that happens on the internet.
Okay.
The way things happen on the internet currently is centralized, such that the ownership of platforms, for instance, are in the hands of a select few.
Okay.
What this means is that the users don't have a say on what happens on the platforms that they love. So the idea with Web3 is to decentralize the ownership of these platforms and reimagine the entire World Wide Web using blockchain technology.
Wow.
So instead of like doing a Zoom call, for instance, you're probably going to meet your friend in the metaverse. I'm sure you've heard that Facebook has rebranded to Meta. Yeah, because of the pivot to the metaverse. So Web3 is a very broad concept that brings the metaverse, NFTs, cryptocurrencies all together to reimagine the World Wide Web. So here's a very simple example. The Web3 ecosystem would use cryptocurrencies as the currency of choice instead of traditional currencies. Instead of us representing ourselves with our own face, for instance, we would have NFT avatars that would represent our being and
like
our
Avatar
essence.
the movie?
No. An avatar like a character.
Okay,
exactly.
Right, great.
So in the metaverse, and the metaverse would be the space or the universe in which would exist. So that is like a connection of all the various aspects, right? So there are so many things that are happening with Web3. But then beyond the fact that this is what the technology will look like, the core of the technology, which is the management of the technology, is also something that Web3 is looking to decentralize. So if you have like shares in the company, for instance, you probably contribute to the decision-making process. So instead of giving people shares, if I create a Web3 company, I can then issue tokens, like crypto tokens, to everybody that wants to be interested, like is interested in the growth of the project, right? So I could give these tokens to people that have used the project when it wasn't so popular, or I could just sell the tokens directly to raise funds for the company. After that, everybody that has a token has a vote, which is equal to one token, that can decide whether or not the platform will probably like change its name or change its logo. So this is like democracy, but democracy that ensures that everybody who is contributing has a skin, a skin in the game, and it's happening on the digital platform.
All right, great. Yeah. Before we wrap up, I want to come straight to, I know with every platform, security and safety is also very important. And from your point of view, what do you think in terms of safety? How secure are these NFTs and these Web3s? Because obviously we are transitioning to a digital phase of our economy, like you mentioned, the metaverse and all of that. But how safe and secure are we on these platforms? Okay, so when it comes to security, the truth is, if you are not careful, you may get scammed or you may lose your money. So we say something in crypto, DYOR. Do your own research, because we want people to do a lot of research before they get into it. It's an unregulated space, which means that nobody can save you here in this country, for instance. It's not regulated by the central bank.
Exactly, if you lose your money. So you're doing this at your own risk. So the first thing that a lot of people need to do is, like most of the time, people get robbed, if I should put it that way, because of greed. They're trying to make so much money. At a goal. Yeah, someone is telling you, I'll give you 50% interest in 1 week. Then you're in a hurry. Sense. Exactly. Like nobody would give you that much money without something wrong happening. So people need to read and understand what they are doing. So I can recommend a couple of sites that people could go to. There's Binance Academy, and then there's Cointelegraph.com. I think those two places have a lot of like resources that people could read on. And it's fine for people to check several resources before they take a decision on what they should do. Like, don't watch this video and then go to your family or your friend and say, I'm going to buy NFT tomorrow morning. Exactly. Like, take your time.
You'd have to read through your authority.
Exactly.
Elisha,
sure.
Many thanks so much.
Thank you too.
There you have it. I've been speaking with Elisha, the GH crypto guy, and he's been explaining to me what exactly NFTs and Web3s are and exactly the role that they play in our digital economy. He's been my guest on this week's edition of BizTech. My name is Mali Aholmega. Many thanks for watching.
you, Maoli Aholumega, for that report. Up next is Biz Headlines. To our very first story, the Ghana Statistical Service has announced that the consumer price inflation for April this year is 23.6%. This makes it one of the highest inflation rates recorded in the country since 2004. According to the GSS, the main drivers of the inflation were transportation, which recorded 33.5%, up from 17.4% recorded in March this year. Another driver for the hike was food prices, which went up by 26.6% from 22.4% in March this year. Also, non-food inflation climbed to 21.3% from 17% in March, while consumer prices rose by 5.1% on a monthly basis. Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta has reiterated government's stance on not going back to the International Monetary Fund, IMF, for financial assistance. According to him, government is committed to not returning to the IMF because interventions and policies have been put in place to ensure sufficient macroeconomic gains for the local economy to bounce back on track.
The question then becomes whether the fund would have the type of resources that will require to really inoculate a program for the debt. And that is a question that is hanging, whether they can. But we have committed, as you know, to not going back to the fund because in terms of intervention of policy, we are right there, and the fund notes that we are completely in the right direction. And so the issue is validating the program that we have put in place and then, in my view, supporting us to find alternative ways of financing or refinancing our debt.
The Ghana Revenue Authority has disclosed that collections from the single charging entity under the electronic transfer levy amounted to more than 1 million cedis in one day. According to the authority's head of project unit, Isaac Kwabna Amuako, the implementation of the tax measure is already raking in some significant revenue for Ghana. Providing some details or updates on the e-levy, Mr. Amuako said collections under the e-levy are rather encouraging thus far. Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta has stated that he cannot give a stance or assurance on whether or not the proceeds from the electronic transfer levy will be collateralized or not. Speaking at a press conference on May 12th, the minister said the collateralization is not a good economical measure and thus cannot make any bold statement on whether or not the government will toe that line.
E-levy, I don't know, I mean, your question was whether we'll give you an assurance that it won't be, collateralized? I mean, the question is, you know that collateralization is bad? I should give you an assurance. Assurance is really where is the economy going, what are the instruments that we have in our basket, and how do we deploy them? Unless you are categorical or you know something that I don't know, that collateralization is bad. So I will not give you an assurance. I will at each point in time examine what we have and take a decision with Cabinet as to how best to use the resources of our country.
The Minerals Income Investment Fund has disclosed move to list 49% of the Ejapa royalties deal on the London Stock Exchange and the Ghana Stock Exchange. The intended listing on both exchanges is expected to raise between $450 million and $700 million from gold royalties. In a statement cited by GhanaWeb, the Chief Executive Officer of MIIF, Edward Nana Yao-Kurantin, said funds from the intended listing will be invested into national infrastructure and socio-economic amenities. He added that Special focus will be placed on mining communities across the country. That's all for today. Thank you very much for joining us on BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. BizTech airs every Friday on the same platform. But before we go, do log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more stories. Do well to follow us on all social media platforms on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at the GhanaWeb. On YouTube, GhanaWeb TV. I am Ernestina Sewa Asante. Do have a lovely weekend.